Chapter 1978. Who could contend? After Futian decimated the cultivators, he instantly became the absolute focus of everyone inside the Matrix. He was more eye-catching than even the cultivators of the Great Yin ancient royal family. Right now, even Yin Dongyang from Great Yin ancient royal family was looking over where Futian was. He revealed a look of interest. He never imagined that he would encounter such a figure while making his way through Wangshan Watchtower Matrix. This person should be a middle-level Renhuang with a flawless great path who still maintained a flawless divine wheel after breaking through to the next plane. Only then could he have such explosive combat ability that could instantly kill a 7th-tier existence, let alone among the cultivators of the Dongxiao continent in Wangdu, even among the cultivators led by Yin Dongyang. And there was no one of the same level as Futian. None of them was a match for him unless Yin Dongyang himself personally went against Futian. As a person who similarly had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, Yin Dongyang naturally knew how powerful and frightening such a figure's combat ability could be. Yin Dongyang initially believed that he would only encounter such figures after entering into Wangshan Watchtower. He never imagined that he would meet one in the Matrix. He should be the person, said Yin Dongyang as he revealed a meaningful smile. It was as though he had already figured out Futian's identity. It was not just him. The cultivators of the Wangshan Watchtower, who entered into the Matrix, also looked at Futian. A Renhuang said, with a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path, "Why did you have to go through all this trouble to enter Wangshan Watchtower? If you had come sooner, you could still enter into the Watchtower." No force would reject a figure of his level. It was the same for the Wangshan Watchtower. Futian might even have the chance to meet the Millet Emperor. Futian looked at the person who had spoken from afar. He smiled and said, "A senior instructed me to do so. Therefore, I can only oblige. Following the standard procedures makes no difference for me." "All right, we will not test your combat ability anymore. With your ability, no one among us of the same plane can defeat you," said the Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower. With Futian's flawless great path, his attacks were powerful. He had immediately swept the cultivators away. With such ability, they understood that among the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower inside the Matrix, none of them was a match for Futian. If that was the case, they didn't need to test him. At that moment, a few 7th-tier cultivators walked towards Futian. Their auras were terrifying. They were also cultivators from the Dongxiao continent. Futian had eradicated members of their forces before this. "Halt! Haven't all of you had enough?" said a cold and indifferent voice. Yang Qian, the young palace lord of Heavenly Battle Palace, glanced at these people as he spoke. Futian began attacking everyone mainly to deal with the cultivators from Qinhe Palace and Alchemy Divine Palace and the cultivators from the forces who had previously wanted to attack him. Although Yang Qian had plotted against Futian before this, he had not attacked Futian. Upon hearing Yang Qian's chastising, the 7th-tier cultivators of Alchemy Divine Palace, Qinhe Palace, and the other forces froze. A cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower also added, "Everyone, this is not the real battlefield. All of you have already been disqualified from this test." This matrix was to select the cultivators who would enter Wangshan Watchtower. However, so many high-level cultivators had gone against one person and were still unwilling to cease, even now. Hence, there was no need for them to enter Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate anymore. Of course, upper-level Renhuangs came here to protect their younger generation. Once at their level, they had no chance of entering the Wangshan Watchtower themselves. Those who had the chance had come in the past. Hence, there was almost no one at the 8th tier and 9th tier here. Those belonged to the older generation of the various major forces. Their upper-level Renhuangs naturally understood this when they heard the cultivator say this. This conflict had indeed been foolish. In reality, they originally also stood a chance. Chimu, the successor candidate of Alchemy Divine Palace, and the others were actually very powerful. However, they had encountered Futian and had been crushed by him. They did not even get the chance to display their strengths. They could only consider themselves unlucky. After hesitating for a moment, they all returned to their groups, retreating with their injured members. Continuing to remain here was meaningless. They might as well give up straight away. This conflict had served to highlight Futian's splendor. After they retreated, the battlefield within the Matrix suddenly fell silent. Futian's explosive display of his abilities caused many fights to come to a halt as they watched his battle. Now, the true confrontation resumed. It was between the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower and the visitors from the Northern Land. Without these people provoking him, Futian would certainly be accepted by Wangshan Watchtower. Regardless of whether he was a cultivator from the Dongxiao continent or Wangdu, it was not important. There was no doubt about his position. He would enter to cultivate in the Watchtower, so he would naturally stand on their side. The reason why the Renhuangs from the Northern Land had come was for Wangshan Watchtower. As the two sides confronted each other, Futian alone stood behind. His figure floated in the sky, facing the Renhuangs from the Northern Land. His expression remained calm. Below him were Zifeng, Linxiu, and the others. Over the vast battlefield, formless pressure of the Great Path emanated, causing it to be even more suppressive than before. The Renhuangs from the Northern Land spread themselves out. Each of them had an extremely frightening aura of the Great Path. Some of them even released their divine wheels of the Great Path directly. "How do all of you wish to fight?" the cultivator from Wangshan Watchtower said as he swept a glance at the Renhuangs from the Northern Land. "We have come to Wangshan Watchtower to seek guidance and teachings. We wish to meet with the Millet Emperor. Since we have entered this matrix, the rules should naturally be set forth by Wangshan Watchtower. Please feel free to do as you please," said Yin Dongyang from Great Yin Ancient Royal Family as he stood in midair. His expression was calm, and he spoke casually. It was as though they were not here to challenge Wangshan Watchtower, but instead were guests. "If that is the case, then we will go by the book," someone said. "We will find a person of similar cultivation plane to test your combat ability. If all of you are sufficiently powerful, you may make your way through this matrix. If you pass through the doors ahead, you will enter directly into Wangshan Watchtower." They did not intentionally make things difficult for the other party, as though they treated them the same as any ordinary cultivator who came to take the test. When Yin Dongyang heard the member of the Wangshan Watchtower say this, he revealed a smile. "As expected of the top holy land of the Dongxiao continent, you are generous." He then commanded his members, "If that's the case, you'd better be prepared to face the ability of the Renhuangs of the strongest force of the Dongxiao continent. Such an opportunity does not come often." The cultivators of the Great Yin Ancient Royal Family were already prepared as they glanced over at the other party. Both sides were ready. Regardless of which side emerged victoriously, this would be a rare opportunity to test out their abilities. It was a good chance for them to witness how incredible the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower were. "Let us begin," the Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower said. As he finished speaking, silhouettes stepped out, each seeking their own opponent. The next moment, the expressions of the Renhuangs from the Northern Land all turned solemn as they took this seriously. They were the elite cultivators from the Northern Land. Hence, they were able to suppress the Renhuangs of the Dongxiao continent. However, now they were facing the strongest group of Renhuangs of the Dongxiao continent, the cream of the crop. Who would dare to be careless against such opponents? The sounds of intense collisions of the Great Path soon followed. The law battles officially began. In an instant, various powerful law battles erupted in different corners of the Matrix all at once. It was earth-shattering. These law battles were even fiercer than the previous ones. Before this, the Renhuangs from the Northern Land possessed an overwhelming advantage. Yet, the Renhuangs from the Wangshan Watchtower were powerful. In many battles, the Renhuangs from the Watchtower were even more ferocious. Right then, where Yin Dongyang was, a few Renhuangs appeared above him. They were all Renhuangs of the Watchtower. These people all had extremely powerful auras. The divine light of the Great Path shone down and enveloped Yin Dongyang. They clearly wanted to test the abilities of this cultivator from the Great Yin Ancient Royal Family. Buzz. A dazzling divine halo radiated outwards. Sword light descended from the sky. There was also the divine halo of the sun. Blinding light flooded the space. But Yin Dongyang stood there, not moving. He swept a glance at the cultivators who were attacking him. A frightening golden halo swept out, seemingly covering the space all around him. He took a step forward and then raised his arm, sending out a punch across towards the sky. Bang! 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 The cultivators in the sky above were sent flying outwards. They coughed up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Even though it was across the space, they felt the space where they stood shatter under the impact of the punch. "You all won't do," said Yin Dongyang indifferently as he glanced at the cultivators who had been knocked back. He then retracted his arm and stood with his hands behind his back. He seemed at ease, as though he was not on a battlefield. The few members of the Wangshan Watchtower looked at Yin Dongyang. With just a punch across the space, they could tell that he had extremely powerful combat ability. Elsewhere, Futian similarly stood quietly as though he was standing alone outside of the battlefield. His figure stood in midair. However, it was clear that the other party would not allow him to be so carefree. A sharp, ear-piercing sound could be heard. In the distance, powerful sound waves swept over. Futian lifted his head and saw that a gigantic bell had appeared in the sky in front of him. It was the divine wheel of the great path of Aren Huang, the soul-calming bell. The soul-calming bell floated forwards to the sky above Futian. It spun in midair and let out an ear-piercing ring. Frightening sound waves swept out, directly drowning Futian's body. The ringing of the bell invaded his mind, causing his spiritual soul to tremble somewhat. In the distance, Aren Huang had his eyes closed tightly as he controlled the soul-calming bell. He wanted to see whose way of sonic wave was stronger, his or Futian's. Futian glanced into the distance, seemingly understanding what the other party was thinking. He clapped his hands together, his expression turning solemn. The sound of Buddha circled him, and light glowed from his figure. His body seemed to become that of a Buddha. Blinding light of Buddha shot out, followed by the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm sweeping out. The two terrifying sound wave powers clashed. It appeared as though a Buddha was slaying a demon. With a loud clang, the soul-calming bell was sent flying outwards. What was even more frightening was that the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm utilized the soul-calming bell to shake the spiritual soul of the Runhuang. This caused him to let out a dull groan as he sat in the distance. He threw up a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale as his spiritual soul was violently shaken. Chapter 1979. What identity? The soul-calming bell flew back, faint cracks appearing on it. Blood flowed from the corner of the Runhuang's mouth. The Runhuang, who was a vast distance away from Futian, glanced into the distance as he retracted his divine wheel of the great path. He sighed inside. It seemed that this person was undefeatable. He could not handle Futian. The Runhuang stepped back, not continuing to battle. Instead, the Runhuang did not say anything and retreated behind Yin Dongyang, the prince of Great Yin ancient royal family. There was also a person to Yin Dongyang's left. The person's aura was rich and powerful, at the peak of the middle-level Renhuang plane. A mighty aura of the great path surged from his body. "Your Highness, Renhuang Tong will most likely need to attack," said the person. Renhuang Tong was called Yin Tong. He, too, was a member of the Great Yin ancient royal family. He was not from the main family line, but his ability was terrifying, and his combat ability was extraordinary. Yin Dongyang did not respond. He swept a glance at Futian from afar. There had not been a truly incredible figure from Wangshan Watchtower until now, at least not one that Yin Dongyang recognized as truly incredible. Could it be that the Watchtower wanted Futian to be his opponent? Yin Dongyang knew the ability of Yin Tong clearly. Yin Tong had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path at the lower-level Renhuang plane, but could not maintain it after breaking through to the next plane. However, this did not hinder his powerful combat ability. Together with his 6th-tier cultivation being higher than that of Futian, if Yin Tong were to attack, he indeed had a chance of defeating Futian. Right then, more people came charging over towards Yin Dongyang. This time, Yin Dongyang did not move at all. With a flash from Yin Tong's figure, a pure-blooded dragon appeared in the sky. The gigantic dragon that stretched for miles pierced through the clouds. It let out a dragon cry that shook the sky. Yin Tong grabbed out at the air with his hand. The pure-blooded dragon roared angrily. Its roars caused the souls of those present to tremble. At the same time, an overbearing attack immediately ripped apart the great path as it charged towards the other party, followed by a loud rumble. It sent the attacking cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower flying from the shockwaves. Song of the Yin Dragon, exclaimed the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower as they glanced over where the other party was. Song of the Yin Dragon could also attack one's spiritual soul, besides already possessing extremely frightening attack power. Rumor had it that, with this technique, the ancestor of the great Yin ancient royal family had emerged from Swallow Mountain and established his name, becoming a giant figure. Of course, this was only one of the techniques of the great Yin ancient royal family. As a superpower that conquered countless lands in the Yinyun continent, Great Yin ancient royal family was undoubtedly the most powerful force in the northern land. He has the aura of the Dragon Emperor. This fellow is also a member of Great Yin ancient royal family, commented Lin Xiao as he glanced over at the other party. When Yin Tung attacked, a golden current of qi appeared all around them, becoming the shadow of an enormous pure-blooded dragon. It enveloped the space, and the aura of the royal family emanated from it, as though it belonged to the royal family of divine dragons. This made Lin Xiao realize that the other party was also a part of the royal family. On the other hand, Yi Futian did not think much about it. He would be facing the cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family sooner or later. This time, Goddess Donglai had sent him here to train in preparation for the future. He had never imagined that he would encounter the great Yin ancient royal family so soon. As for Yin Tong, the cultivator from the great Yin ancient royal family, Yi Futian paid even less attention. A cultivator with a flawed divine wheel of the Great Path and with cultivation below the upper-level Renhuang plane was no threat to him. He would ignore people with such conditions. Although Yin Tong's attack was domineering and enough to deal with other Renhuangs, it would not be so easy if he was against Zifeng. At the same cultivation plane, Zifeng had a flawless Great Path. If they were to exchange blows, she was more than capable of handling Yin Tong. However, these cultivators from the great Yin ancient royal family were indeed very powerful. They cleared their way through the cultivators of Wangshan Watchtower casually. They appeared as invincible as Yi Futian. At this moment, no one else attacked Yi Futian anymore. They must have known that it was almost impossible for those below the upper-level Renhuang plane to defeat Yi Futian. Right then, Yi Futian saw an overbearing figure advancing towards him in the distance. The divine dragon possessed the figure as it charged forwards. Many cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to hold this person off, but they were all sent flying by this person. Here he comes, many people around Yi Futian thought to themselves when they witnessed this scene. This person was Yin Tong, and he was heading straight towards Yi Futian. From the looks of it, there was going to be an extraordinary battle. Many observers outside of Wangshan Watchtower thought to themselves. They were waiting in anticipation. They did not know what the outcome would be when the domineering Yin Tang exchanged blows with Yi Futian. This law battle was sure to be extremely exciting. Under these gazes filled with anticipation, Yin Tang charged towards Yi Futian. No other Renhuangs were blocking his way. A gigantic divine dragon circled Yin Tang as he stood in midair. This golden dragon spiraled upwards. Its head was high up in the sky. A pair of large dragon eyes looked down on Yi Futian, emanating an overbearing aura. Roar! A dragon cry caused the space to tremble violently. Terrifying sound waves shocked the spiritual souls of those around. Shadows of divine dragons dove downwards and attacked Yi Futian. At the center of these shadows, a gigantic dragon claw appeared. The claw came crashing down from the sky, immediately covering part of the sky. Yi Futian's figure did not stir. Behind him, a brilliant fiery red silhouette immediately dashed up into the clouds, arriving above Yi Futian. Her divine wings spread out and blocked out the sun and the sky. Countless shadows of phoenixes flew out. Her spiritual soul was like a divine fire that was inextinguishable. The sky above was set ablaze by the divine fire of the Great Path. The flames consumed the sky. The bright call of the phoenix sounded, clashing against the sound of the dragon cry. Countless feathers seemed to shoot out from the divine wings of the phoenix. Each of these feathers was sharper than a sword. They became an indestructible attack of the Great Path, slashing towards the sharp dragon claw that came crashing down. A divine light appeared in the heavens above. The sharp dragon claw that botched out the sun in the sky was sliced apart and severed. A gigantic shadow of the phoenix appeared behind Zifeng. It spread its wings and instantly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, The sky above became her domain of the Great Path. The divine fire of Wudong enveloped this part of the sky, engulfing it in flames. Yin Tong was surrounded by this domain of the Great Path of the divine fire. The look in his eyes suddenly changed. These flames were it was not just him who sensed the might of this divine fire of the Great Path. Many people seemed to realize something as they glanced at Zifeng in astonishment. It was the divine fire of Wudong. From afar, Yin Dongyang looked towards Zifeng. The brilliant shadow of the phoenix appeared, and the bright call of the phoenix shook the space. The divine fire of Wudong were the flames of the powerful demonic beast of supreme deity Donglai, Lord Phoenix. If that was the case, Zifeng's identity was apparent. I never imagined that the descendant of Lord Phoenix would appear here, Yin Dongyang commented. Once the other Renhuangs heard him say this, only then did they realize Zifeng's identity. She was the descendant of Lord Phoenix. Why had the descendant of Lord Phoenix followed Yi Futian to the Wangshan Watchtower? Lord Phoenix was the demonic beast companion of supreme deity Donglai. His descendants would naturally cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. This meant that Yi Futian had not come with Alchemy Emperor from the Taiwan continent. He had come from Eastern Deity Island. Many members of the forces of Wangdu were also stunned. The female Renhuang beside Yi Futian actually had such an astonishing origin. Yang Qian, who was battling to the side, also glanced over at Zifeng. His gaze then swept over towards Yi Futian. At that moment, he finally understood why Alchemy Divine Palace had lost so miserably, be it in terms of alchemy techniques or combat ability. It turned out that Yi Futian was a cultivator trained by Eastern Deity Island. Now, they had sent him to train in the Wangshan Watchtower. However, in reality, with the relations between Eastern Deity Island and the Wangshan Watchtower, Yi Futian could enter the Wangshan Watchtower and did not need to go through such a hassle. Eastern Deity Island must have wanted him to do so to allow him to display his talents. It was no wonder that, back during the Alchemy Conference, when the members of Alchemy Divine Palace had bragged about themselves, Yi Futian and the others had opinions about such statements. It turned out that Yi Futian was from the previous, undisputed top alchemy Holy Land in the Donghua domain. Yi Futian might also be an inheritor of Eastern Deity Island, inheriting their alchemy techniques. Thinking about this made Yang Qian feel somewhat amused. Did it matter whether Yi Futian was from Wangdu? Yi Futian was from Eastern Deity Island. In addition, he had such talent and ability. Did he need the status of being a cultivator from the Dongshao continent? Hence, it would have been a waste of Yi Futian's time for him to join Alchemy Divine Palace. Before this, Yang Qian and the others had been the ones who were arrogant. The sound of violent collisions came from the sky above. A fierce battle had erupted between Zifeng and Yin Tong. Although Yin Tong's combat ability was powerful, he was facing absolute suppression. He was constantly being pushed back by Zifeng. The elegant phoenix was suppressing the divine dragon. The frightening divine fire of Wudong made Yin Tong only think about escaping the battlefield as soon as possible. Another call of the phoenix filled the skies. The crowd saw the pure-blooded dragon being consumed by the divine fire of the phoenix. With a dull groan, Yin Tong's figure flew outwards, retreating towards a very far place. His figure, which was protected by the great path, was dyed red. Blood could be faintly seen seeping out from underneath his robes. His entire person appeared extremely pathetic. Fresh blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yin Tong, a cultivator from the great Yin ancient royal family, had been defeated. Flawless divine fire of the great path, exclaimed many people in astonishment. Zifeng's ability was powerful. Before this battle, many people had not realized this. Outside of the Wangshan Watchtower's matrix, a cultivator from Alchemy Divine Palace looked towards Alchemy Emperor and then Goddess Donglai, who was behind him. He said, "We never imagined that the successor of Supreme Deity Donglai had come. Forgive our rudeness." Clearly, they had figured out Goddess Donglai's identity. These past years, Goddess Donglai had rarely appeared in public. Not many people had seen her before. Hence, no one had recognized her before this. However, the descendant of Lord Phoenix had arrived. Connecting the dots between her and Yi Futian, Goddess Donglai's identity became apparent. She was the heir of Supreme Deity Donglai. Goddess Donglai glanced at the other party and did not respond. These people were still pretending to be polite and sincere. Is Yi Lionian your disciple, goddess? The cultivator from Alchemy Divine Palace asked. No, denied Goddess Donglai immediately. This caused the other party to be stunned. He was not her disciple. They thought that they had already surmised Yi Futian's identity. However, Goddess Donglai had actually denied it so decisively. With her status, she did not need to lie about this. Then, what identity had Yi Futian come to Wangshan Watchtower with? Chapter 1980, Conflict Between the Dragon and the Phoenix. Seeing that Goddess Donglai had no thoughts that she wished to make public, no one continued to press her. Although they were the top forces from Wangdu, the status of Goddess Donglai, as the descendant of Supreme Being Donglai, was quite a bit loftier. Even if her fortune had changed after the Supreme Being had fallen, their reputation persisted, and the lords of these forces would have to pay her respect when they were in her presence. What's more, this here was outside of Wangshan Watchtower. The relationship between Supreme Being Donglai and the Millet Emperor was well known to everyone. Once again, everyone's attention was fixed on the white-haired man on the battlefield inside the Matrix. It seemed that Goddess Donglai deliberately brought Yi Futian to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower. Moreover, Yi Futian would also obtain the inheritance of the Millet Emperor. After all, besides his relationship with Supreme Being Donglai, his own innate strength was quite astounding. So far, he had not had a single defeat, even with an opponent in the 7th realm. Perhaps Yi Futian's ultimate opponent would be the invincible prince from the great Yin ancient royal family, Yin Dongyang. After Yin Tong was defeated on the battlefield, many realized that few could counter the Phoenix goddess, who was next to Yi Futian. Possessing a perfect divine flame of the great path and extremely domineering offensive power, Yin Tong was the powerful cultivator of the great Yin ancient royal family at the peak of middle-level Renhuang. If he could be crushed, then others wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Yin Dongyang started walking forward. Some cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower wanted to stop him, but they saw that two powerful Renhuangs were walking along on both sides of him to deter the others. Leave me. Yin Dongyang waved his hand, and suddenly, the men next to him retreated one by one until Yin Dongyang was left by himself. He made his way forward alone. An incomparably majestic momentum of the great path bloomed, and the mighty coercion filled the vast void. Inside the space of the matrix, the pressure could be felt by every cultivator. It was as if everyone was within the domain of his great path. Back off. An upper-level Renhuang from Wangshan Watchtower also waved his hand. Suddenly, those cultivators who were about to step forward retreated and gave up their positions. They knew very well that it would be difficult to defeat Yin Dongyang. It was inappropriate for an upper-level Renhuang to get involved, but victory would be equally unlikely with a cultivator of the 7th realm. This was the direct descendant of the great Yin ancient royal family. This time, they led an army composed of Renhuang from the northern land, which was under his control. No doubt this prestigious role confirmed his status. His combat effectiveness, likewise, was without question. Furthermore, everyone from Wangshan Watchtower realized that this battle had nothing to do with them but had everything to do with Yi Futian. Zifeng's identity was now exposed, and everyone had guessed Yi Futian's origin. But what was the relationship between Yin and Eastern Deity Island's ancient royal family? Everyone knew that they were sworn enemies. Since Eastern Deity Island sent Yi Futian to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower, he and Yin Dongyang were fated to be opponents. Now that they met inside the Matrix at Wangshan Watchtower, it was natural that they should have a battle. Both of them were unbeatable and have not lost a single battle so far. Therefore, when they saw Yin Dongyang moving forward, cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower retreated to give Yin Dongyang and Yi Futian the battlefield. This was a battle between the two of them. Yin Dongyang continued forward and soon faced Yi Futian. Although they were still far apart, this little bit of distance was really negligible for cultivators in their realms. Yi Lionian, Yin Dongyang said to Yi Futian. Clearly, he knew of Yi Futian's existence. Not only did he knew him, but also he was quite familiar with him. Yi Futian was not surprised by it. His existence was not some big secret, and it was not surprising that Yan's ancient royal family knew of him. However, he did not consider Yin Dongyang as a sworn enemy. Although he was the descendant of the great Yin ancient royal family, Yi Futian had seen many people at this level in the original realm. Some of them were awesome existences. Even principalities such as the Dark Court were not unfamiliar to him. From experience, he knew that even the prince of the great Yin ancient royal family would not necessarily be better. He didn't know who would be his sworn enemy, but definitely not Yin Dongyang. To cultivate at Eastern Deity Island and become the heir of Supreme Being Donglai were all but part of the experience he sought by coming to the Divine Prefecture. In his view, it was all part of the trial on the journey of cultivation, so there was nothing as serious as seeing the great Yin ancient royal family as the enemy. Therefore, he regarded Yin Dongyang with total calmness, relaxed, and without hatred. He was not serious or solemn, but appeared very laid back. On the contrary, Zifeng appeared more agitated. Her eyes were cold, and the divine flames of the great path were burning in those beautiful eyes. Lord Phoenix had fallen in that battle. Buzz. Wild wind screamed as blazing currents flew in the void. The great path's divine flame was ignited between heaven and earth as Zifeng flapped her wings and appeared in the sky above Yin Dongyang. She let out a long cry as the howl of the phoenix resounded throughout the sky. She returned to her true form, a massive divine phoenix. Her eyes were filled with fierceness, completely different from who she was in human form. Yin Dongyang glanced at her. Inside Yin Dongyang, an extremely violent aura erupted, and the sound of dragons came out of him and continued to rise until it shook the firmament. A sacred dragon swayed upward to support his body to rise even higher. At this moment, countless giant dragon figures now appeared in the sky. In the middle, Yin Dongyang stood on top of a golden giant dragon, like the lord of the divine dragon. It was something spectacular to behold. The blazing gust of wind roared, and the divine phoenix rushed out toward Yin Dongyang. The boundless and massive phoenix was extremely domineering. The divine flame of the great path burned in the void as her sharp claws tore the great path apart. Roar! The moment Zifeng made her move, thousands of dragons roared at the same time, and the song of the Yin dragon was unleashed. Above the sky, thousands of dragon phantoms roared angrily at the same time, creating quite a sight. Terrifying sound waves of the great path swept out to collapse the other. Many groaned inside the matrix as their blood was roiling inside their body, and their spiritual souls were violently shaken. Those who were not strong enough in their cultivation spat out blood, their faces pale. They dared not watch that battlefield as the powerful and invisible sound waves continuously washed over them until they had filled this boundless space. If onlookers were suffering in this manner, the kind of sonic attack that Zifeng was under was simply unimaginable. The great path's divine flames seemed to be extinguished by the sound waves, and the massive body of the phoenix seemed to be blocked by an invisible storm. At this moment, Zifeng could feel the attack through every single one of her feathers. She raised her head and screamed, and the sound of the phoenix was loud and clear, enough to tear a gap in the song of the dragon. It was not a harmonious chorus of the dragon and the phoenix, but a struggle. The phoenix continued to attack forward, aiming straight for Yin Dongyang. When he saw this, Yi Futian knew that Zifeng would lose. Although both were comparable in realms, Zifeng possessed the perfect spiritual soul of the Great Path. Yin Dongyang also possessed the perfect divine wheel. His sonic attacks could subtly restrain many types of attacks. This invisible Great Path was very powerful because even if it was not employed as the main attack, its power was usually more damaging as a secondary method to suppress subsequent attacks. The Song of the Yin Dragon, where 10,000 dragons roared in unison, was just the first wave of Yin Dongyang's attacks. Sure enough, Yi Futian felt a powerful pressure in the next moment, and the vast void seemed to be shrouded and oppressed by an invisible force, heavy and suppressive. Spatial Great Path, Yi Futian thought to himself as he sensed this power of the Great Path. In the next moment, with the attack from Song of the Yin Dragon lingering, Yin Dongyang's body swooped down. Above the sky, a most divine dragon roared as it dove down, bringing thousands of divine dragons with him. Every one of these phantom dragons blasted on Zifeng. Although they were hollowed out, they were able to affect Zifeng's momentum. Then, Yin Dongyang arrived. Many people looked up. This confrontation was similar to the previous battle between Zifeng and Yin Teng. It was as if Yin Dongyang deliberately did so, but this attack was even more violent. When the dragon and the phoenix converged, the massive divine dragon and the divine phoenix collided. At that moment, a dull sound came from the space, and many felt a suffocating pressure that made it difficult to breathe. In the next moment, there was another long cry from the dragon and the phoenix that shook the sky and cracked the earth. The great path collapsed, and the light of destruction swept across the heavens. Many Runhuang cultivators were thrown out by the momentum. Once again, muffled groans were heard. Those in the lower Runhuang realm vomited blood, knocked back quite a distance. They did not stop until they were quite far away. This extraordinary storm also hit Futian. His white robe danced in the wind, but his body was planted there firmly. His eyes focused on the battlefield, motionless. With a loud noise, he saw the divine phoenix being shocked into retreat, and many of her divine feathers fell off. Each divine feather contained divine flame, but they floated weakly in the air. Zifeng was shaken from the void to the ground, and a deep pit formed where she had smashed into the ground. The deep pit was instantly filled with streams of flames, burning with extreme heat. Likewise, Yin Dongyang's body was knocked backward as he returned to a higher altitude. His aura was tossing and tumbling about his person, but it was clear that he fared much better than Zifeng. After he had stabilized his stance, his eyes returned to the area below. He said clearly, as expected, the descendant of Lord Phoenix did not disappoint. The body of his dragon was a little red. It was as if it had been scorched by the divine flame of the great path, but it quickly faded away. Zifeng picked herself up from the ground, and there was blood at the corner of the phoenix's mouth. Her body was still vibrating. Blood was roiling inside of her. Futian waved his hand. Suddenly, a medicine pill flew toward Zifeng. She opened her mouth and swallowed it readily. Her injured body started to recover immediately at an incredible speed. Her eyes were still fixed on Yin Dongyang, who was above in the air as if she was still clamoring to fight. But she knew very well that she had already lost. Chapter 1981, Wangshan Watchtower. After Yin Dongyang defeated Zifeng, he looked at the only person that still remained, and that was Futian. The only person who could stop him now would be this cultivator from Eastern Deity Island. Of course, Yin Dongyang did not think that Futian could really stop him either. After all, Futian's realm was not as high as his. He was Runhuang 5th realm while Futian was in the 4th realm. Even in the same realm, he was certain of his own prowess over Futian's, let alone he was one realm higher. Zifeng was already a powerful entity, but in his opinion, Futian's strength, at most, was only at the same level as Zifeng. Futian, likewise, focused his attention on Yin Dongyang and saw a smile twinkled at the corner of his eyes. However, in this smile, Futian detected a murderous intent. Yin Dongyang intended on taking his life. Boom! The void trembled violently as Futian felt a tightness all over his body. Then there was the rousing sound of the dragon screaming, as the terrifying sound waves of the great path shattered the great path, blasting toward Futian. Futian's golden body dazzled as the sound of Buddha lingering in the air. A Buddha appeared, and the manifold shadows of the Buddha collided with the roaring dragon. Almost at the same time, Yin Dongyang's body transformed into a divine dragon, swooping down. It landed in front of Futian instantaneously. From Futian's view, it was as if a boundless giant dragon had descended from the sky, coming to attack with its infinite and domineering power. The trumpeting of the elephants oscillated between heaven and earth. Futian raised his hands to unleash out his attack. Phantom divine elephants appeared, suppressing the great path, and collided with the others' terrifying force of the great path. Previously, the battle was between the dragon and the phoenix. Now, it was a battle between the dragon and the elephant. Loud rumbling sounds were heard continuously, shattering the power of the great path that filled this space. An explosive sound came out, and Futian was knocked back into the far distance, feeling as if his blood and breath had been greatly disrupted. The body of his opponent was knocked back into the sky as well. The divine dragon turned around as Yin Dongyang lowered his head so that he could look down at Futian. No cultivators of the Eastern Deity Island have mastered such domineering power. No wonder they value you so much. When Futian heard Yin Dongyang's words, he understood that the other knew quite a lot. The war on Eastern Deity Island had happened several years ago. What happened then was well known in Penglai Continent. Although Yinyun Continent may not always have kept tabs on the occurrences on Penglai Continent, the others might have heard a thing or two by now. Futian sensed that Yin Dongyang was an expert at several kinds of power. Sound waves, spatial, suppression. These powers of the Great Path had manifested in his attacks, and they were extremely overpowering. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to repel him. Zifeng's defeat was well within his expectation. The divine dragon roared high above, sheltering the sky and the sun. Many around them had stopped fighting and turned their attention to the battlefield. But at this moment, the matrix emitted violent vibrations that caused the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower to raise their heads. They saw that the spatial matrix was under constant changes. What's going on? The matrix is disappearing. Many people were confused and amazed at the same time. Those from the outside looked up at the sky above Wangshan Watchtower and saw an old man standing there, waving his hands. After a while, the self-forming spatial matrix of the Great Path disappeared. Futian and the others found themselves standing in an open field, and they appeared doubtful as they looked at the Renhuang above the palace at Wangshan Watchtower. Did the cultivators from Wangshan Watchtower close up the matrix? What was the meaning of this? After the matrix disappeared, those who were inside also looked up at the palaces in the distance and the one that rose into the sky. This year, there are no qualifying candidates from Dongxiao Continent and the surrounding continents. The old man on the staircase in the distance stood up and announced. Suddenly, many from other principalities looked disappointed. Did none of them obtain the qualification to cultivate at Wangshan Watchtower? Yi Lionian, go up with the phoenix, the old man said to Futian. Everyone was silent. Sure enough, only Futian and Zifeng qualified. But the rules of this assessment were set by Wangshan Watchtower, as was their right. Naturally, Wangshan Watchtower could do whatever they please without answering anyone. Yes. Futian nodded. Elder. At this moment, Yin Dongyang kept his eyes forward but said loudly, I have not failed in the matrix, and now, I would like to be permitted to see the Millet Emperor. The old man glanced at him and said casually, What brings you here? Yin Dongyang looked at the old man and said, In the previous battle, the Millet Emperor's promise of refraining from contacting Eastern Deity Island was the reason why the ancient royal family of Yin agreed to leave Eastern Deity Island alone. All these years, Eastern Deity Island was not harmed. A few years ago, Eastern Deity Island began to be active again and raised that turmoil in the Penglai Continent. Now its cultivators are here to seek the way from Wangshan Watchtower. Was this in preparation to cultivate under the Millet Emperor's tutelage? If so, the ancient royal family of Yin may have to reconsider our existing bargain with Eastern Deity Island. Futian looked surprised when he heard what Yin Dongyang had to say. He didn't know there were other things that had happened in the past. No wonder Goddess Donglai worried that the ancient royal family of Yin would turn against him and Eastern Deity Island. It was the main reason that she sent him here to Wangshan Watchtower. It seemed that after the battle in the old days, both sides had their own agreement to keep Eastern Deity Island. Still, it also placed Eastern Deity Island in an isolated position with minimal contact with the outside world. However, the ancient royal family of Yin had never been to Eastern Deity Island before. After all, no one on the outside knew of his status within Eastern Deity Island, nor did they know that he had inherited from Supreme Being Donglai. For the past several years, he had been cultivating in retreat on the island. It did not affect a powerful clan like the ancient royal family of Yin. Otherwise, they would have gone to Eastern Deity Island already. From this angle, it was a coincidence that the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yin encountered him and made the proposal when they saw his strength was extraordinary. What other business do you have with us? The old man asked again. Obviously, he also thought that for so many cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yin to provoke the heavenly battle palace, then participated in the trial of Wangshan Watchtower, decimating the cultivators from the Dongxiao continent, Futian could not have been their first target. After all, no one knew of Futian's identity prior to this. nor did they know that he was here and would participate in the assessment. Yin Dongyang raised his head to look at the old man in the distance. Wangshan Watchtower's attitude had been really unfriendly, but it was not surprising. Their purpose here was to escalate the situation. In addition to the deep-seated grievances between the two sides, they had no reason to be friendly. Furthermore, I'm here with the cultivators from the northern land to exchange with the cultivators from the Dongxiao continent. I must be honest, I was rather hopeful. Even for those from Wangshan Watchtower seemed only so in their skills. Until now, I haven't met a true rival. Yin Dongyang continued loudly, the one who cultivated under the Millet Emperor, the one who is known as the #1 genius talent of Wangshan Watchtower. Where is he? Not long ago, because the ancient royal family of Yin had received some bad news, he decided to take a team of people to figure it out. It was true that he did not take the cultivator of Eastern Deity Island seriously before, and the ancient royal family of Yin was even more so. Even now, Yi Futian only made him become more alert, but the one he really cared about was still the one who inquired after the Millet Emperor. Outside of Wangshan Watchtower, everyone looked solemn after they heard Yin Dongyang's words. Immediately, their thoughts turned to one person. The #1 genius of Wangshan Watchtower was undoubtedly the #1 genius in all of Dongxiao continent, someone with terrifying talent, a peerless character. You want to see him? The old man asked Yin Dongyang. Yes, I would like to ask for his advice, Yin Dongyang responded. You are not yet qualified. Tell your older brother to come. Perhaps he could qualify, the old man responded lightly, which displeased Yin Dongyang. However, if the rumors are true, then indeed, he would not qualify to be in the presence of the other. The ancient royal family of Yin had received information that he had already proclaimed the Upper Renhuang realm, and not only that, he still possessed the perfect divine wheel. This signified that the man had become a truly flawless Renhuang, and such a person would be a great threat to the ancient royal family of Yin. Until now, no one from Wangshan Watchtower has been able to fight. Why should my brother come in person? Yin Dongyang asked. The old man smiled. He already understood the other's intention. If it's for this matter, then go back and have your brother come in person. The old man responded nonchalantly, not giving him any opening. Yin Dongyang stared at the other man, still standing in the void, and said coldly, I came all this way and crossed many continents to get to Wangshan Watchtower. If I can't ask for Millet Emperor's advice, I wish to battle. Obviously, he didn't intend to relent so easily. The old man glanced at him, then looked at Yi Futian and the others. You guys go up first. Yi Futian nodded as he and Zifeng stepped forward. At this time, Goddess Donglai and the Alchemy Emperor also walked forward to join Yi Futian as they stepped onto the stairs together. The old man turned around, leading them all the way up toward the depths of Wangshan Watchtower. It didn't take them long before they came to the highest point of Wangshan Watchtower. It was similar to a heavenly palace, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if in a wonderland. Ahead, at the highest point, there was a platform with someone sitting quietly there. This person was dressed all in black, with inky long hair falling freely behind him. The person seemed to be one with the heavens. Before Yi Futian came here, he could not even feel this person's presence. Behind the man in black was the real Wangshan Watchtower, standing there. It seemed to embody countless years of history. However, when Yi Futian laid his eyes on Wangshan Watchtower, the ancient tree of the world in his life palace started to move, which was a certain sign to Yi Futian. This Wangshan Watchtower was actually a divine item. Chapter 1982. Deliver the Defeat. Yi Futian knew that many principalities in the original realm owned divine items, especially those at the top of their power. Divine items were used to nurture cultivators to obtain the perfect great path and promote their potential to develop the perfect divine wheel. However, this was the first time he saw a divine item that was on the outside. Wangshan Watchtower itself was a divine item. The Millet Emperor was cultivating in front of Wangshan Watchtower and had built the aerial cultivation temple here. The person in black in front of them was clearly the Millet Emperor. Millet Emperor looked to be about 30 years old. On the surface, he didn't appear to be much older than Yi Futian, but in fact, he had cultivated for many years. His eyes were unfathomable. Just like his realm of cultivation, there was no detectable outward aura released. However, it was as if he was one with the heavenly path, in a realm that transcended all others. He, the number one figure in Dongxiao continent, was also the most powerful person on the entire boundless region, with Dongxiao continent as its center. The old man who was leading them, Goddess Donglai, and the others bowed and saluted. Yi Futian did the same and said, "Greetings to the Millet Emperor." The Millet Emperor nodded slightly, then looked at Goddess Donglai and asked, "Your disciple?" Goddess Donglai shook her head and said, "Uncle, originally, he came to the Eastern Deity Island for trials, but by chance, he swallowed the elixir and inherited my father's inheritance. He is now regarded as my father's disciple." On the side, the old man who was leading them was a little surprised. He had thought that Yi Futian must have been the heir of Goddess Donglai, but he would have never suspected that Yi Futian had inherited from the supreme being Donglai. The Millet Emperor took a more serious look at Yi Futian, then said, "Since he's your father's heir, why didn't you tell me before? Last time we happened to pass by senior brother Alchemy Emperor's place, and came along to give him the opportunity to try out with everyone else, also to let Uncle see about his cultivation," Goddess Donglai replied. The Millet Emperor nodded. "I didn't expect that an heir was possible after your father had gone for so many years. At least, we have one less thing to worry about." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Futian and said, "Your great path is perfect. You must have had extraordinary experiences before you showed up in Eastern Deity Island. Where are you from?" Yi Futian looked at Goddess Donglai. Of everyone here, only Goddess Donglai knew of his origin. Even Zifeng didn't quite understand the scope of it. "Please allow me," said Goddess Donglai. However, no one heard her voice anymore. Yi Futian figured that she was communicating with the Millet Emperor through voice transmission. Although Alchemy Emperor and the others were trustworthy, this was a sensitive matter, and it was better that as little as possible was known. The Millet Emperor and her father were close friends, so there was no need to hide anything from him. Since she brought Yi Futian here, it was necessary to be honest with the Millet Emperor regarding Yi Futian's situation. There was a strange look in Millet Emperor's eyes. He was stoic when he heard that Yi Futian was the heir of Supreme Being Donglai, but at this moment, there was a slight emotion that passed over his face. Clearly, he had learned from Goddess Donglai that Yi Futian came from the original realm and only came to the divine prefecture after being attacked by various principalities. He was silent for a moment and then said, "After your father was gone, our several principalities reached a certain unspoken agreement, and Eastern Deity Island slowly faded out of the sight of Donghua domain. Many years have passed, and though the ancient royal family of Yin was no longer concerned about Eastern Deity Island, his appearance would make the Yin kingdom wary, which may be best for him. It is not difficult for the ancient royal family of Yin to rid themselves of any potential trouble. To avoid Yin kingdom's attack on Eastern Deity Island, I will not accept you as a disciple. However, since you have passed the assessment, you have the right to stay in Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate for a while," said the Millet Emperor. Yi Futian and the others immediately understood what he meant. Even though he was not accepted as a disciple, they would still allow Yi Futian in Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. As for the length of time in cultivation, the ancient royal family of Yin had no final say. This, clearly, would not giving them any reason for excuses. Go tell them that whatever it is that they wanted to know was just as they had guessed, so they can go back now, the Millet Emperor said to the old man. Yes. The old man nodded, then turned to go about his business on informing Yin Dongyang. But moments later, a voice came from below. Yin Dongyang respectfully came to Wangshan Watchtower today to seek the way, and have not been defeated once in the Matrix. According to the rules, I should be eligible to meet with the Millet Emperor? This voice could be heard from below to this side. Everyone in the entire Wangshan Watchtower could hear this voice. Obviously, the Millet Emperor had heard it also, as he casually glanced into the distance. The old man immediately returned and bowed his head slightly, saying, Yin Dongyang refuses to leave. Because he hasn't been defeated yet, the Millet Emperor murmured to himself. He glanced at Yi Futian and asked, Can you beat him? Yes. Yi Futian nodded and responded directly and resolutely. The old man was stunned again. He was so confident in himself. Like Yi Futian, Yin Dongyang was of the Middle Emperor realm with perfect divine wheel of the Great Path. He was extremely talented, with fierce combat efficacy. But Yi Futian's tone was so certain. He could. He was so confident that he could defeat Yin Dongyang. The Millet Emperor nodded slightly and said, "If so, then deliver the defeat that he wanted." "Very well." Yi Futian nodded, then turned to leave. His white hair flowing in the wind, and his demeanor revealed his absolute confidence. Millet Emperor stood up, and in one step, had come directly to the edge of the hanging island. He stared intently at the place far below, watching Yi Futian heading over there as if he was planning to observe the battle in person. He had learned of Yi Futian's origin from goddess Donglai, and he was also full of curiosity about Yi Futian. How strong would be a genius talent from original realm? At the edge of Wangshan Watchtower, Ren Huang, who came from the northern land, were still in place. Yin Dongyang raised his head and kept his eyes on Wangshan Watchtower in the distance. At this time, they saw Yi Futian coming toward them. "Millet Emperor," someone exclaimed. Somewhere far away, they could vaguely see a man standing at the edge of the top peak of Wangshan Watchtower, with hands behind his back, looking in this direction. Although it was quite a distance away, most of the people here were Ren Hunak, so they could clearly see. Was the Millet Emperor asking Yi Futian to come back to fight Yin Dongyang? And was he going to observe this battle in person? Millet Emperor, in the eyes of the many cultivators in the Dongxiao continent and even the surrounding continents, was an absolute god of supreme existence. And this was the first time that many of them saw the Millet Emperor standing there to observe a battle. Was it because of the presence of the powerful ancient royal family of Yin? The figure in white floated down from the void and landed in the area above the Ren Huang from the northern land. Yi Futian lowered his head to look at Yin Dongyang below, just like Yin Dongyang looked at him before. Their positions now seemed to have reversed. Likewise, Yin Dongyang also raised his head, looking at Yi Futian, who had just returned from Wangshan Watchtower, and said, "Back so soon?" Previously, the old man had said that Yi Futian passed the test and would be qualified to enter Wangshan Watchtower to listen to the Millet Emperor's preaching. This meant that the Millet Emperor would be instructing Yi Futian in cultivation. And now that Yi Futian returned so quickly, was it because of him? Yi Futian nodded and looked at Yin Dongyang. "The Millet Emperor does not wish to receive you and has asked that you return to the Yin Kingdom. Wangshan Watchtower is breaking its own rules. I have not been defeated. Why can't I see the Millet Emperor?" Yin Dongyang responded. When he was speaking, there was a low chanting of dragon that could be heard from his body, and the void was shaken by it. He headed toward the void, in the direction of Yi Futian. "You will be defeated," Yi Futian said as he walked forward. The currents of the Great Path descended from heaven and fell with all its might. Chapter 1983, A Sword. Inside and outside Wangshan Watchtower, countless people stared ahead. At this moment, there was no more spell matrix. Everyone could clearly perceive the two people's aura of the Great Way and unparalleled God's might. Both had perfect gray divine wheels. In the land above, a giant divine elephant appeared above Yi Futian's body. Countless divine elephant figures appeared in the surrounding heaven and earth, stepping on the sky, flooding the sky, making this area into a divine elephant domain. The people understood that that was Yi Futian's avenue divine wheel of the Great Path. Countless divine elephants dropped down, suppressing the heavens, earth, and firmament, flattening the Great Way. No one knew just how violently powerful they were. However, Yin Dongyang was an extraordinary man and the prince of the great Yin ancient royal family. A royal aura enveloped his body, and he was proud and noble. A golden divine dragon appeared as a vision appeared in the sky. A dragon godlike figure hovered in the sky, surrounded by thousands of divine dragons roaring at the same time. The sounds of dragon roars shattered the Great Way and broke the void, making many divine elephant shadows collapse and shatter. Suddenly, a giant Buddha figure appeared in the firmament. Yi Futian seemed to turn into an ancient Buddha as the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm was unleashed. The two sound waves collided in the void, causing the Great Way to collapse and shatter. The sacred dragon went upwards against the trend straight to the clouds, roaring at Yi Futian. Yin Dongyang raised his hand to punch. The complete dragon shadow rushed out at the same time, devouring Yi Futian's body and breaking this side of the sky. Yi Futian looked down at the sky below him. His feet stepped on the void as his divine elephant stepped on the sky. Then he also threw a punch as the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm, and the divine elephant void-splitting fist exploded at the same time, setting off an unparalleled storm of the Great Path. Several high-level Renhuangs of the Wangshan Watchtower appeared at different coordinates, blocking the battlefield with an invisible Dao airflow, preventing the terrifying attack from affecting Wangshan Watchtower and the cultivators who came to watch the battle. The huge divine elephant and the divine dragon collided in the sky and earth. Countless people looked up to look over there. The firmament made a dull sound like the divine glory of the Great Way swept out. Yi Futian's body was shaken to the sky, while Yin Dongyang was shaken back down. They were still not able to change the position of the two people. An even more violent aura of the Great Way burst forth from Yin Dongyang's body. The golden divine glory swept through the sky as he stared at the figure in the void. Yi Futian stomped on the void, deliberately preventing him from going up to suppress him below Wangshan Watchtower. The cultivator, who walked out from the Eastern Deity Island and wanted to suppress him, came from the great Yin ancient royal family. But Yi Futian's attack was indeed extremely furious and even able to suppress the song of the Yang Dragon. If not for his realm being higher than the other party, even the song of the Yang Dragon would have been restrained. Yin Dongyang stared at Yi Futian's figure. Suspended in the void, his body suddenly released the extremely noble royal aura. This wisp of royal airflow swept through the heavens. At this moment, the gorgeous golden divine light shot out like blades of divine light from the sun at Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned as the divine light descended in an instant. When it reached him, it seemed like a golden divine dragon shadow appeared. He raised his hand and waved it. Then the divine elephant blasted out and collided with the dragon shadow. After that, countless divine lights shot out, and each divine light contained a violent attack power. It was stronger and faster than the previous attack. The people looking at the battlefield were shaking inside. There seemed to be millions of attacks coming down in a flash, and Yi Futian's divine elephant seemed to be difficult to resist. Not only that, when countless divine lights bloomed, enveloping this side of the sky, the glow covered Yi Futian's body in it. Heaven and earth were surrounded by his great divine light, as if it turned into a separate great path domain. The light screen made of these divine lights intertwined, and a boundless and huge divine dragon shadow appeared. Yin Dongyang's body and the divine dragon shadow merged into one. Yi Futian's body was covered by the Great Path domain and was brought by Yin Dongyang into his Great Path domain, which formed its own space and turned into a dragon domain. It seemed that Yin Dongyang was still better. After all, he was at a higher cultivation realm. Yin Dongyang swept his head towards Yi Futian. His expression was cold, indifferent, and extremely domineering. As he stepped into the void, the sound of dragon roars shook the sky. Then, he raised his fist and blasted out across the sky. Yi Futian only felt bound by a domain, and the space seemed to be frozen. He knew that Yin Dongyang had brought him into his Great Path domain. Boom! Yin Dongyang punched out through the air. The area where Yi Futian was located emitted a dull sound. It was as if the space was going to be shattered. Within this Great Path domain, everything was under the control of Yin Dongyang, including the Great Path of space in this domain. Many people saw the space where Yi Futian was crumbling and cracking. It was as if it was going to be shattered directly along with his body. Bang! A loud sound echoed as the power of the space-tearing Dao bombed the front of Yi Futian's body. But in the end, it did not break Yi Futian's body. He still stood there steadily as wisps of invisible airflow appeared around him. An ancient divine tree seemed to appear in his body, and countless branches and leaves spread out towards the surroundings. Everywhere he passed became the area of the Great Path he controlled. Yin Dongyang's attack blasted onto this area but did not break. What's going on? Yin Dongyang frowned. He unexpectedly felt that he was losing control of the space in the Great Path domain. Along with the invisible airflow spreading around Yi Futian's body, it was as if the power of the Great Way of that area was instantly taken away by Yi Futian. He was still able to do that in his Great Path domain? Yin Dongyang seemed to be a bit unconvinced. His fists broke through the air at the same time, and a dull rumble sounded. However, he was still unable to break the space where Yi Futian was, which was not under his control. Yin Dongyang stared at Yi Futian. He pointed to the sky, and the sacred dragon that enveloped this great path domain directly engulfed the space where Yi Futian was located, wanting to swallow that space along with Yi Futian. Yi Futian was not moved at all. His hands formed a seal, then the surrounding branches and leaves seemed to turn into wisps of sword will. Sounds of sword chants rang out. In a flash, infinite divine swords circled Yi Futian's body, forming a resonance, creating an extremely magnificent view. Countless gazes looked towards the shocking scene on the battlefield. The giant divine dragon that covered the sky was enormous. Its open mouth could devour a piece of the sky, and its shadow covered Yi Futian's body. It became darker and darker, and the divine dragon shot down and devoured the entire space. But at the same moment, Yi Futian pointed his finger toward the sky. The next moment, his body disappeared as the incomparably huge divine dragon swallowed him. Many people's hearts shook violently, but the next moment, they saw the huge body of the divine dragon shaking violently. Every part of the body blossomed with gorgeous light that seemed like blades of light. Buzz. On the back of the divine dragon, a blade of light directly broke through his body. The blinding blade of light shot straight to the clouds. An explosion sounded, and the huge body of the divine dragon shattered madly under the sword will. Many people only felt that the void shook violently, and there was a great divine radiance sweeping out like the shattering of the great path domain. There, Yi Futian's figure reappeared. His silver hair danced with the wind, and his body was immaculate, just like an immortal. Your great path domain is too fragile. Yi Futian looked down at Yin Dongyang. His glance directly invaded Yin Dongyang's consciousness and actually made Yin Dongyang feel chills run through his body. The next moment, an invisible Dao airflow above Yi Futian's body enveloped this side of the sky. Above the firmament, there were billions of divine swords whistling around the space where Yi Futian was, turning into a horrific swordsmanship storm. An incomparably strong sword will seem to blossom on Yi Futian's body. A sword appeared in each of 9 different coordinates. The trillions of sword wills spun around the 9 swords faster and faster. Along with a gorgeous blade of light shining, hundreds of millions of sword will seem to turn to one sword. Go! Yi Futian pointed at Yin Dongyang. In an instant, from the firmament downward, a blade of light appeared. The blade of light, made by billions of divine swords, was like a giant sword directly penetrating this side of the sky. From top to bottom, it ignored spatial distances. Infernal! A strange glimmer flashed between Goddess Penglai's beautiful eyes as she saw the sword. That swordsmanship was a sword art inherited from the eastern deity island. It seemed like Yi Futian had mastered it. When the sword was unleashed, it could still kill an opponent thousands of miles away with a single strike, let alone that bit of distance. The crowd could only see that from the sky to the bottom. There seemed to be a sword penetrating the heaven and earth, and there was an astounding sound of a dragon roar from Yin Dongyang's body. But the next moment, the sacred giant dragon was penetrated, and Yin Dongyang's body also turned into a ray of light and was stabbed all the way down to the ground from the void. Boom! The terrifying sword will tore through the earth, and as the blade of light disappeared, everything around it shattered into nothingness. A sword pit appeared on the ground, and terrifying cracks surrounded it. The mighty figures of the great Yin ancient royal family all stepped forward toward the sword pit. A figure stained with blood walked out of the pit. Its clothes were torn and tattered, and his long hair was messy. He had lost all of his emperor's aura and looked disheveled. He looked up at the figure in the void. This time, he did not come for Yi Futian, but for the one in Wangshan Watchtower. He lost to Yi Futian's sword. He lost to the cultivator of the Eastern Deity Island. Chapter 1984, Domain Chief's Manor. Yin Dongyang was defeated. Yin Dongyang was a direct descendant of the imperial lineage of the great Yin ancient royal family from the northern land. He was a descendant of the great Yin royal family bloodline, and he was someone with a perfect divine wheel of the great path. He had lost to Yi Futian. If Yi Futian were from the Dongxiao continent, then it was Yi Futian who protected the pride of the Dongxiao continent with his own strength. However, he was cut off from the Dongxiao continent. He came from the eastern deity island and did not care to be with those from the Dongxiao continent. Thinking about how many cultivators of Wangdu tried to scheme against Yi Futian previously, several people felt that it was quite ridiculous. Chimu of the Alchemy Divine Palace even wanted to stop Yi Futian from entering Wangshan Watchtower. However, how could they stop him? Yi Futian alone outweighed the light on everyone. The Millet Emperor had already met him and told him to come down from Wangshan Watchtower and defeat Yin Dongyang. Yi Futian also succeeded. After he saw Millet Emperor, he came down from the watchtower and defeated Yin Dongyang with a single blade of light. At this moment, standing in the void, Yi Futian was like the son of a god. He was unbeatable. He has a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path and defeated Yin Dongyang, who also has a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path and was at a higher realm. Was this battle the revenge of the Eastern Deity Island against the Great Yin ancient royal family? No one would forget the grudge between the Eastern Deity Island and the Great Yin ancient royal family. Eastern Deity Island was overthrown because of Great Yin. After many years, the cultivators who came out of the Eastern Deity Island defeated all the Renhuangs of the Northern Land. No one could compete with them. But Goddess Panglai, who was watching the battle overhead, knew that Eastern Deity Island could not produce such a person. She had always wanted to, but the birth of this level of character needs an opportunity. They could not be nurtured, just like that. The Eastern Deity Island's cultivation resources were powerful. Among the Great Yin ancient royal family and other top factions of the Divine Prefecture, who did not have powerful cultivation resources, Yi Futian came from the original realm and stepped into Eastern Deity Island. It was probably an opportunity, not for Yi Futian, but for Eastern Deity Island. So she sent Yi Futian to Wangshan Watchtower and let him prove his strength. At this time, Yi Futian looked down at Yin Dongyang in the sky below. He looked calm and did not feel the excitement after defeating a strong enemy. Instead, he appeared extraordinarily indifferent. It was as if everything should have been just like this. Standing in the void, he spoke indifferently. Now, you have a defeat. Earlier, Yin Dongyang said that he had not lost a single battle when he entered the Wangshan Watchtower formation and fought according to the Wangshan Watchtower's rules. So there was no reason for the Millet Emperor not to see him. Now, he had been defeated. Yi Futian was actually telling him, "You can go now." Yin Dongyang kept standing there and staring at Yi Futian, unable to shift his gaze for a long time. This battle made him feel a strong sense of defeat. As someone from the Great Yin ancient royal family, his talent and ability were undeniable. He was also extremely arrogant and conceited. His motive for coming here was not Yi Futian at all. The Great Yin also did not care about Eastern Deity Island. His main objective was to meet the top proud son of heaven of Wangshan Watchtower. If he really achieved a breakthrough, he wanted to see just how powerful a perfect high-order Renhuang was. However, he was already defeated before meeting that top proud son of heaven. He lost to a cultivator of the Eastern Deity Island, who were once eliminated by the Great Yin ancient royal family. When he came here, other than wanting to know the answer, it was completely different from his expectations. He came here majestically but could only leave in a wretched state now. Not needing Yi Futian to say anything, he himself was too embarrassed to stay. "Go," Yin Dongyang said. He immediately left with the strong cultivators of the Great Yin ancient royal family. In the surrounding area, the Renhuangs from the northern land looked at Yi Futian in the void. With a wisp of reluctance, they all left. But they all left with a completely different posture than when they came. "We will meet some other day." As they were leaving, a voice sounded. It was Yin Dongyang's voice. Obviously, he was not willing to admit his defeat. That sword directly limited Yin Dongyang's strength, and he had not had time to unleash his full strength before he was defeated under this sword. In the future, they would meet again. Yi Futian indifferently swept a glance at the departing figure in the distance. Meet again? If they met again, Yin Dongyang still would not be able to withstand his sword. "Let's go." The people who saw the disappearance of the Renhuangs of the northern land were extremely emotional, but they did not feel happy or proud. On this trip to Wangshan Watchtower, The people of the northern land lost. The Dongxiao continent and the cultivators of Huangdu also lost. All of them brought out the brilliance of Yi Futian in the end. The things that happened previously that caused the battle today especially threw Yi Futian into the limelight. With his status as a cultivator of the Eastern Deity Island, the Millet Emperor probably will accept him as a disciple, right? Some people thought. After all, Supreme Deity Donglai and the Millet Emperor are close friends. But thinking about Yin Dongyang's words before and the words of the elder of the Wangshan Watchtower, maybe not, they speculated. But the Millet Emperor would definitely preach to Yi Futian, or at least teach him a lot. No one denied that. He was only a level 4 Runhuang, but already so powerful. Even ordinary level 7 high-order Runhuang were no match for him. If he cultivated in Wangshan Watchtower for a while and reached a higher level, another peerless individual would walk out from it in the future. Will the Eastern Deity Island regain its glory in his hands? At this time, the elder from Wangshan Watchtower in the void took a step forward, looked at the people from all sides, and said, "This is the end for this year. Let's all disperse." It was over. Many people showed a disappointed look. Wangshan Watchtower was also a bit disappointed with the cultivators this time. Of course, perhaps Yi Futian's unprecedented appearance and the arrival of the Renhuangs of the Northern Land have led to the present situation. Otherwise, there would certainly be some of them who could enter Wangshan Watchtower to cultivate. However, this was the luck of the times, and there was nothing much to say. As the mighty figure of Wangshan Watchtower spoke, everyone dispersed and withdrew one after another. Chimu looked in the distance. As the heir to the Alchemy Divine Palace, he realized at this moment how big the gap between himself and Yi Futian was. Even if Yi Futian did not know how to make pills, they could not be mentioned in the same breath and were destined to never be at the same level. Yi Futian would be able to be in direct contact with the Millet Emperor. One of the Alchemy Divine Palace elders opened his mouth and said, "Let's go." Chimu and the others also left. However, there were still many cultivators who still looked at Wangshan Watchtower and looked at Yi Futian. Naturally, Xia Qingyuan did not leave, and Lin Xiao and the others were also there, quietly standing below. The elder looked down at them and then asked Yi Futian, "Are you together?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "They're all my companions." The old man opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, let's enter Wangshan Watchtower together and rest." "Many thanks." Yi Futian smiled, and at once, figures rose into the air. Lin Xiao came to Yi Futian's side and looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Although he had imagined that Yi Futian would be strong, he found that he still underestimated his power every time. "I have a question to ask you," Lin Xiao said to Yi Futian. "What?" Yi Futian said. "Those pills, did you refine them yourself?" Lin Xiao gave Yi Futian an odd look. "Ahem." Yi Futian looked ahead and said, "Senior Millet Emperor is still waiting for me." With that, he accelerated forward. Lin Xiao looked at his back figure and paused, speechless. Did he really refine them himself? In the various palaces and pavilions in Wangshan Watchtower, many Renhuangs appeared and were all sizing Yi Futian up. Although they did not go out previously, each of their divine consciousness was always there, and they had seen that battle. In this generation, Wangshan Watchtower could not find anyone among those at the middle-level Renhuang level who could defeat Yi Futian. It seemed that the Eastern Deity Island was going to have a popular figure. Many human emperors nodded to Yi Futian across the sky, and Yi Futian nodded in response until he arrived at the Hanging Island again, where the Millet Emperor was cultivating. The Millet Emperor had seen that battle with his own eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Not bad. Yin Dongyang is a level 5 Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path, yet you still managed to defeat him despite your lower level. In Donghua Domain, there shouldn't be many people at the middle-level Renhuang plane who could hold their own against you." Yi Futian naturally understood that only a Renhuang with a perfect divine wheel of the Great Path could hold their own against him. People of this level were basically the proud sons of heaven of the top factions. There would not be too many of them in Donghua Domain. However, the great Yin ancient royal family did not care about the Eastern Deity Island and your existence previously. But after this battle, after Yin Dongyang returns, the great Yin ancient royal family will certainly pay attention, which is not good for you or the Eastern Deity Island. The Millet Emperor continued. It was because they cared about the eastern deity island that they brought him here, Goddess Donglai said at the side. The Millet Emperor pondered for a moment and looked at Yi Futian with a thoughtful expression. Yi Futian's strength could not be hidden. The eastern deity island noticed him now, but as he grew, more people would notice his existence in the future. Unless he continued to practice alone in the divine prefecture, what happened in the original realm would be exposed sooner or later. In the original realm, Yi Futian would also have strong enemies from the divine prefecture. If you can enter the domain chief's manor, then, in the Donghua domain, no one will be able to touch you. The Millet Emperor seemed to have thought of something. Domain chief's manor? Yi Futian looked at the Millet Emperor. In the 18 domains in the divine prefecture, every domain had a domain chief's manor. Naturally, Donghua domain had one too. The domain chief's manor was subordinate to Donghuang the Great and was directly linked to Donghuang the Great's family. It watched over the divine prefecture and was extremely powerful. If one would consider the domain chief's manor as a faction, then the domain chief's manor of the 18 domains in the divine prefecture was the faction at the very apex. Moreover, they had the great emperor backing them. Yes, the domain chief's manor. The Millet Emperor nodded at Yi Futian. Donghua domain chief's manor oversees the entire domain. Virtuosos can be found everywhere in the manor. While the manor naturally does not nurture practitioners, it will continuously absorb virtuosos into their ranks to increase their strength. Only then will they have the ability to control all the factions. With your current abilities, you definitely are eligible to join the domain chief's manor and become their member. Any faction in the divine prefecture will hesitate before attempting to do you any harm. Yi Futian nodded. According to what he knew, the older brother of the king of the golden divine nation of the original realm was a subordinate of Donghuang the Great. Of course, there would be many people who worked under the chief of the domain chief's manor. The Millet Emperor now understood Yi Futian's circumstance from listening to the Donglai goddess. He had two reasons for giving this suggestion. First, it was for Yi Futian's sake. With a powerful faction backing him, all antagonistic factions would think twice before doing him any harm. Second, it was for the Eastern Deity Island's sake. If Yi Futian managed to gain influence in the domain chief's manor, Eastern Deity Island would also be a lot more stable, and the great Yin ancient royal family would not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, given Yi Futian's display of his extraordinary combat abilities, there was a high chance that he would become a member of the upper echelons in the domain chief's manor. While Yi Futian was inclined to take up this suggestion, he was still a little hesitant. With his origin still a mystery, he was unsure of his position. Even though Donghuang Princess had saved his life once, Donghuang the Great still bore a grudge against Emperor Yiqing. The Millet Emperor continued. However, you need not think about this now. Your combat abilities far surpass your cultivation level. Now you are only at the 4th Renhuang level. If you can raise your cultivation to the pinnacle of the middle-level Renhuang level, no one can threaten you unless they are really at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. If you can further raise your cultivation to a high-level Renhuang level with a perfect Grey Divine Wheel, there won't be many people who can even touch you in the entire Divine Prefecture. Even though there were several exceptional characters in the Divine Prefecture, considering the size of the Divine Prefecture, the ratio was minuscule. The Divine Prefecture had infinite continents. In contrast, just how many exceptional characters were there? Apart from this special class of practitioners, only high-level Renwangs with a perfect Grey Divine Wheel could pose a threat to a Yi Futian, who had attained a high-level Renhuang cultivation level. Furthermore, they had to be at least a level 8 Renhuang. These people would already be considered the cream of the crop. Of course, this was only with the premise that Yi Futian would break through to a high-level Renhuang while retaining the perfection of his great path. I understand. However, cultivation isn't something that is completed in a single act. Thus, I can only learn through trials that I encounter as I tour the entire Divine Prefecture and raise my cultivation as I train myself, Yi Futian said. The Millet Emperor nodded. Continuously shutting yourself off from the rest of the world to cultivate is indeed pointless. Moreover, the cultivation of one's great path requires one to travel abroad to feel and comprehend the great path. Before you have attained a sufficient depth of understanding, you should not rush to raise your level. In particular, you should avoid using elixirs to attain a breakthrough. Only by doing so will your great path foundation be stable. The opportunity that you encountered on the Eastern Deity Island that strengthened your life force was, in fact, the origin of all life. It's the same thing with the path of heaven and earth. Only if your foundation is stable can you progress smoothly. Even though you inherited the ability to refine elixirs, don't over-rely on the elixir's powers to raise your cultivation level. Especially those who forcefully raise their cultivation through ingesting elixirs. Their foundation of their great path is damaged. Even if it is not noticeable from the surface, it is very different for you. You are looking to forge a perfect gray divine wheel, so you cannot even take a single misstep. Only then can you maintain your perfect great path. Futian listened on quietly. The Millet Emperor was giving him advice, afraid that he would take the wrong path. Before I became a high-level Renhuang, my divine wheel was perfect. However, after that, I was a little too impatient in my cultivation and was too hasty in leveling up. Even though my consciousness was calm and stable, there was still a wisp of impulsiveness in me, and I overestimated my own abilities. This caused flaws to form in my great path when I ascended to the high-level Renhuang level. My cultivation thereafter was affected. Even though he was very calm when recounting his past, if he were given a chance to go back into the past, he would certainly pay even more attention to the foundation of his great path and would rather make a breakthrough at a later time. I will remember your words earnestly. Futian bowed lightly. The memories of the Donglai Supreme Deity believed the same thing. He inferred this because the elixirs that the Supreme Deity refined weren't ones that directly helped him to attain breakthroughs. Rather, they were elixirs that helped stabilize his foundation further, strengthen his body, nurture his life force, and raise his sensitivity to the great path. This was all so that he could feel the great path even more closely. In the past, when he helped Emperor Hellion broke through, the elixirs that he refined were also of the same type. He helped Emperor Hellion avoid destabilizing his foundation in his haste to pursue success and thus avoid the tragedy of a cultivation breakthrough at the expense of future progress. Of course, as for the elixirs that helped one to break through one's bottleneck, he prescribed them to those who had reached the limit of their cultivation. They already knew that they did not have the ability to level up any further. To them, when any further progress was hopeless, any step forward was a step up. Even if they had to rely on elixirs and pills to do it, it was still better than no progress at all. At that moment, the Millet Emperor turned around and said to Futian, "Follow me." Futian nodded and followed behind the Millet Emperor toward Wangshan Watchtower. It stood straight between heaven and earth. The Donglai goddess and the rest stood there silently and watched. It seemed that the Millet Emperor wanted Futian to cultivate in the Wangshan Watchtower. Futian had inherited everything her father had left behind and had even displayed such prowess. The Millet Emperor was naturally very impressed by him and wanted to help him in his cultivation to reach even greater heights. This Wangshan Watchtower was a mystical object in the world of cultivation. It had amassed the fortune of the world. In the Dongxiao continent, there were many rumors regarding this Wangshan Watchtower. Many people believed that it was merely a watchtower that had become renowned because of the Millet Emperor. In reality, it was truly a spirit gate. 1. Futian followed the Millet Emperor to the front of Wangshan Watchtower. The world tree in his body swayed and emitted a crisp sound, as though it were trying to break out from his body. In the past few years, Futian had also encountered a few similar incidences. The objects that could cause the world tree in his body to behave in such a manner were all divine objects. His eyes followed the watchtower up into the skies above, and saw that this spiritual gate seemed to be one with the path of the heavens, as though it were the great path itself. This space that he was in seemed to be different from the space below the watchtower. This space was separate from the rest of the world. "Can you feel it?" the Millet King asked Futian. "It is the great path of sealing," Futian replied. The Millet King nodded. "I noticed that you are also well versed in the great path of suppression. The power of the divine elephant is extremely domineering and can suppress an entire space. This watchtower here has an extremely ancient history. Legends say that this divine object is a treasure from the ages before the collapse of the heavenly path. Some legends say that this watchtower used to be a stone gate guarding the entrance to the heavenly realm. By a stroke of luck, it ended up in my possession. It might be because I happen to be familiar with a very similar type of power as well. However, even after countless years, I am unable to refine it fully. Perhaps only a divine being could fully refine a divine object. Why don't you give it a try? The Millet Emperor asked Futian. Wangshan Watchtower stood just ahead. It seemed to be so close to them, yet, in reality, they were still some distance away. It was like an otherworldly gate. Its aura was very pressurizing, and even with a glance, one could sense its solemn, ancient aura. Futian stepped forward towards it, and an impossibly heavy pressure of the great path pressed onto his body. That power felt like the heavens were pressing down on him. The watchtower seemed to be just in front of him, yet it wasn't easy to reach it. Bang! A low sound echoed out, and Futian's footsteps became heavier. At that moment, he felt that everything around him had disappeared. In his senses, there was no Millet Emperor, no cultivation court. There was only that spirit gate. Divine objects encompassed the most original power of the Great Path, the purest form of power, Futian chanted in his heart. The space here seemed to have morphed into a separate domain, isolated from the rest of the world. He stood at the top of the spirit gate that seemed to peek into the heavens. From above the spirit gate, the force of the Great Path pressed down on him like the weight of the heavens was compressing him. With each step he took forward, he felt the pressure on him increase. Furthermore, an illusion seemed to be presenting itself to Futian. In his mind, the spirit gate seemed to be getting taller, as though it were becoming a true heavenly tower. If I cultivated the Great Path of suppression here, I would definitely progress at an incredible rate. A thought surfaced in Futian's mind. This was the purest power of the Great Path. How high must my cultivation level be if I wanted to step into the Wangshan Watchtower? Futian continued forward, and it seemed like he had walked for a very long time. His footsteps became slower, and it seemed like he could never reach the end. After some time, he finally stopped to sit down and began cultivating. Not far away, the Millet Emperor and the rest observed Futian quietly. The Donglai goddess walked to the Millet Emperor and asked, "Uncle Millet, what happened to him?" The Futian now seemed to be acting strangely. The spirit gate forms its own dimension around itself. He had already reached the center of the great path of the spirit gate, the Millet Emperor replied. He might cultivate for quite some time in there, so there is no need to be concerned for him. The Donglai goddess nodded. The Alchemy Emperor also looked ahead. Futian was powerful, and he had pretty good luck, too, for the Millet Emperor to allow him to cultivate under this divine object. This divine object was the Millet Emperor's personal cultivation grounds. Only those for whom he had the highest hopes could enter. Now that he is here, what are your plans? The Millet Emperor looked at the Donglai goddess. It is time for me to return, the Donglai goddess said. The great Yin ancient royal family will probably target here and not pay as much attention to the Eastern Deity Island. If they wanted to act, they would not provoke me through the Eastern Deity Island because it is just not worth it. If they really acted, it would be directed towards him or you. The Millet Emperor looked at the Futian in front and said, "In that case, why don't you stay here and cultivate as well? You can bring him to the Donghua heavens next time. With your strength, there aren't that many people from the Great Yin who can defeat you." The Donglai goddess let out a thoughtful expression. The Eastern Deity Island was of little value to the Great Yin ancient royal family, and they couldn't care less about it. With Futian emerging from the Eastern Deity Island, they could deal with Futian directly if they wanted to deal with the Eastern Deity Island. They did not have to attack the Eastern Deity Island and provoke the Millet Emperor. This is a play on words by the author. In the original language, Wangshan Watchtower is pronounced as Wangshank. The last two characters are the same as Shanke, which is translated to Spirit Gate, a pressure point in traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 1986, Zhongchan. A few months later, the ripples from the Battle of Wangshan Watchtower gradually passed, and fewer people talked about it. However, the people of Wangdu all learned a new name, Sword Emperor Yi Liuanian. In the various rumors spread around Wangdu, Yi Liuanian had become a legendary character. When Yin Dongyang, prince of the great Yin ancient royal family, led his army of Renhuangs from the northern land and suppressed the virtuosos of Huangdu and various factions in the Dongxiao continent. The Sword Emperor Yi Lianyan defeated the entire army with a single strike of his sword. He managed to force the virtuosos of the great Yan ancient royal family to retreat, and because of this achievement, he managed to impress the Millet Emperor. Now, Yi Lianyan was cultivating at the Wangshan Watchtower under the personal guidance of the Millet Emperor. With just one battle, the name Yi Lianyan had made itself known to all of Huangdu. The Wangshan Watchtower had one more practitioner with unrivaled strength. There weren't many people who were granted access to the Wangshan Watchtower, which was the Millet Emperor's personal cultivation court. However, at that moment, a practitioner, who looked to be in his 30s, walked over. He had an extraordinary air about him. He seemed rather cultured, and although he did not emit ripples of power, just him standing there alone made people feel like he was one with heaven and earth. It was a very comfortable feeling. This person was the top prodigy in the Wangshan Watchtower, Zhongchan. Zhongchan had been cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower for many years, and he was also the top prodigy of the Wangshan Watchtower, so he certainly had the right to come here. In fact, he could enter this spirit gate to cultivate any time he wanted. The last time Yin Dongyang came was because of Zhongchan. It was rumored that the top prodigy of the Wangshan Watchtower, Zhongchan, had broken through to the high-level Renhuang cultivation level. Furthermore, his great path was still perfect. In this aspect, the Millet Emperor had personally admitted his own inferiority and had gotten his subordinate to inform Yin Dongyang. A high-level Renhuang with 7 perfect levels of the Great Path would essentially be someone who stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even in the endless divine prefecture, there weren't many people who were like that. There were very few people who could even compare to Zhongchan. Any practitioner like this was a practitioner who had great potential and could one day stand above everyone else in the world of cultivation. The divine prefecture's legendary figures were all like this, and Zhongchan had begun to join their ranks. Because of this, the Yinyun continent was shocked, and it was why Yin Dongyang traversed continents to come here. Zhongchan walked towards the spirit gate and raised his head to look at it. Below, an old man walked past. He was the same older adult who led Yi Futian here the other day. Seeing Zhongchan, he let out a smile and said, "Zhongchan, have you ended your cultivation in isolation?" Zhongchan nodded. "I heard that while I was isolated, the great Yin ancient royal family came over to provoke us. They did come, but they left pathetically," the elderly man said with a smile. "I heard some other news." Zhongchan nodded lightly. Then, he looked into the spirit gate and said, "To be able to impress teacher, this mini must be extraordinary. He is especially outstanding. He might rival you one day," the elderly man said with a smile. Even though the Millet Emperor had never officially accepted disciples, he had taught many people before. Zhongchan had all along stayed here as the Millet Emperor's disciple and regarded the Millet Emperor as his teacher. "I'll go and take a look." Zhongchan nodded his head lightly. He then walked towards the spirit gate. His footsteps were very light. It was like he was taking a casual stroll. Below the spirit gate, Yi Futian was quietly cultivating. He still felt that he was in the isolated space in the spirit gate. However, he sensed something different. He opened his eyes and was a little surprised. Someone had actually entered this space, and what's more, his footsteps seemed to be very light. It was as though he did not feel much pressure from the spirit gate at all. However, Yi Futian had recently also gotten accustomed to the pressure of the great path exerted in this space. He no longer felt the heaviness that he once did when he first stepped into the spirit gate. He turned around to look at the person approaching him and saw Zhongchan with an extraordinary air about him. "Yi Lianyan." Zhongchan looked at Yi Futian and said, "You are?" Yi Futian asked. To be able to come into this space, he certainly was not a simple character. Only the most core figures of the Wangshan Watchtower were allowed to cultivate in the spirit gate. The person in front of him had to be one of them. Zhongchan replied. After entering Wangshan Watchtower, he had immediately started cultivating in the spirit gate and did not really try to find out more about Wangshan Watchtower. Thus, he did not know about this person well known by all of Huangdu. "Do you belong to the Millet Emperor's faction?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. "Well, I guess you could say that." I have always been following teacher in my cultivation, Zhongchan replied. The last time I was not around, and it was only when I came out of isolation that I found out about what happened months ago. I heard that you wielded exceptional power and forced the people from the northern land to retreat. It seems like this Wangshan watchtower has one more famous person. He was a little surprised that Yi Futian had never heard of his name in all of Wangdu. There hasn't been a single person who did not know the two words Zhongchan. However, he was from the Eastern Deity Island, so it should not be a surprise that he had not heard of his name before. How did you feel these few days, cultivating in the Spirit Gate? Zhongchan asked. Yi Futian looked at Zhongchan and said, this place contains the most primeval form of power of the Great Path of Suppression, so it's a place that is especially suitable for people who are cultivating similarly. I think this place is especially suitable for practitioners who are cultivating a similar power. However, I wonder just how strong the pure power of the Great Path of Suppression will be. Would it be as powerful as this Spirit Gate that is like the will of the heavens? If you would like to feel it, I can help you, Zhongchan said with a smile. Yi Futian hesitated for a moment and looked at Zhongchan. He said, please teach me. Prepare yourself, Zhongchan said. He stood there silently, and the power of the great path in the surrounding space started flowing, and in the space above them, the wisps of power gathered to form a stone steel. A low rumble reverberated throughout the space. Yi Futian looked up at the stone steel and sensed the flow of the great path cascading down. In the next moment, the stone steel pressed down towards him. In his eyes, the stone steel seemed to be enlarging rapidly, becoming a heavenly steel. Above Yi Futian, a golden light glimmered, and a divine halo appeared above. Its arms shot upwards and crashed onto the stone steel. A loud rumble echoed out. Even though the stone steel was knocked backward, there was no sign of damage. High-level Renhuang, Yi Futian muttered softly. Zhongchan waved his palm, and instantly, in the skies above, multiple stone steels appeared simultaneously, levitating in various locations. The great path of suppression that they emitted caused Yi Futian to feel breathless. Oin! A divine light radiated out, and the stone steels that revolved around this space immediately sealed the space, causing it to become an insulated stone steel domain. On every stone steel, there were terrifying runes. An incomparably strong ripple of the great path cascaded on Yi Futian, causing him to feel suffocated. He felt like he could not even move a single finger. A perfect great path. Yi Futian looked at the countless stone steels sealing the space, morphing into the great path's absolute domain. Furthermore, it was a domain of the great path that he could not hope to escape. He did not expect that in Wangshan Watchtower, he could get to meet such a powerful practitioner, a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. How do you feel about it? Zhongchan ceased his attacks and asked Yi Futian with a smile. It's really powerful, Yi Futian replied in awe. Under an attack like this, there's nowhere for me to hide. If the attack really struck me, even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. Zhongchan waved his hand, and the stone steels disappeared instantly. It's naturally like this, given that there is a difference in cultivation level between us. However, if you and I were on the same cultivation level, how it would end would be a question. Yi Futian agreed with him. Among all the opponents he had encountered in the past, none of them was a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Zhongchan's cultivation level was truly higher than his by 3 full levels. Moreover, this included the chasm in power between a middle-level Renhuang and a high-level Renhuang. With that kind of cultivation level, even if Yi Futian fought to his death and used every ounce of strength he had, there was likely still no chance of victory. Your attack techniques are quite similar to this Spirit Gate. Yi Futian turned around to look at the Spirit Gate. When teacher guided me in my cultivation attributes were another factor apart from talent. Due to my natural attributes, I naturally synergized to a certain extent with the Spirit Gate. It's only after years of cultivation in the Spirit Gate that I have managed to arrive at where I am now, Zhongchan replied calmly. He was very humble. Yi Futian could not detect a tinge of arrogance from his voice. Perhaps when someone had cultivated to this level, his internal self would also become extremely calm. A perfect great path at all 7 levels. This person before him seemed destined to become the most powerful person in the entire divine prefecture. "You can come over to chat," a voice sounded out. The two of them turned to look into the distance. Zhongchan smiled and nodded. "Yes, teacher." Chapter 1987, Tribulation of Gods. Yi Futian and Zhongchan went over to the Millet Emperor. The elderly man from before was also there. His name was Li Changsheng, and he had entered Wangshan Watchtower even earlier than Zhongchan. He had begun following the Millet Emperor many years ago. Now he was in charge of most of the matters in the Wangshan Watchtower. Li Changsheng showed Yi Futian a gentle smile. He had an extraordinary aura that made people feel very comfortable. "The both of you possess a perfect gray divine wheel. It's almost too much that the two of you are cultivating in this Wangshan Watchtower. You guys still sparred. Was this out of brotherly love?" Li Changsheng said with a smile. His tone was very gentle, like a spring breeze. "I was just curious and wanted to see Brother Ye's path," Zhongchan replied with a smile. "Brother Zong can be considered as my senior already. A high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path is someone that I naturally can't compare to. Of course, I couldn't have been sparring with him. I was merely asking for some guidance," Yi Futian replied with a smile. "Both of you are outstanding talents in the entire divine prefecture, and yet you are so formal and humble to each other." "This old man can't bear to listen any longer," Li Changsheng said with a smile. "Oh yes, I have yet to introduce myself to our little friend Yi. I am Li Changsheng, and I've been cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower all along." "Senior, you are too kind." Yi Futian bowed slightly. He could sense that Li Changsheng's cultivation level was at the 9th Renhuang level. Months ago, when he first entered the Wangshan Watchtower, it was he who was looking on. All the other Renhuangs regarded him as the core of their group. It was just that now that they were in the presence of the Millet Emperor, he gave off a completely different feeling. Furthermore, from the conversations of a few people, Yi Futian could tell that the Millet Emperor had a rather casual personality. Otherwise, Li Changsheng and Zhongchan would not be speaking so casually either. Obviously, they were very used to it already. "Calling me senior feels so distant. Since you are also cultivating in this Wangshan Watchtower, you are also a friend of the path. You can call me Brother Changsheng," Li Changsheng said. Even though they were not formally the Millet Emperor's disciples, they called him their teacher. The Millet Emperor also would not take Yi Futian as his disciple. However, since he was also cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower, he did not mind calling him his brother in cultivation. "Brother Changsheng." Yi Futian certainly was not bothered by these small details and bowed lightly. I have once again managed to scam a powerful practitioner into becoming my junior," Li Changsheng said with a smile. "In the future, when you step onto the pinnacle of cultivation, remember to take care of your brother here." "Brother Changsheng, stop teasing me." Yi Futian shook his head with a smile. Currently, he was still a good bit weaker than Li Changsheng. "Brother Zong, perhaps in the future, you will have a rival, and you won't be lonely anymore." Li Changsheng smiled at Zhongchan. As the top prodigy of cultivation of Wangshan Watchtower, he was always unrivaled in his generation. No one could hope to compete with him. "I am actually looking forward to it." Zhongchan smiled. "I am still too far away from Brother Zong," Yi Futian humbly said. However, there was quite a difference between them. People enter the world of cultivation at different times, so how strong or weak you are now means very little. At our levels of cultivation, every increment in level may require years of cultivation. After cultivating for a long time, you will realize that if you stay stagnant, people from the younger generations will overtake you, the Millet Emperor said. Li Changsheng felt that deeply. Even though Yi Futian had never experienced it himself, he understood it. It was just that he had always been the one overtaking others, and so, although he could understand, he could not empathize very well. However, there is no need to force it at the expense of your psyche. A stable foundation of the great path trumps everything. To prodigies like you, the most important thing is the destination of your great path, continued the Millet Emperor. Zhongchan and Yi Futian both nodded their heads. "I am planning to go out at the end of the year. The two of you will come with me," said the Millet Emperor. "Teacher, where are we going?" Zhongchan asked. For the Millet Emperor to travel there himself, the destination should be a very unusual place. "Changsheng, why don't you tell him?" The millet emperor looked at Li Changsheng. Yes, teacher. Li Changsheng nodded his head and smiled at Zhongchan and Yi Futian and said, My two juniors, you are in luck. This journey is exceptionally meaningful to you. Perhaps in the future, you might experience it as well. Zhongchan let out an expression of surprise. Li Changsheng was also so serious. Just where exactly were they going? Not long ago, the Turtle Deity Island sent news that Emperor Shi was going to experience 3 tribulations, Li Changsheng said. This news had already spread to all the islands on the Divine Ocean. The news says that Emperor Shi does not mind people watching. Tribulation of gods. Zhongchan's eyes showed a tinge of shock. Emperor Shi was a legendary figure in the Donghua domain. He had a perfect great path, and his cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. He already stood at the top of the Donghua domain. Now, was he going to experience the 3 tribulations? The 3 tribulations were the tribulations of gods. Since the collapse of the heavenly path, a perfect great path was no longer tolerated by the order of the current world. If anyone wanted to step onto the heavenly path, they had to survive 3 tribulations. In the entire divine prefecture, there were very few people of such caliber. Once Emperor Shi managed to survive the first tribulation, he would likely become the most powerful existence in the entire Donghua domain. When Li Changsheng said that they might also experience it in the future, he meant that if they continued to preserve the perfection of their great paths when they stepped onto the pinnacle of the Renhuang level, they would have to survive 3 tribulations in order to step into the heavenly path. Yi Futian had understood cultivation to far great extent now, and naturally also knew of the 3 tribulations. In his memory, anyone who survived all 3 tribulations was a legendary figure of the divine prefecture. Anyone who survived 3 tribulations was a living god. Thus, apart from these living gods, in this world, there were only those who have survived the first and second tribulation. One could imagine just what sort of existence they were. It was no wonder that even someone like Zhongchan was moved by this. It seems like the Turtle Deity Island was going to shock the Donghua domain, Zhongchan muttered softly. Definitely. An event as grand as this rarely happens even in 1,000 years. I wonder how many of the top practitioners would attend this event. This might be an event that occurs once every millennium in the entire Donghua domain. Those who stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world will definitely go witness his tribulation. Li Changsheng smiled and said, Who would miss anyone overcoming 3 tribulations? Even the domain chief would attend this event. Who is this Emperor Shi? Yi Futian asked curiously. Since when did the Donghua domain have such a powerful figure? Emperor Shi had cultivated for years and had already stepped into the pinnacle of the Renhuang level a long time ago. He had been cultivating on the Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean continent. The reason why this continent is named the Divine Ocean continent is that apart from the land surrounding the continent tile, the space surrounding the continent tiles is almost all sea. There are countless islands in the Divine Ocean, and the Turtle Deity Island is the most ancient among them. According to what I know, even before I was born, Emperor Shi was already Emperor Shi now, the pinnacle of Renhuang's, and had already been cultivating on the Turtle Deity Island, Li Changsheng said. He himself had cultivated for numerous years, so one could imagine just how long Emperor Shi had been famous. Yi Futian nodded. It seemed like Emperor Shi was a top virtuoso who had been cultivating for a long time. Now, he was finally going to experience 3 tribulations. Is the tribulation this time going to be dangerous? Yi Futian asked. When a practitioner steps into the saint plane, he will have to overcome the tribulation of saints. He will abandon his human body and soul and enter the saint plane as a superhuman being. As for the 3 tribulations, the practitioner will be leaving his saint body and soul in preparation for stepping into the God level. The 3 tribulations are extremely dangerous. They are far more lethal than the tribulations of saints. He could be vanquished by the order of the Great Path if he were just a little careless, Li Changsheng said. Yi Futian was a little shocked. He did not expect that stepping into the God level would involve great danger. No wonder there were so few people in the entire world who were at the God level. The collapse of the heavenly path had created a barrier to all practitioners trying to enter the path. I initially intended for you to cultivate in the Wangshan Watchtower for some time. However, witnessing Emperor Shi overcoming tribulations is also a very rare opportunity. You will get to witness this only once every millennium, so I hope you won't miss it and come along, said the Millet Emperor. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. He would certainly not want to miss an opportunity like this. Like what the Millet Emperor said, opportunities like these came only once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, he would also get to see the virtuosos from various places in the Donghua domain. This time, there might be many powerful figures gathering at the Turtle Deity Island to witness the tribulation. This time, we might also meet people from the manor of the domain chief. If we encounter them, we can try to make an acquaintance with them and prepare you for joining them in the future, the Millet Emperor said again. He was already helping Yi Futian plan for his future. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Was he going to join the manor of the domain chief? If he did join the manor of the Donghua domain chief, he would face significantly less danger in the future. Chapter 1988. The Divine Ocean Continent. The Divine Prefecture had countless continents. As one of the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture, the Donghua domain similarly consisted of many continents. The Divine Ocean Continent was one of the more unique continents. This continent was not large and was not one of the main continents. It could only be considered medium-sized. It usually did not have a strong sense of presence, so not many people from the Donghua domain knew about it. On Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean Continent, there lived a pinnacle existence, Emperor Shi. Now, news from Turtle Deity Island spread, claiming that Emperor Shi would face 3 tribulations. This news spread rapidly, first in the Divine Ocean Continent, and then to various other continents until it reached the Donghua domain. In an instant, the Divine Ocean Continent, which usually did not garner the attention of the masses, became the focus of the entire Donghua domain. Right now, in the skies above the Divine Ocean Continent, people were constantly traversing. Cultivators from various continents had rushed over. It was not just top forces like the Wangshan Watchtower. Cultivators from many surrounding continents also came, who did not want to witness such a rare occasion. These were divine tribulations, the stuff of legends. Very few people had witnessed one before. Yet alone the continents around the area, even among the continents in the entire Divine Prefecture, it was a rare sight. Now, such an opportunity had appeared in the Divine Ocean Continent. To witness Emperor Shi facing a divine tribulation, even though it was just the first tribulation, was still enough to attract the attention of the world. Right now, a group of cultivators descended from the sky. It was as though they had appeared immediately from beyond the horizon. This caused many people around to look over in their direction. The people around wondered which continent these figures of top forces had arrived from. Such speed could not be detected by eyes or will. The people who had come were Millet Emperor and the other members of the Wangshan Watchtower. They brought along cultivators from the Watchtower as well as Yi Futian's group. "We have arrived," Millet Emperor announced as he stood there. Yi Futian looked down below. As expected, there was a vast ocean beneath them. In the Divine Ocean, there were many islands. However, the islands were covered with buildings, as though they were island cities. They appeared somewhat similar to the city of Qingzhou in Donghai, where Yi Futian grew up. Of course, Donghai was far from being comparable to the Divine Ocean. Yi Futian's current cultivation plane was far superior when compared to his cultivation plane when he was a youth. Thus, the two places felt oddly similar to him. After all, his vision and will could cover a huge area. Although the distance between the island cities was vast, his vision could still span the island cities. He is so fast, Yi Futian thought to himself as he glanced at Millet Emperor. The speed of a top cultivator was too frightening. Yi Futian felt as though they had transcended time and space while they were traversing in the sky. From the Dongshao continent to the Divine Ocean continent, they had traversed over countless continents in between these 2 points. However, Yi Futian felt as though they had not taken very long to get here. This was the speed of a giant figure. We still do not know when the hour of reckoning will be. All of you can explore the Divine Ocean continent on your own. When the day of reckoning comes, head straight for Turtle Deity Island, Millet Emperor explained to them. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Millet Emperor then took a step forward, and his figure immediately disappeared without a trace. He went off on his own to find a place to cultivate. Although the news had come from Turtle Deity Island, the day of reckoning had yet to be determined. They had arrived early as they did not want to miss it. Under such circumstances, they could not go to Turtle Deity Island and disturb the people there. As of now, outside of Turtle Deity Island, many cultivators had already gathered. I plan to head over to a place near Turtle Deity Island to cultivate. What do you all plan to do? Li Chongqing asked with a smile. I will go to Turtle Deity Island, Zhong Chan replied. The members of the Wangshan Watchtower each had their own plans in mind. I will go and take a look around the area, Yi Futian responded with a smile. All right, then we will part ways for now. See you all again on Turtle Deity Island, Li Chongqing replied with a laugh. The cultivators then dispersed and went about their own business. However, Yi Futian's group remained. Aside from Yi Futian, Goddess Donglai and Alchemy Emperor had also come. Xiaqing Yuan, Zifeng, and the others were also with them. Goddess Donglai did not leave, instead choosing to follow Yi Futian. She did not plan to go her own way. The incident on Turtle Deity Island caused quite a stir. Members from various forces had all come. The cultivators of the Great Yin ancient royal family would certainly arrive, and the members of other forces. The person with the highest cultivation around Yi Futian was Beigong Ao. She did not feel secure about this. Let's go, said Yi Futian as his figure advanced. They traversed through the sky and passed over island cities. The sound of huge waves could be heard constantly from the divine ocean below. The ocean breeze swept against Yi Futian's body, causing his white robes to flutter and his silver hair to dance in the wind. Yi Futian missed this sensation. Many images surfaced in his mind of the times he spent with his teacher Hua Fenglu and Jieyu when they traveled across Donghai. He did not know how they were now. He had been in the divine prefecture for some years now. Were they all right in the original realm? People kept traversing in the sky above the divine ocean. Many people passed by beside Yi Futian's group. However, most cultivators would mind their own business. This time, cultivators had come from all over. No one knew each other's backgrounds, so they would not easily go looking for trouble. Right then, not far above from where Yi Futian's group was, another group of cultivators was traveling at extremely high speeds. One of their members swept a glance at Yi Futian's group, and then a voice called out, saying, "It is a demonic phoenix." The person who had spoken had a sinister look in his eyes. He swept a glance over at Zifeng, revealing a look of interest. He could tell at a glance that Zifeng's true form was the divine bird, the phoenix. Seemingly sensing the other party's gaze, Zifeng's eyes lit up with frightening flames of the Great Path. The aura of the Great Path seemed to radiate from within her pupils. Flames of the Great Path invaded the eyes of the other party. However, a strange light flashed past in those sinister eyes. He allowed Zifeng's will to invade his own. With a sparkle in his eyes, he seemed to have sensed something. He then laughed and said, "What an incredible phoenix! Such a pity. It would have been better if she did not already have a master." As he said this, he glanced over Yi Futian and the others. This demonic beast was following this group of people. She must already have a master. If she was a masterless phoenix, he could tame her. "Keep moving. Don't dawdle," reminded someone beside him. The other party nodded his head. Their group advanced even faster, disappearing from the view of Yi Futian's group in an instant. Yi Futian frowned slightly. Although the other party had not done anything that was overstepping boundaries, his tone had clearly been frivolous. They have top figures among them. They should be a top-level overlord force, Goddess Donglai said softly. When Yi Futian heard her say this, he was rendered speechless. He never imagined that a group of people they happened to encounter in the sky above the divine ocean continent was a superpower-level force. "Can you tell which force they are from?" Zifeng asked. She was clearly unhappy. She was very dissatisfied with the look in the other party's eyes and their attitude. "Zifeng, they have not done anything. Don't go looking for trouble," said Goddess Donglai gently. Although they were under the protection of the Millet Emperor, it would still be best for them not to offend superpowers so as to not make enemies for him. Zifeng nodded her head. Although she was not pleased about it, she did not pursue the matter. Chapter 1989. Story. Some people were using boats to traverse the divine ocean. Many boats were floating on the divine ocean. On one of the boats, Yi Futian was lying down quietly. Xiaqing Yuan sat behind him, and Black Wind Condor was looking all around beside him. On the other boats behind them were the other cultivators. Goddess Donglai, Zifeng as well as Bai Mu were together. Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were on the same boat. They all rowed boats as they followed behind Futian. "It is rare for us to have such a cozy time," commented Beigong Ao as he admired the scenery in the distance. The sky merged with the horizon. The shadows of ancient buildings could faintly be seen in the sky. They seemed to be mirages. "Just take a rest," said Futian in front with a smile. His hands were behind his head, and he was very relaxed. It was indeed rare for them to have such a moment. For many years, he had always been cultivating. He had never stopped and did not dare to slack. There was not much meaning for them to find a place to cultivate on this journey in the divine ocean continent. They might as well take this opportunity to relax and forget about cultivating for a while. It felt very nice wandering around on the boundless divine ocean, going wherever the wind brought them. When they lifted their heads, they could occasionally see people passing over them in the sky above. For them to be able to see people passing over them on the vast ocean from time to time, one could imagine how many people had come to the divine ocean continent and were heading to Turtle Deity Island. "I wonder what it will look like when I break through the next plane and face a tribulation," Futian mumbled to himself. He believed that one day he would face a divine tribulation. If that day comes for you, the divine prefecture might be shocked, and the whole world might come to celebrate it, a gentle voice said beside Futian. Futian raised his head slightly and saw a beautiful face enter his field of view. Xia Qingyuan lowered her head and looked at him. Futian's words made her look forward to such a day. If he were to face a divine tribulation in the future, what a sight would that be like? "Or I might make the whole world my enemy, and the members of the divine prefecture will all come to kill me," Futian said. He did not know what the future would be like. As his cultivation improved, he should get closer to revealing the secrets of his life. He did not know how the divine prefecture would react once it was revealed. Would they celebrate, or would they come to kill him? "That won't happen," said Xia Qingyuan seriously as she looked him in his eyes. "Who knows?" said Futian with a smile. No one could predict what his future path would be like. He could only walk it one step at a time. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. She knew that Futian always kept secrets about him that he himself was not sure of. "Even if all of creation were to become your enemy, I would still be by your side," whispered Xia Qingyuan. She did not look at Futian. She was staring far off into the distance. Would such a day come? Futian looked at her beautiful face and revealed a gentle smile. This world had treated him well. Although he had encountered many dangers on his journey of cultivation and had made many enemies, he also had many people close to him as well as seniors who remained standing on his side, supporting him up until now. The sound of waves constantly beating against the boat kept sounding. The boat floated along with the waves. A light shroud surrounded the little boat and prevented the ocean water from entering the boat. They seemed to float along the currents without any direction, not knowing where they would end up. Futian took a nap. It had been a long while since he had slept. Cultivators absorbed the spiritual qi from all creation. They did not need to eat or sleep, especially once they became saints. Hence, Futian rarely slept at all. Only when he heard sounds did Futian wake up from his nap on the boat. He opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat lax. He looked up and saw that Xia Qingyuan was still sitting there with her head lowered as she looked at him. Seeing Futian opening his eyes, she shifted her gaze. She had an embarrassed look on her face, as though she had been discovered peeping. With a smile, Futian asked, "What is that sound?" "We have reached the coast. It seems to be a training ground. There are quite a number of people up ahead," said Xia Qingyuan softly as she lowered her head and looked at him. Futian sat up and looked ahead. On the coast nearby, many cultivators were gathered. There seemed to be patterns carved on the cliff by the ocean. Many people were standing on the reef by the coast and looking at the cliff face. Futian's will swept out. He saw that the patterns were drawings of a human figure. The figure was practicing axe techniques. When his will invaded the drawings, the figure seemed to move. It contained an extremely powerful aura of the Great Path of Thunder, causing the might of the Great Path of Thunder to emanate from the cliff face. Uttered Futian as he revealed a strange expression. He actually discovered that the drawing was extraordinary. The axe technique was very powerful. When his will invaded the drawing, he witnessed an extremely frightening scene. Could it be that there was a fateful encounter of the great path located here? If that was so, Futian's luck was quite good. It is not just this cliff face. Take a look around, said Bagong Ao with a bizarre expression. His gaze shifted across the entire cliff face along the coast. He discovered that aside from this complete drawing, the surrounding cliffs were covered in markings. The marks extended very far. It was as though the entire coast was carved with these marks. This drawing was carved after the person completed his training. The person must have had an epiphany, commented Futian with a nod after he glanced at the marks on the cliff. They continued riding their boats as they moved on. Occasionally, some people would pass by and land when they saw this scene. On a huge boulder on the reef, there was a young couple. Their cultivation was not very high. They were still at the sage plane. May I ask what this place is? Bagong Ao asked the two of them when Futian's group passed by them. The two of them glanced over at Bagong Ao and the others. They immediately understood that Futian's group might be powerful cultivators from abroad. The youth bowed slightly and said, this place was the training ground of Thunder Punishing Skylord. Thunder Punishing Skylord? Exclaimed Bagong Ao with a surprised look. It seemed that it was another incredible figure. The youth nodded. Back when Thunder Punishing Skylord was at the upper-level Renhuang Plain, he headed to Turtle Deity Island to seek teachings. He found Emperor Shi. However, Emperor Shi did not teach him, instead asking him to find a place to carve his way. Emperor Shi told him to forget everything and to stop cultivating the great path of all things. Thunder Punishing Skylord came here and carved his way into the cliff face for 30 years before he managed to reach enlightenment. The youth continued. After Thunder Punishing Skylord broke through to the next plane, he headed over to Turtle Deity Island to ask Emperor Shi to accept him as a pupil. Emperor Shi did not see him, claiming that it was his own fateful encounter and was unrelated to Emperor Shi. However, Thunder Punishing Skylord always considered himself a pupil of Emperor Shi. This place was his previous training ground and has not been erased. Rumor has it that within the cliff, there is a treasure that he left behind. However, it is just a rumor. I do not know whether it is actually true. Impressive, exclaimed Bagong Ao with respect. Both Emperor Shi and Thunder Punishing Skylord were awe-inspiring. Both of them were extraordinary figures. Emperor Shi gave pointers without asking for anything in return. Thunder Punishing Skylord also recognized Emperor Shi as his teacher. Even though he had already reached enlightenment, he still treated Emperor Shi as his teacher. He also did not erase everything he had carved here, leaving it behind for the generations to come. It might be that he was touched by Emperor Shi's guidance and hoped that these markings would be beneficial for other cultivators. Futian was also secretly impressed. This time, when Emperor Shi faced his tribulation, Thunder Punishing Skylord might also be there. Futian never imagined that such a giant figure would have such a story to him. It was amazing. Chapter 1990, Cliff Face. Seniors, have all of you arrived from other continents? The youth asked as he smiled at Futian's group. Replied Bagong Ao as he nodded his head. We heard about the news from Turtle Deity Island and have come here from distant lands. My name is Lin Yuan. This here is my path companion, Lu Qing, said the youth. After the news regarding Turtle Deity Island got out, cultivators from various continents have come to the Divine Ocean continent. This place is somewhat famous in the Divine Ocean continent. However, it is not very well known outside since there are many ruins in the Divine Prefecture. Recently, there have been many visitors, like yourselves, who have stopped to take a look when they come across this place. Across the years, has no one managed to comprehend the way carved into the cliff face? Asked Futian. I do not know. Each person might be able to comprehend bits and pieces, Lin Yuan replied. However, rumor has it that the drawings are scattered. Back then, Thunder Punishing Skylord carved 30 years worth of his insights here. This axe technique is rumored to have come into being when his way was complete. Different cultivators will have their own understanding of it. As for whether or not anyone has completely comprehended the entire set, we won't be able to know. I see, replied Futian as he nodded his head. Seniors, your temperaments are extraordinary. You must be from top forces of other continents, right? Lin Yuan asked. Futian looked at him and saw a faint look of anticipation in Lin Yuan's eyes. I guess you could say that, answered Futian as he nodded with a smile. May I move alongside all of you? I am willing to act as your guide, Lin Yuan asked as he bowed slightly. When Futian heard him say this, he turned to look at Lin Yuan. With a smile, Futian pointed out, You want to attend the ceremony on Turtle Deity Island, don't you? The couple did not have powerful cultivation. For top figures, the divine ocean continent was not considered large. However, for sages, it was still massive. With their cultivation planes, they would also most likely be unqualified to step onto Turtle Deity Island. However, they did not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that they had encountered Futian's group and Lin Yuan saw that Futian had an extraordinary temperament and was well-mannered, he took his chance. He wanted to pay a visit to Turtle Deity Island. Although Lin Yuan was very far from reaching the next plane, this might be the only chance in his life for him to have the opportunity to witness a top figure face a divine tribulation. If he missed it this time, he might not get another chance in this lifetime. When Futian saw the hopeful look in the other party's eyes, he smiled and said, Let's try our luck. If I can comprehend the way of the great path from the cliff face, I will bring you along with us. If I am unable to do so, then we will not bring you with us. When Lin Yuan heard Futian say this, a look of disappointment flashed past in his eyes. Although Futian's group might be a top force from other continents, Thunder-punishing Skylord had been the one who carved the way into the cliff face. Many prominent figures in the divine ocean continent had come here before. Although they each had their own snippets of understanding, no one dared to claim that they had completely comprehended the way of the great path on the cliff face. Even though Futian had an extraordinary temperament, there was still little chance of him succeeding. His disappointment was gone in a flash. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Senior, you will certainly be able to do so. Futian smiled. Lin Yuan got up from where he was sitting on the reef and said, Senior, please sit. As he said this, he stepped away from the reef. Futian did not hesitate and walked up to Lin Yuan's spot. Futian glanced at the cliff face before him. In front of him, many people stood, comprehending the cliff face from different locations. You really want to go to Turtle Deity Island, don't you? Lu Qing asked Lin Yuan over thought transmission as she looked at him. Lin Yuan replied as he nodded his head. This is a chance that comes once every 1,000 years. Even if I cannot make it in, I want to watch from the outside. Facing a divine tribulation might shake the entire Turtle Deity Island and might also be visible from the outside. Lu Qing said, Our cultivation is not bad. However, just as you said, this is an occasion that comes once every 1,000 years. These past few days, cultivators have been passing over us every day. All the top figures of the entire Donghua domain will be coming. With our cultivation, we have no standing. If the disturbances during the divine tribulation are too great, or there are other accidents, our abilities will most likely be of no help. It seemed as though she did not want to go. Facing the top figures of the Donghua domain who had gathered made her feel pressured. This was also a divine tribulation, which might cause a huge disturbance. It was a rare event in 1,000 years. A slight mishap would be catastrophic. When that happened, their measly cultivation would not be sufficient to cope. Hence, Lu Qing was slightly conservative. She was afraid of the potential dangers. She felt that such an occasion would not end peacefully. If they were to follow Futian's group to the island, the risk would be even greater. Lin Yuan countered, Back then, Thunder-punishing Skylord carved his way here for 30 years when he sought his way. In the end, he succeeded in earning the title Skylord. With my current cultivation plane, what right do I have not to pursue my way and expand my horizons? By observing the divine tribulation, even if we can only comprehend very little of it, its significance for us will be extraordinary. Lin Yuan held Lu Qing's hands as he spoke. Lu Qing nodded her head slightly. This time, she would follow him and see this world's strongest tribulation. Futian looked at the cliff face. His gaze became extremely bizarre. A fascinating beauty emanated from his figure. He looked at the patterns that seemed like runes. They resembled a person training with a war axe. At that moment, in his mind, it was as though these people were moving, swinging the war axe around. Incredible, Futian praised when he sensed the will of the war axe. This war axe was mighty. However, this did not seem difficult. He could clearly sense the might of the great path within these drawings and could comprehend them very easily. Next, Futian turned towards the second drawing. It was slightly different from the previous one, yet also very similar. Both were awe-inspiring axe techniques. Futian quietly stood there and comprehended the techniques. Beside him, Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were also looking at the cliff face and comprehending the techniques. Just as Lin Yuan had said, each person would have a different understanding of the drawings. Behind them, Lin Yuan watched them silently. Although he did not have high hopes for them to succeed, he still waited there quietly. He could also cultivate while waiting for them. In the divine ocean, before the cliff face, many people were discussing frantically, debating about the way on the cliff face. At that moment, more people descended from the sky and landed before the cliff face. This group of people similarly were beyond average. Each person had an extraordinary temperament. This was left behind after Thunder, punishing Skylord, comprehended his way back then. Rumor has it that there is a treasure left behind by him in the cliff face. Whoever can master the technique will be able to obtain this treasure, said a youth right then as he looked at a woman beside him. This woman had an outstanding appearance. She had an otherworldly air to her, as though she was a goddess. This caused many people to steal glances at her. However, they soon shifted their gazes away, not daring to stare too long. At a glance, one could tell that these two groups of people who had arrived were not from ordinary backgrounds. Everyone was aware of the current situation in the Divine Ocean continent. Cultivators had gathered in droves. Many of them could not be offended. Hence, everyone would try to keep a low profile. The people who arrived were most likely cultivators from top forces from outside the Divine Ocean continent. No one would dare act rudely towards them. The technique is very powerful, said the woman as she glanced at the cliff face. It was as though she could tell at a glance and could not help but give praise. I have seen Thunder punishing Skylord before. Back then, he visited our manor as a guest. Senior Thunder punishing Skylord is an outstanding figure. The techniques he left behind would naturally be extremely powerful, stated the youth as he smiled slightly. Immediately, many people cast sideways glances at him. His words implied many things. Thunder punishing Skylord had previously visited his manor as a guest? What did this mean? That meant that the clan, which this youth was from, had an existence at the same level as Thunder punishing Skylord. Only then would they be qualified for Thunder punishing Skylord to visit them. Without a doubt, this youth was from a superpower. The woman was not surprised. She clearly knew that the youth's clan had the means to do so. They were indeed from a superpower. They were from the Donghua Heavens. Chapter 1991. Dispute. Donghua Heavens was the main continent of the Donghua domain. It was situated in the center of the Donghua domain. People did not like to refer to it as the Donghua continent, instead calling it Donghua Heavens. The manor of the domain chief of the Donghua domain was also in the Donghua Heavens. As the main continent, the overall ability of the cultivators of the Donghua Heavens was definitely the strongest in the entire domain. They had countless cultivators. The occasion on Turtle Deity Island had stirred up the Donghua domain. The cultivators of Donghua Heavens were similarly drawn to this place. When Futian heard that the other party had actually seen Thunder punishing Skylord before, he could not help but glance over. Yet, Futian was not too surprised about this. He had seen Princess Donghuang 3 times, and had also encountered Emperor Yiqing before. How many people could claim having done the same? The youth's words could scare some people, but Futian was unfazed. He shifted his gaze back to the cliff face and continued to cultivate in peace. After the various cultivators sized up the other party, they also began to train on their own. Now, cultivators were gathering in the Divine Ocean continent. In reality, this had little to do with them. They were only here to witness the spectacle. Futian comprehended the way on the cliff face quietly. After a long while, he even closed his eyes. In his life palace, An illusory figure sat cross-legged. Purple light flooded the sky, and terrifying thunder clapped. He sat alone in his mind palace, seemingly surrounded by countless illusory figures. Each figure was showing a different pose. Their war axes cleaved out, causing the space to look like the apocalypse. Each will of the war axe was frightening beyond comparison. At that moment, Futian seemed to transcend space and time. He traveled back into the past and personally witnessed Thunder punishing Skylord cultivating his axe technique. All these scenes appeared in this space. Each axe swing contained extraordinary will and seemed very natural. They became one with the Great Path. Yet, Futian could not completely comprehend it, no matter how he tried. Uncle Baigong, little Shuang, both of you should sense this, Futian said. When the two of them heard him say this, they treated it seriously and quickly sat down. They knew how powerful Futian's comprehension was. Before this, on Eastern Deity Island, Futian had helped them comprehend. They also cultivated the power of the Great Path of Thunder. Futian could help them out effectively. Light radiated from Futian's glabella. It was as though scenes were directly transmitted into Baigong Ao and Baigong Shuang's minds, allowing the two of them to comprehend together with him. The two of them closed their eyes as they received the images sent over by Futian. As expected, his comprehension was more in-depth than their own. It was clear as day. It was as though they had returned to the time when thunder-punishing Skylord was cultivating. After a long while, Futian stopped cultivating. The two of them continued comprehending on their own. Futian glanced over at the drawings on the surrounding cliff faces. He looked at the markings. There seemed to be many axe marks that were one with the cliff face, as though they were carved by the simplest axe swing. These marks did not contain any will, only leaving behind marks. Many marks contained the will of the Great Path. All this seemed very erratic. Futian could not make out the true meaning of Thunder punishing Skylord carving these marks. Right then, the Run Huang from the Donghua heavens said, Thunder punishing Skylord comprehended his way here for decades, carving these axe techniques into the cliff face. As expected, the axe techniques are extraordinary. Each axe swing can be its own form of attack. These attacks can be combined into one complete set of axe techniques naturally. However, wanting to comprehend this set of techniques does not seem easy. The woman beside him looked ahead. However, she did not say anything. What she felt from the cliff face was not quite the same as what the other party sensed. At that moment, Baigong Shuang also opened her eyes and looked at the cliff face. Her beautiful eyes looked towards Futian. She asked, "Have you comprehended it?" Each axe technique can serve as its own attack. With enough time, I can comprehend all of them. However, I have yet to comprehend them as a whole, Futian said as he shook his head. He could not make any heads or tails of it. He did not know how to merge them perfectly. Commented Baigong Shuang as she nodded. Could it be that there is no relation between them in the first place? Maybe each form of the axe technique was simply carved by Thunder punishing Skylord without any real thought to it? It might not even be a complete set of war axe techniques? When Futian heard what Baigong Shuang said, a strange look flashed past through his eyes. If they did not try to make it one complete set, it was indeed explainable. However, had Thunder punishing Skylord been simply carving when he left these drawings here? They do seem to be independent of each other. However, if that is the case, someone should have comprehended it already. Why is it that no one has managed to solve the secret of the cliff face? Futian asked. Unless the rumors of the cliff face are false and that there are no secrets here, this place was just the training grounds of Thunder punishing Skylord. Baigong Shuang also did not understand. She mumbled, "However, I feel that each axe technique is independent. Is it because my cultivation is too low?" "You might be correct," Futian said with a smile. Baigong Shuang was a straightforward person. Such people would not read too deeply into situations and were not easily influenced by others. If she saw it that way, that was what she believed. She might be wrong and be unable to comprehend it because her cultivation was too low. Even so, that was her cultivation path. How true is the rumor that Thunder punishing Skylord left a treasure in the cliff face? Futian asked Lin Yuan, who was behind him. Lin Yuan was a cultivator from the Divine Ocean continent. He should be more familiar with this. There are many rumors regarding this in the divine ocean. Over time, most people were willing to believe it was true, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. However, I am not too sure on whether or not it is true. It might be that what this senior female Runhuang said is true. Thunder punishing Skylord might have simply carved all this when he was cultivating here and comprehending his way for decades. It is hard to say. She is wrong, a voice stated. Lin Yuan looked ahead. The person who had spoken was the Runhuang who claimed to have seen Thunder punishing Skylord before. He stood before the cliff face with his back towards Yi Futian's group. He said, Thunder punishing Skylord left behind these drawings of axe techniques. They are a complete set. It is difficult to comprehend. Since you cannot comprehend it, don't draw conclusions so easily. Based on my knowledge, the rumor that Thunder punishing Skylord left behind a treasure here is true. When the crowd heard him say this, they acknowledged his view. This person had an extraordinary temperament and very powerful cultivation. He had also seen Thunder punishing Skylord before. What he said should be true. Senior, what you said is also reasonable. It might be the case, answered Lin Yuan. With his level of cultivation, he would not dispute the other party. He was not qualified to do so. Not just might. It is the case, the youth continued. Just a while ago, he had told the woman beside him this. These axe techniques were one complete set. However, Beigong Shuang and the others claimed it to be otherwise. Have you comprehended it? Beigong Shuang asked as he looked at the other party's silhouette. How could the teachings of the Skylord be so easily comprehended? The other party replied. Since you have yet to comprehend it, how are you so certain that I am wrong? Beigong Shuang retorted. Her tone was very calm. She was not intentionally trying to argue with him. Since the other party had yet to comprehend it, there was still a possibility for her to be correct. She just found it strange that the other party had come to this conclusion. If the other party actually explained his reasoning, she would naturally accept it humbly. The other party turned his head around for the first time. He looked at Beigong Shuang and said with a smile, Thunder punishing Skylord once had a treasure. However, after he broke through to the next plane, he never used it again. The last time when he came to my manor, a senior of my clan brought this up with Thunder punishing Skylord. Thunder punishing Skylord claimed that after comprehending his way for decades, he did not need it anymore. If so, where is that treasure now? Beigong Shuang nodded her head. That meant to say that there was indeed the possibility that there was a treasure hidden here. Since no one has destroyed the cliff face, that means that it cannot be destroyed. How could these drawings simply be carved by Thunder punishing Skylord? The other party continued his line of reasoning. Beigong Shuang nodded her head and said, What you say is not without reason, but still does not explain everything. The other party was stunned. He gave Beigong Shuang a strange look. He thought that Beigong Shuang was intentionally arguing with him. With your level of cultivation, you are not yet qualified to discuss the way with me. If I say you are wrong, he said indifferently. His tone also seemed colder. He glanced over at Yi Futian's group. These people were probably from a large force. However, he was not too concerned. In the Donghua domain, there were few forces whom he could not afford to offend. Beigong Shuang was stunned. She stopped talking and did not continue to argue with him. She seemed to understand the attitude of the other party. She also did not want to stir up trouble. Beigong Ao gave the other party an intense gaze. However, he also did not cause a scene. He had followed Yi Futian here. He naturally would not cause trouble for Yi Futian. Seniors, it is but a different understanding of the way and a difference in opinions. Why must we get so worked up over it? Lin Yuan could not help but say when he saw the atmosphere turn somewhat awkward. The other party swept a glance at him. With just a glance, he seemed to penetrate Lin Yuan's eyes, causing Lin Yuan to feel as though a terrifying power had descended upon him. Chapter 1992, Startled Awakening. Yi Futian was in front of Lin Yuan, and he, too, felt an invisible force. He turned his head to glance at Lin Yuan and saw that Lin Yuan was soaking wet. There was a look of pain on his face. Obviously, someone was exerting great pressure on him. Lin Yuan's realm was too far below Renhuang, and spiritual coercion released by a powerful Renhuang was enough to crush his spirit. Because of something he said, the other party had actually released the coercion of the Great Path on Lin Yuan. Yi Futian frowned and turned back to look at the other man. However, the man had already withdrawn his breath, with a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Lin Yuan, and that small smile seemed to be mocking them, or rather, expressing his deep disdain. Although Lin Yuan was angry when he saw the look in the other man's eyes, he remained silent. Indeed, his realm, in the eyes of the other man, was as insignificant as that of an insect. What right did he have to dialogue with him? That scornful look was the response to him. In reality, Lin Yuan had not said anything other than asking the other party not to take different views too seriously, nothing more. Seeing the other man turned around, Yi Futian was a little displeased. He could see that Beigong Shuang did not mean to provoke anyone intentionally. It was just her personality. Perhaps, because the other side had expressed their own analysis first. So, when Beigong Shuang disagreed, it was regarded as critical or bellicose. Anyone with the cultivation of Runhuang realm should be a lot more tolerant than this. Perhaps there were other reasons Yi Futian saw the goddess-like cultivator next to him. Perhaps it was because of her. He could tell that this young man wanted to get close to the woman. You were both right. These patterns and marks were carved impromptu by thunder-punishing Skylord. Each mark on the pattern was independent of each other without any connections. Yi Futian suddenly said to Beigong Shuang and Lin Yuan. Elder, Lin Yuan looked at Yi Futian. At the sage level, his cultivation was not weak, depending on with whom he was compared. He had a feeling that Yi Futian deliberately said what he said because he was displeased with the other fellow's attitude. The other man's attitude was clearly enough. He was unhappy with their opposing view, so what happened just now was a warning. If Beigong Shuang was not in a confrontational mood before, then Yi Futian's comment at this moment was definitely intentional and could start a dispute. Although Lin Yuan was angry, he didn't want there to be an argument that both parties were no ordinary folks. He could see that Yi Futian and the other man were unusual characters from their extraordinary temperaments and realms. It would not be worth it if they got involved in some conflicts because of him. In the world of cultivation, many disputes were caused by minuscule matters, and these unimportant matters were not worth the price. Lin Yuan didn't want to see that happening here. Yi Futian's words stunned the young man who had already turned around, and he slowly turned back around again. His eyes landed squarely on Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he said to Lin Yuan, I will take you to go with me to Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan wasn't overjoyed when he heard what Yi Futian said. He was actually a little worried about him. After all, the other person was from a principality that even thunder-punishing Skylord would have to reckon with, which only demonstrated the extent of their power. Yi Futian's attitude worried him a little. This kind of talk could easily intensify conflicts, and this trivial matter may become a fuse. Elder, Lin Yuan wanted to say something, but didn't know quite how to say it. Then it's decided. Yi Futian smiled and cut off whatever it was that Lin Yuan wanted to say. I have already said that she was wrong. At this moment, the young man spoke. Looking at Yi Futian, his eyes were sharp. Yi Futian turned his attention on the man. Things that happened before were just a small mat. Like Lin Yuan stated, different perceptions yielded different opinions, and each was entitled to their own opinions. That was all, and they need not interfere with one another. However, if the other insisted that they were in the wrong when Beigong Shuang had already made a concession, did the other party mistake their courtesy as weakness? She's right. Yi Futian stared into the other person's eyes and responded without fear. If they wanted to fight, he would gladly oblige. If Beigong Shuang was not qualified to be in discussion with him, was he qualified himself? Based on what? The other questioned. I think she is right, so she is right. What other reason do you need? Yi Futian's voice was indifferent. His own opinions didn't need to have a reason. The man suddenly smiled a little sarcastically. So, you think you understood the secret of the cliff? He sneered. And you think you have? Yi Futian retorted. No. The other responded readily. Since no one understands it to prove me wrong, then I am still right in what I think. Unless you can comprehend a set of axe techniques from it, what else can you use to question the opinions of others? Yi Futian asked, still refuting the other's view. The will of the great path pervaded from the other man, as he smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Where are you from, and from which principality? Does this have anything to do with cultivating on the cliff?" Yi Futian replied with a question instead. The man stared at Yi Futian and said, "No, it does not." "If not, then why did you ask?" Yi Futian replied, just like how the other man had responded to Beigong Shuang and Lin Yuan before, with an unrelenting tone that was aggressive in nature. The coercion of the great path started to permeate from the other man, but his eyes always stayed on Yi Futian. What they said isn't unreasonable. These marks may have nothing to do with each other. Before this is confirmed, it is better not to make rash conclusions. At this moment, the woman in front of them, who was looking at the cliff, spoke softly, startling the young man. Then he moved his sight away from Yi Futian, back to the woman who spoke and said with a smile, "That makes sense." These were the same words spoken by a different person, and his attitude seemed completely different. Any definite conclusion is unreasonable in itself unless you already understood the secret of the cliff. Rather than arguing about it, it is better to confirm it in cultivation. The woman continued, as she turned her head to glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian met her eyes. As an empress, this woman possessed a noble temperament. Her calm and beautiful eyes revealed a touch of confidence and pride. But Yi Futian merely smiled. "Is something funny?" the woman asked. "No." Yi Futian responded, "It's just that I am not wrong. At least today, I am not wrong." He may not be right, but he was definitely not wrong because even he could not make these connections and comprehend it, so none of the others could do it either. Since they couldn't do it, it could not be proven, so naturally, he couldn't be wrong. The woman took a serious look at him, and it was unclear if she really understood the meaning of Yi Futian's words. She turned her eyes back at the cliff and continued to comprehend in earnest. After she spoke, that young Ren Huang also quieted down. Just like her, he was quietly comprehending, wanting to prove something and confirm that he was right. After all, since the other man did not persist, clearly Yi Futian would not deliberately antagonize him. Likewise, he looked at the cliff once again. Although he supported Beigong Shuang before, the truth was that he couldn't decide either. Beigong Shuang's analysis had a certain logic with which he agreed, but the other man's words were not entirely unfounded. Thunder-punishing Skylord had gone to the other man's residence, so he knew something about this. Judging from the previous conversation from the other man, in conjunction with certain rumors about thunder-punishing Skylord, it was highly probable that treasures were hidden inside the cliff. So, what kind of connection was hidden within? When his thought turned to this, Yi Futian quieted down to comprehend. After a while, he closed his eyes and was immersed in comprehension once more. Inside his life palace, patterns appeared again, and he seemed to be observing the former thunder-punishing Skylord engrave the way. This time, he watched for a long time. Those axe techniques were like beams of light that kept echoing in his mind, but still, they were the same as before, each independent of the other. Though they could be linked to each other, it seemed forced and unnatural. After a long while, the axe techniques in Yi Futian's mind continued to appear, like pictures, jumping back and forth. Each technique was very powerful in itself, but still, he could find no connection between them. What was the mystery of this cliff? He opened his eyes and saw Beigong Shuang walking in front of the cliff, observing the cliff at close range. Sometimes she even reached out to touch it. "How come you are so serious?" Yi Futian asked her. "Strange," Beigong Shuang murmured while turned to walk back next to Yi Futian. As if she was thinking, she raised her head to look at Yi Futian and asked, "Why are those marks without will of the way hidden in them? Seem to be deeper than those axe marks that contained will of the way? And their artistic conception was stronger also." Yi Futian suddenly raised his head to look at the cliff, and the countless marks on the cliff were imprinted into his mind in a flash. They now appeared inside his mind. In his mind, a flash of lightning sailed across, as if he had caught something in the depth of his memory, and there was a touch of excitement in his eyes. Yes, the axe marks that didn't contain will of the way were deeper than those that contained will of the way. What did this mean? He thought of the rumors about thunder punishing Skylord, which emperor she had him engrave the way for decades. Eventually, he was enlightened and transcended. How did he do it? When Futian looked up at the pattern again, his mentality was quite different. He was very certain that this engraved pattern and each mark on it existed separately, and they had no relationship with each other. His random guess turned out to be correct. Chapter 1993, Decoded. Return to innocence, Futian said to himself as he looked at the cliff. This was the transcendence of the way, and he was the representation of the way. Thunder punishing Skylord had engraved the way for decades before he took that step and transformed. Futian had come into contact with many impressive top figures in the past, which was why he could more or less perceive the realm of thunder punishing Skylord. The engravings that he carved on the cliff were not a complete set of axe techniques, but was a record of the transformation of his realm, the process of his transcendence. Shuang, you were right, Futian said. Back then, when the thunder-punishing Skylord enlightened the way and beyond, everything that was engraved here denoted his process of enlightenment. Although not meant to be a complete set of axe techniques, each technique was independent of the other. Therefore, after his enlightenment, thunder-punishing Skylord no longer needed the treasure. Even top-level divine item no longer meant anything to him. Beigong Shuang regarded him with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Did you comprehend it? This dude, did he get it again?" Her impression of Futian was that he had a great ability to comprehend. It seemed as if there was nothing that he couldn't understand. Not yet, but I already know the key to it. It was you who inspired me, Futian said with a smile. His words attracted the attention of many, and while they all looked surprised, they were skeptical. Did he get it? But why was it that they didn't quite believe it? In front, the young man from the previous encounter frowned, but before he could speak, the woman next to him turned around to look at Futian. She asked, "What did you comprehend?" Actually, this woman had similar thoughts as Futian and Beigong Shuang. The more she steeped herself in it, the stronger her conviction became. Everything on the cliff was independent with no relation to one another. The young man next to her might have had it all wrong. However, she didn't say anything, just allowing the possibility that someone else could find the answer. The reason she turned around and asked him was because Futian had declared that he knew the key to it all. I comprehended the mentality of thunder punishing Skylord when he was cultivating here, said Futian. Is that so? The young man glanced at him coldly and said, I would like to see that with my own eyes. Futian smiled and said nothing. He continued to look at the cliff wall, starting from the first mark on the pattern and comprehending from the beginning. This mark seemed to have been imprinted extremely clearly in his mind. In that case, watch closely, Futian said, and a very bright divine light from his eyes directly shined upon the mark on the cliff. In that instant, there seemed to be an elusive figure that landed inside the mark and turned into an avatar of Futian. The avatar moved as the mark also moved. It was as if it was now alive. Buzz! A brilliant glow burst out, and from the cliff, a small figure seemed to appear, as if the thunder-punishing Skylord himself had returned, waving an axe. Everyone could feel its power and speed, which forced many in front of the cliff to step back as if they were frightened. But after they had retreated, they found that there was no real damage. The illusion was not real, but it was real enough to trick them into believing that it was. Those around all turned their heads to look at Futian with quite a shock. No one had been able to do the same as he had just done, urging the mark to release itself to the outside world so that all may perceive it. Could it be that he had truly comprehended it? The woman also had a look of surprise on her face as she gave Futian a serious assessing look. The young man next to her had a terrible look on his face. Futian did show him clearly what he could accomplish. If Futian had really done it, then it would be a slap in the face for him. Previously, he was extremely high-handed when he announced that Beigong Shuang was flat out wrong and that she was not worthy of arguing with him. After that, Futian intervened. If Futian confirmed that he was wrong today, then his shame would be unimaginable. It was just that apart from believing in his own judgment, he didn't think that Futian could solve the secret of the cliff. Like Futian, he believed that if he couldn't solve the riddle, then no one else could either, and that no one else would be able to decode this mystery. Because of this self-confidence, he had left himself no room for doubts. But it seemed that he was wrong after all. The other man was far more powerful than he initially thought. Futian didn't care about their looks, nor did he pay any attention to these people. He concentrated on the front, and soon, the light of the second mark lit up. This sight made Bagong Ao and Bagong Shuang feel as if they were back on Eastern Deity Island. It was the same as before. Only he and he alone could unlock the relic left by those figures of the past. Was there any relic that could baffle him? Bagong Shuang and Bagong Ao couldn't help but ask themselves, this guy is a relic terminator. It's like there's nothing he can't decode. As the rays of light lit up, the brilliance released by the pattern on the cliff wall became stronger. Many people saw many phantom shadows dancing, waving their battle axes, and a terrifying conception bloomed from them. The cultivators around it had all felt the conception and didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Looks like he was right, the woman murmured. The marks on the cliff lit up. Everyone could clearly feel the conception. They felt those marks as when thunder-punishing Skylord had engraved them there in the days of yore, swinging his battle axe at his pleasure. There was no connection between each mark, and they did not converge into a set of axe techniques. This meant that Futian was right. The young man next to her became even more embarrassed when he heard her words. An elder behind him said, or these chaotic axe techniques are a system themselves. They could be considered a complete set of axe techniques. Although this was not completely unreasonable, it did seem a bit far-fetched, all to save face for the young man. The woman understood it quite well, so she only nodded gently and said, perhaps it is so. As they were talking, brilliant bright lights shot out from the cliff wall, and a rumbling sound accompanied with it. As the light spread from the pattern toward the cliff wall next to this one, more and more marks lit up. Gradually, the cliffs in front of the coast were trembling violently, as the light of those marks started to make cracks on the cliffs, and each crack seemed to have been split by a battle axe. With the strength of the thunder-punishing Skylord back then, these cliffs could not have borne the way he engraved here. Perhaps they were already full of fissures and cracks, sealed with the great path by the thunder-punishing Skylord. Maybe these marks were the key to unlock the mystery. This was probably why no one had been able to break it by force all these years. It's about to break, many whispered as the bright light burst out, stinging their eyes. Those cracks tore open the cliff wall, and in an instant, everything in front of them disappeared and turned into dust. Those who beheld the sight were quite emotional inside. After so many years, someone had actually decoded it. This, too, confirmed what Futian had said. He was right. On the contrary, it was the young man who was wrong. He had claimed that thunder-punishing Skylord had once been a guest at his house. But previously, he was so insistent that Bagong Shuang was wrong. Thinking about it now, his display of aggression before seemed rather ironic. Many people glanced at the young man, and he clearly felt these gazes. As a top-notch genius Renhuang, he felt embarrassed at this moment. His face was hot, and he did not speak, nor did he look at the others. Grimly, he kept his eyes forward. A horrific thunder field appeared in the space that was destroyed. In that field, there was a thunder divine orb floating in the air. It was like an eye that was swallowing up the terrifying thunder power between heaven and earth. One after another, the thundering lightning surrounded it and integrated with it. All the cultivators stood there, still, as if they dared not act rashly. This must be the treasure left by thunder-punishing Skylord. The thunder-punishing Skylord left the cliff here long ago. Not only did he not destroy it, but also he sealed a treasure here, clearly for the one who could decode the secret of the cliff. The elder did it, and the treasure should belong to him. At this time, a voice was heard, directing everyone's attention to the speaker. It was Lin Yuan. His remarks clearly implied that the treasure should go to Futian. No one else said anything. There were not many who could compete with Futian and his people. No one knew whether the group that argued with Futian would try to compete for this treasure. But the woman next to the young man glanced at him and said, "Let's go." Obviously, they had no intention to fight for it. From their perspective, this treasure was not that precious. Since it was Futian who decoded it, there was no need to fight. The other party must have come from a supreme principality. Very well. The young man nodded. It was obvious that he had lost this time. He turned his head to look at Futian. He smiled and said, "See you on Turtle Deity Island." Once he finished speaking, His group of people broke through the void and left. Yi Futian glanced at the man who was leaving, then looked at that treasure, and said to Beigong Shuang, who was next to him, "Last time, the cloudwood was taken by your father. This time, this treasure belongs to you." "Me?" Beigong Shuang looked at Yi Futian. "I have no shortage of treasures of this kind," said Yi Futian with a smile. Beigong Shuang looked at him and then at her father, who nodded slightly at her. He said, "You may accept it." "Mm." Beigong Shuang walked forward and did not refuse. Those who were next to them were confounded. A treasure of this level was given away just like that. Chapter 1994, Turtle Deity Island. Small boats were floating in the divine ocean, seemed to drift with the currents. From time to time, they would sail past one island city or another. The occupants of these small boats were Yi Futian and the others. At this moment, Lin Yuan took out a map and looked into the distance, saying, "We are almost there. The next island city is Turtle Deity Island." On the small boat ahead, Yi Futian nodded. In the past few days, they did not rush their journey but took their time to enjoy the scenery along the way, traveling at a comfortable speed. If there were tribulations to be overcome by Emperor Shi, they would have sped up their process. However, in the past few days, they had seen no sign of tribulations, so they moved along in a nice and leisurely manner. On the other boat, there were two people. Beigong Ao was guiding the boat forward, and in front of him, Beigong Shuang was cultivating with her eyes closed. Faintly, there were terrifying thunder and tint permeating from her body as the power of thunder covered her. Beigong Ao controlled the fluctuation of the aftershock so that she could cultivate in peace. That day, after Yi Futian had given the treasure to her, Beigong Shuang took it inside her body and began to cultivate and refine it. On the way here, she had been in the process of refining and cultivating. "Before we get to Turtle Deity Island, I wonder if Shuang would finish cultivating," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Let's wait and see. If not, I will stay with her in the divine ocean," said Beigong Ao. Although the chance of watching the three tribulations was a rare event, self-cultivation was equally important. This was an opportunity bestowed on Beigong Shuang, and it had the possibility to help her break through the realm. Before she finished cultivating, Beigong Ao would not interrupt her prematurely. As the small boats moved forward, the thunder and tint on Beigong Shuang was getting stronger. Above the divine ocean, a thunderstorm suddenly manifested in the endless clear sky, rushing toward Beigong Shuang. Traces of lightning fell from the sky and descended on her. Beigong Ao looked up but did not attempt to stop the phenomenon. To Yi Futian, that treasure was nothing, so he gave it to Beigong Shuang instead. But Beigong Ao knew very well that without Yi Futian's involvement, they would never have been unable to obtain anything close to it in their lifetimes. It was just like the last time when he got the cloudwood in Eastern Deity Island. Ahead, Yi Futian, on the small boat, glanced in Beigong Shuang's direction. With a bright smile on his face, he asked, almost breaking through, "Should be." Beigong Ao nodded. She saw that thunder's power in the void became increasingly stronger, causing restlessness in this part of the divine ocean. Waves continued to rise, turning into a terrifying thunder field. How terrifying! For Runhuang to break through the realm, it's almost like a catastrophe of the great path, Lin Yuan mumbled to himself. As someone in the sage realm, he was a powerful enough existence among ordinary folks. In the divine ocean continent, his level was just above average. But compared to Runhuang, sage realm was obviously not even close, much like a child in the eyes of giants. Just the power of a Runhuang breaking through the realm was enough to instill fear in a sage cultivator like him. One day, when you reach such a realm, you will experience it, sooner or later. Yi Futian smiled at Lin Yuan. It was a journey that he had been through himself from noble to sage, then transcended as a saint to proving as Runhuang. Every step of the way, he, too, had looked up to those who were before him. But as time went on, he had traveled higher and higher until he far surpassed countless cultivators to whom he had once looked up. "It seems too far away just now," Lin Yuan said with a smile, but it was the truth. For the realm of the sage, Runhuang was far too far away. If the breakthrough of the lower Runhuang realm is so terrifying, what would it be like when Emperor Shi experienced the divine tribulation? Lin Yuan murmured again. This was something that exceeded the limits of his imagination. It can't be compared at all. Yi Futian smiled and said, if Emperor Shi were to experience the tribulation, perhaps the entire divine ocean continent would tremble. There are really two significant tribulations in cultivation. One was the transcendence into sainthood, and the other was to go through the three tribulations and transform. All other times were breaking through the realm. Transcendence into sainthood was enough to cause natural phenomenons, such as the light of catastrophe. Therefore, the divine tribulation would be unimaginable. According to his understanding of breaking through the realms, divine tribulation was not something tolerated by the rules of the Great Path as he knew of them. It was probably an earth-shaking affair. It was something that he couldn't possibly imagine based on what he knew at the moment. At this moment, Beigong Shuang opened her eyes, and the light of thunder in the sky poured madly into her body until her eyes seemed to also contain the terrible light of thunder. When she looked up to the sky above, 2 lightning bolts actually beamed out from her eyes. In a flash, Beigong Shuang's body shot up into the sky, bathing in the thunder and lightning as the Great Path integrated into her body, and her entire person turned into a vessel of the Great Path, madly swallowing and absorbing the power of the thunder. This breakthrough had induced a good amount of power from the Great Path, Yi Futian commented. Beigong Ao nodded in agreement, somewhat surprised. It seemed that his daughter would make great progress this time. That treasure definitely had a beneficial effect on her, Beigong Ao said. All the small boats stopped, and everyone was watching quietly. After a long while, the light of thunder in the sky dissipated, and Beigong Shuang floated back down and returned to the small boat. She regarded Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes and blinked, which got a chuckle out of Yi Futian. Continue forward, said Yi Futian. As his voice fell, all the boats accelerated forward. Let's go, Beigong Ao echoed the command. Suddenly the group accelerated forward. Behind them, Goddess Donglai watched all this quietly. There was even more admiration in those eyes that looked toward Yi Futian. No one knew how such a person had come to appear in the original realm. There were bound to be other powerful characters who would inevitably aggregate around him. He seemed to possess a natural quality that would make people follow him willingly. Someone like him, if achieving all his potential, the result must be astounding. No one knew how far Yi Futian could go in the future, but she would gladly wait and see. There were many rumors regarding Turtle Deity Island on the divine ocean continent. Some people said that Turtle Deity Island really had a turtle deity, while others claimed that this gigantic island was, in fact, the back of a black turtle. However, most people seem to think that Turtle Deity Island was so named because the island itself resembled Xuanwu, the black turtle. No matter what these rumors were, Turtle Deity Island was truly famous because of one cultivator, Emperor Shi. Not just Turtle Deity Island, but the entire divine ocean continent was known because of Emperor Shi, a top-notch existence enough to make an entire continent known to everyone. As they approached Turtle Deity Island, they could see those who were traveling in the void from time to time. Yi Futian and the others traveled in the sea as those in the air passed them by. Sometimes the aura in the void was extremely powerful, even a little alarming, and sometimes sounds of chatting and laughter could be heard. They could already see land in front of them. It was Turtle Deity Island. It's right in front. Lin Yuan was a little emotional. This time, following Yi Futian, he had the opportunity to see Emperor Shi face the tribulations up close and personal. How could he not be excited? Around Turtle Deity Island, there were many scattered islands. As they approached, they found that there were crowds everywhere. What's going on? Yi Futian looked concerned as he swept his divine consciousness over the crowd and found that countless cultivators were outside of Turtle Deity Island and did not set foot on the island. Voices came into his ears, and Yi Futian suddenly understood. He said in a low voice, "It seems that Turtle Deity Island is getting too crowded now, and they have begun to control those who entered. This is expected. Although Turtle Deity Island is extensive, it is only an island, and the number of people that can be accommodated is limited. However, this time, the entire Donghua domain was alarmed. With so many cultivators arriving, if all of them were to enter the island, Turtle Deity Island will be overcrowded," Goddess Donglai said from behind. Yi Futian nodded as they continued to move forward, and came to the area where the crowd was being blocked out. An incredibly astonishing aura of the Great Path was in front of them and formed a heaviness that was difficult for them to continue pushing forward. The airspace was shut out too. Futian raised his head and glanced at the space above them. Those cultivators, who were traveling through the air, were also stopped. It seemed as if blocked by an invisible force. Afterward, they were drifted down and landed on the ground. Futian and the others looked at the sea and saw a giant black turtle, but not just one. In this area of the ocean, there were many black turtles on the periphery of Turtle Deity Island. "Sir, how can we enter the island?" Futian asked the person next to him. A few days ago, there was news from Turtle Deity Island that only those in the Upper Renhuang realm may enter the island. The others, unless led by a top figure, then they may enter together, the man responded. Futian nodded and stepped forward, saying, "Turtle Elder, we came from Dongxiao continent and hoped that we might be an exception." The black turtle glanced at him with some contempt in his eyes, then dived into the water. Futian walked forward, facing that massive resistance of the Great Path, and continued. Seeing this forced entry, that black turtle of the Upper Renhuang realm raised his head to give him a look as a terrifying wave slapped toward him. Futian waved his hand toward the void, like the light from an axe slashing down and split the waves apart. He moved like an invasive stream of light and rushed directly toward the black turtle. Boom! The giant waves soared as the black turtle rushed toward Futian through the water. A hefty pressure landed on Futian. Futian didn't bother to avoid it. Both of his palms pushed forward, and a terrifying force slapped down and suppressed it, like a monument of the Great Path. A dull thud was heard in the void, and that massive black turtle was knocked back into the sea. Futian's figure flashed. He landed squarely on the turtle's back, saying, "Elder, please make an exception for us." Chapter 1995, Viciousness. Be **starred. Black turtle roared. The tall waves that seemed to reach into the heavens flooded the entire region. The terrifying waves surrounded Futian and morphed into the form of a divine turtle. It contained an icy aura of the Great Path. Ice sealed the entire space. The people from a distance looked on and saw that the battlefield in front of them was sealed by ice and that Futian was buried within. This guy, he is only a middle-level Renhuang. Yet he dared to face off a level 7 demon emperor. Everyone felt a ripple course through their hearts. However, that person had great combat abilities. A casual slap from his palm could suppress an entire region, and Black Turtle was knocked back by the impact. However, at that moment, the towering Black Turtle halo sealed the entire area with ice. It seemed like Futian would be frozen to death. Futian was at the center of the area sealed by ice, and his entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture. The extremely cold will of the Great Path seeped into his body, seemingly wanting to seal his organs and vessels with ice and freeze his life itself. Yet at that moment, a terrifying divine flame of the Great Path burned and radiated outward from Futian. Seeping into the ice sculpture, the flames blazed brightly, melting the ice sculpture, and even dyed it red. In a short while, the huge halo of the Black Turtle turned scarlet, burning in the divine ocean. Many, who watched this scene unfold before them, felt a tremor course through their heart. The Black Turtle let out a low roar and his entire head shrunk back into his shell as he said, "You may enter. I still have some friends." Futian pointed at the row of people in front. The Black Turtle stretched his head out and glanced at them. He discovered that among them were some with shallow cultivation levels. He had to say, "Your combat abilities are high enough, so you can be an exception to the rule. However, you can't go overboard with it. This is the rule of the Turtle Deity Island. Just now, I was too careless with the extent of my attacks. I hope Senior will forgive me. Although this elixir is not especially valuable, it can strengthen your life force. Please accept them as my apology." Futian retrieved an elixir, and instantly, a strong elixir fragrance washed over everyone. The Black Turtle's eyes glimmered, and his neck continued stretching outwards. It twisted around to look at the elixir above him. The lives of turtles were extremely long, and their life force was especially strong. These types of elixirs were significant to them. You have exceptional talent, so I'm sure you are from a top-tier faction. There are also top-tier Rinhuangs here with you. Since you are all traveling together, you are all welcome. I'll lead you onto the island, said the black turtle. The people from afar were stunned. What is this sudden change in attitude? Thank you, senior. Futian opened his hands, and the black turtle swallowed the elixir immediately. Xiaqing Yuan and the rest climbed onto his back. The black turtle turned around and dived into the divine ocean and entered the forbidden space, heading in the direction of Turtle Deity Island. Many practitioners were speechless as they watched the receding silhouettes. How can even demons be this materialistic? Just one elixir was enough to convince him to ignore the rules? How can this be allowed? They all thought. The black turtle carried Futian and his friends forward, and very quickly, they neared Turtle Deity Island. Senior Turtle, many members of top-tier factions have already arrived on Turtle Deity Island already, right? Futian asked. The black turtle nodded. Quite a few have arrived already. Even if they have yet to reach, they should at least be in the Divine Ocean continent. There are only a few days left to Emperor Shi overcoming his tribulations, and no one wants to miss it. You have exceptional strength too, so I'm guessing that you have forged a perfect gray divine wheel, right? Surely you must also hail from an extraordinary faction. Where are you from? I come from the Dongxiao continent, Futian replied. The Dongxiao continent. That should be the Millet Emperor's territory, right? Are you a practitioner from Wangshan Watchtower? The black turtle indeed understood quite a bit. He knew a little about the various top-tier practitioners in the Donghua domain. After all, there weren't many practitioners of such level. I guess I count as one of them, Futian replied. I hear that there is a practitioner in the Wangshan Watchtower named Zongchan. Do you know him? The black turtle asked. Senior, you have heard of him as well? Futian asked. I've heard of him from the people who entered the island these past few days. They say that Zongchan of the Wangshan Watchtower had already become a high-level Rinhuang with a perfect great path. It is said that he has unlimited potential, and it is almost certain that he will become yet another titan of the Donghua domain in the future, the black turtle said. I understand. Thank you, senior, for your reminder. Futian nodded. The black turtle brought them to the shore of the Turtle Deity Island. The formless pressure of the great path dissipated. Futian no longer felt the pressure. We have arrived, said the black turtle. Thank you for your trouble. Futian nodded and stepped out. The group of them stepped onto the Turtle Deity Island, and the black turtle dived into the sea, heading back from where they came from. Quickly, he vanished from their sights. Futian walked around on the island, and, like they expected, there were many people on the island. Practitioners of various cultivation levels were all present on the island. In the past, there were no restrictions on who could enter the island. However, at some point in time, there were too many people on the island. It was then that Turtle Deity Island decided to limit the number of practitioners entering the island based on their cultivation level to prevent the island from being overcrowded. Where is Emperor Shi cultivating at? Futian asked Lin Yuan. Turtle Peak, Lin Yuan replied. Even though I have never been here before, you could probably just ask anyone around here. They should all know where it is. Futian nodded. Since they were already on Turtle Deity Island, it was easy to find where Emperor Shi was cultivating. They walked towards the center of Turtle Deity Island. Along the way, they asked around for the location of Turtle Peak. After some time, they arrived at a city at the foot of Turtle Peak. This city was named Turtle Deity City, and it was located at the bottom of Turtle Peak. Arriving in the city, Futian noticed that the practitioners of Turtle Deity City had an obviously high level of cultivation. A vast majority were visitors, and just by casually looking around, he could see high-level Rinhuangs. Any virtuoso that they met would likely hail from a powerful faction in the Donghua domain. Let's find a place to settle down for a while, the Alchemy Emperor said. Let's wait for Zongchan and the rest to meet up with us. Futian nodded. Lin Yuan already knew that Futian and the rest came from Wangshan Watchtower. People like these would naturally not be a typical person, and they certainly belonged to different worlds. I did not expect that we would also have a chance to come to Turtle Deity Island to witness this grand event. Thank you, seniors, for bringing the two of us along." Lin Yuan and his cultivation partner Lu Qing wrapped their fists in gratitude towards Yi Futian. "There is no need for thanks. It was not much work anyway," Yi Futian replied casually. Indeed, to him, it was nothing bringing the two of them along. "Your help is, however, significant to us. However, I'm afraid we are unable to repay you and can only be thankful in our hearts." Lin Yuan was very realistic. After all, the difference between them was too huge. Yi Futian was such a powerful character. How could he possibly repay this favor? Yi Futian smiled lightly. He was not really bothered by it. "Now that we are already on Turtle Deity Island, the two of us shall not intrude on you seniors. We will take our leave now." Lin Yuan wrapped his fist as he bade farewell. Yi Futian nodded. "All right. I hope you will gain something this time. Seniors, take care." The two of them bowed lightly and turned around to leave. The two of them initially were not familiar with Yi Futian. They only met him on their journey here. Furthermore, they were not even from the same world. Yi Futian was already very magnanimous in bringing them to Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan knew not to take advantage of Yi Futian's help too much. He knew that he should not continue staying beside Yi Futian. It would also intrude on them. Yi Futian, on the other hand, did not think about these at all, and he was not really bothered by it. They were indeed not close, so he did not try to get them to stay. After the two parties separated, Lin Yuan and Lu Qing continued walking around Turtle Deity Island. Lin Yuan sighed. "Sometimes I think that I have put in sufficient effort into cultivating, but when compared to these people at the pinnacle, I discover that my efforts are nothing. The Divine Prefecture is so big, so there certainly are many exceptional talents. These people are already standing at the pinnacle, so what is there to compare? We should first maintain our own psyches, persevere in cultivation, surpass mortality, and forge our Saint Plane," Lu Qing replied quietly. Seeing all these exceptional practitioners has indeed affected my psyche. Let's leave this place quickly, lest we develop overly lofty goals." Lin Yuan lightly nodded. As they were walking, Lin Yuan seemed to have sensed something. He felt that something seemed off and stopped walking. Right after, Lu Qing also sensed it. In the next moment, a powerful sealing power shrouded the entire space, and an elderly man appeared ahead of them. His eyes let out a demon-like aura. It was terrifying. "Senior, how can we help you?" Lin Yuan lightly rapped his fist. He had an intense, ominous feeling, but he tried his best to control his fear. "Oin!" The elderly man morphed into a black beam of light and instantly appeared in front of them. His hands stretched outwards and tightly grasped both their heads. They couldn't even react. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing's face turned ashen. He let out a frightened expression. A gray silhouette charged into their minds, and a voice broke out. "Who was the man that you were following previously?" "Senior, we were only following him on our way here. We are not close at all," Lin Yuan said. However, an even more terrifying power infiltrated him, and his body trembled violently. Lu Qing even let out a scream of anguish. Lin Yuan could not hope to fight against this power, and he, too, felt Lu Qing's pain. He pleaded, "I only know that they come from Wangshan Watchtower of the Dongxiao continent. Please?" Bang! The moment he said his words, the elderly man exerted a little force in his palms, and the two of them were instantly pulverized into a gray stream, which then vanished. They were killed in a split second. The elderly man's silhouette flashed, and the sealing power vanished. He also completely disappeared, as though nothing had happened before. However, there were numerous practitioners on the Turtle Deity Island, so there were still people who noticed what had happened. Streaks of silhouette flew over here. As they watched the vanishing silhouette, their hearts beat wildly, especially those with weak cultivation. They felt a tinge of fear. These two practitioners were murdered just like that. Not even their bodies remained. Who did they offend? Chapter 1996. Upheaval. After Lin Yuan and his partner were killed, a few streaks of silhouettes descended on this area. They looked at each other, their brows furrowed. "Let's go." In a flash, they disappeared. In a tavern in Turtle Deity Island, a person sat quietly on the attic floor. Ling He was sipping his wine calmly. Out of nowhere, a person appeared behind him. He was the elderly man who killed Lin Yuan. He stood behind Ling He and telepathically said, Dongxiao Continent, Wangshan Watchtower. Wangshan Watchtower. A tinge of surprise flashed in Ling He's eyes. A name surfaced in his mind. Zhong Chan? That could not be right. Zhong Chan was rumored to have already broken through to the high-level Renhuang level. That man, however, was only a middle-level Renhuang. He should be another practitioner of Wangshan Watchtower. Indeed, it was exactly like what he had guessed. The man hailed from a very powerful faction of the Donghua domain. However, even if he were from Wangshan Watchtower, he would have to pay the price for spoiling his plans. This time, he had put in a lot of effort to get close to the people from the snow capital. However, it seemed like it was highly likely to fail. Who is that? At that moment, a virtuoso behind Ling He glanced into the distance. There was a divine consciousness spying on them. A strong divine consciousness shrouded the entire space around the tavern. A pressure of the great path hammered down on a certain location, and at that spot, a few people walked in the air. They appeared outside the tavern and stood from afar. One of them announced, "We are from the city lord's office. Where are you from?" Ling He's eyes narrowed sharply. He glanced at the elderly man behind him with a tinge of coldness in his eyes. The elderly man's expressions changed slightly, and he lowered his head as though he had made a mistake. It was apparent that he did not fully clean up after himself, and his actions had caught some people's attention. Donghua Heavens, Lingxiao Pavilion. Ling He lifted his cup of wine and drank it calmly without looking at the other party. Upon hearing the name, Lingxiao Pavilion of the Donghua Heavens, the row of people hesitated for a moment and sighed internally. They could not afford to offend factions of such a high level. Apologies for the disturbance. The few of them wrapped their fists lightly and left the area in a flash, as though they had never appeared before. They did not mention why they came here. It seemed like it was only to ask where the other party was from. Ling He did not find it strange at all. Even if his actions were discovered, it meant nothing to him. The life of 2 ants was worth nothing to him. He wouldn't even think about it. It was just that his reputation would suffer a little if news that he might be using his position to carry out his personal revenge got out. He was a man of status, and so, it would be a little embarrassing if people knew that he used his influence to deal with 2 juniors. Apart from that, the death of the 2 of them was nothing major. "Have the people from the various huge factions arrived?" asked Ling He. The major factions that he mentioned naturally referred to the most powerful factions in the Donghua domain. They were factions that were on the same level as the Lingxiao Pavilion. For example, Wangshan Watchtower. Otherwise, the other factions were meaningless, and there was no need to pay attention to them. "They should more or less have arrived," an elderly man replied. The domain chief's manor had always had someone here, but those coming should still be on their way. Now that the people from the Wangshan Watchtower had arrived, we only haven't heard from the Nanhua Continent and Badlands Continent. All the other factions already have representatives here. The youth nodded. "Investigate if there are any new powerful middle-level Renhuang in the Wangshan Watchtower." "Yes, sir." Someone accepted the order. The factions in Turtle Deity Island were rather jumbled at the moment. Virtuosos from various places were all here. Scouting would not only be simple but rather, it would be made even easier. Because people from various places were all gathered in one place, information could be exchanged easily. Ling He looked far into the distance, his eyes carrying a tinge of coldness. Regardless of how powerful anyone was, if anyone dared to disrupt his plans, they must pay for it. Futian had not received news of Lin Yuan's death. Whatever happened at the Divine Ocean Cliff was mainly due to his conflict with the other party. In any case, it was not a big matter anyway, so there wasn't a deep grudge formed. He did not expect that this encounter would cause him to be a target of assassination. Certainly, he would not expect that to lead to the death of Lin Yuan and his partner. If he knew, he would not have let Lin Yuan leave him. While they were walking around Turtle Deity Island, a row of silhouettes suddenly flashed towards them and descended. Seeing who had arrived, Futian smiled and said, "Brothers, you have finally arrived." The people who arrived were the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower. Li Chongsheng and Zhong Chong were all among them. "Your brother Zhong and I had arrived some time ago and met up in advance. We were nearby when we saw you arrive. Li Changsheng smiled and said. Even though he was a powerful level 9 existence, one could not feel a tinge of threatening aura. Of course, this was only one of his side. He was like this only to his fellow brothers. I wonder how long more we have to wait, Yi Futian said. There's no need to rush. This time, many powerful figures have arrived. It has been many years since virtuosos from various places have gathered in one place in the Donghua domain. It is quite a fortunate coincidence this time, Li Changsheng said with a smile. Among the powerful characters who have come this time, there might be those who are not necessarily weaker than you. It's a pity that you don't have the chance to spar with them. It seems that brother really wants to spectate a battle of the path between disciples of top-tier factions. Zhong Chan smiled. Nope, I am only interested in the battle of the path between practitioners of Little Brother Ye's level, or influential characters like Little Brother Zhong. Li Changsheng smiled. This time, I'm afraid that among the powerful people who have come this time, a number would want to know if you live up to your reputation. I might be able to spectate some interesting events. Zhong Chan shook his head silently. The greater one's fame, the more easily one is targeted by others. It was exactly because he had risen to a high-level Renhuang that he had been targeted by various top-tier factions. Boom, just as they were talking, a low rumble reverberated continuously throughout the space. When they lifted their heads towards the heavens and saw that dark clouds shrouded the blue sky, the black clouds floated about, and the skies gradually darkened. Something big is going to happen. Li Changsheng's eyes glowed in anticipation, and he stared at the skies above. The clouds that floated about gave off a tinge of pressure. At the same moment, in various places on Turtle Deity Island, many people raised their heads to look at the skies. They all felt the faint pressurizing aura. They could feel that something big was going to happen. The weather is changing so quickly, and these phenomena are happening. Does this mean that the tribulations are coming? Yi Futian muttered softly. I've not witnessed it before either. However, from the ancient records, the geographical phenomena caused by the great path tribulations of gods require time to happen. This scene now probably indicates that the tribulations will happen soon, Li Changsheng replied with his head raised towards the skies. At the same time, many people flew out from the city towards the same destination, Turtle Peak. We should also set off towards Turtle Peak, Li Changsheng continued. Instantly, they also shot into the skies. At that moment, they noticed that the entire population of Turtle Deity Island was making their move, and they were all headed towards Turtle Peak. Turtle Peak was the cultivation court of Emperor Shi. All the virtuosos would descend from the skies right before arriving at Turtle Peak and then walk up to the peak. Everyone was conscious not to enter the peak from above. Without sufficient strength, their action would be an act of provocation. Everyone has arrived, Yi Futian thought to himself. They also arrived at the foot of the Turtle Peak and began walking up Turtle Peak. He was not the only one. Virtuosos from all over the world were rushing to ascend the peak. Wisps of aura of the Great Path exploded out one after another as everyone began using their own unique skills. At that moment, the area looked very beautiful. Who are those people? At that moment, many people looked in a certain direction. At that location was a row of goddess-like figures. They were dressed in white and surrounded by a cold aura. Even the temperature around them dropped a few degrees. No one dared to get close to them. Goddesses of the northern white snow capital, someone said. The land of fluttering snow, someone asked in surprise. Yes, someone replied. Instantly the people around them retreated in fear of getting too close to them. Even though the ladies were gorgeous, no one dared to go up and flirt with them. Yi Futian also looked in that direction. The other virtuosos all kept their distance and did not dare appear in their vicinity. It seemed that these ladies were rather intimidating. Yi Futian spotted a familiar silhouette among them. It was the goddess-like figure that he saw that day at the cliff. Northern White, Snow Capital? Yi Futian muttered. Are they practitioners from the divine palace of fluttering snow of the Northern White continent? It was one of the 7 main continents of the Donghua domain, so naturally, Yi Futian looked up information regarding the place. In the Northern White continent, the divine palace of fluttering snow was located in the snow capital. It was the top sacred grounds of Northern White. Certainly, it was especially powerful. In that case, that lady must come from the snow capital's divine palace of fluttering snow. Are you interested? Li Changsheng smiled at Yi Futian. While the practitioners of the divine palace of fluttering snow are a little fierce, they are all stunning. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. Of course, he knew that Li Changsheng was joking. However, everyone seemed to be a little wary of the goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow. Was it because of their cultivation? They continued walking up, and in no time at all, many practitioners had ascended Turtle Peak. The aura in the skies became even more pressurizing. It was like the pressure of the Great Path's aura. With great phenomena appearing in the skies, something big was bound to happen. The tribulations were going to arrive. Chapter 1997. Virtuosos from all over the world. Turtle Peak was very spacious. It was the cultivation grounds of Emperor Shi. No one dared to disturb Emperor Shi when they ascended the peak. They only stood at the outer regions of the Turtle Peak. When Yi Futian and his group stepped onto Turtle Peak, they gazed into the distance. There were a few structures that were not quite majestic and seemed to be casually arranged in that direction. However, they seemed to carry an ethereal air of deities. It was as though they were in the realm of deities. It was exactly where Emperor Shi was at. Many virtuosos had scaled the Turtle Peak. In this vast group of people, many had an extremely high level of cultivation. High-level renwangs could be found everywhere on the peak. At that time, Yi Futian felt that someone was looking at him. He turned and looked around. He saw someone familiar. He met this practitioner when he was training on the Eastern Deity Island, Jiang Jiuming from the Jiang clan ancient royal family. The Jiang clan ancient royal family was an extremely old clan. It was the protector of the Luotian continent, which was one of the 7 continents. The clan was crowded with virtuosos, and Jiang Jiuming was one of the top practitioners in his generation. Since the Luotian continent and the Penglai continent were both in the east of the Donghua domain, they were quite close. When Jiang Jiuming went to train on the Eastern Deity Island the last time, he was also there to see if he could obtain elixirs from the Eastern Deity Island. Unfortunately, he failed. However, on Eastern Deity Island, he encountered an extremely exceptional practitioner, Yi Futian. At that moment, Jiang Jiuming walked towards Yi Futian. Behind him were a couple of practitioners from the Jiang clan ancient royal family. He stopped in front of Yi Futian and said, "Such a coincidence. I did not expect to meet Brother Yi and the Island Lord again." The Island Lord, of course, referred to the Donglai goddess. It's a coincidence indeed. Yi Futian smiled. After learning about the Donghua domain, he understood that the Jiang clan ancient royal family was the strongest clan in the Luotian continent. They were mysterious and ancient, and they had an abundance of resources. This is also somewhat expected. With such great talent, Brother Yi naturally would emerge from the Penglai continent. I guess it isn't strange that you have appeared here as well, Jiang Jiuming smiled. Looking at the Zongchan, Li Changsheng, and the rest who were standing beside Yi Futian, he said, "I am Jiang Jiuming from the Jiang clan. You are all practitioners from the Wangshan Watchtower, right?" Just now, he had roughly analyzed Yi Futian's group and walked over after identifying Zongchan and the others. Not long ago, he heard news that the Great Yin ancient royal family had headed towards the Wangshan Watchtower and that Yi Futian had already started cultivating in the Wangshan Watchtower. The Jiang clan ancient royal family, Li Changsheng and Zongchan, and the rest instantly understood where the other party hailed from. They nodded, smiling. I did not expect Island Lord and Brother Yi to have gone to Wangshan Watchtower. Now, Brother Yi is cultivating in Wangshan Watchtower. To be able to get the Millet Emperor's guidance, it can be said that you have found yourself a famous teacher, Jiang Jiuming said. At that time, he thought that it would be a waste of his talents if Yi Futian continued to stay on Eastern Deity Island. However, unexpectedly, the Donglai goddess sent Yi Futian to Wangshan Watchtower. This led him to believe that something important happened when Yi Futian entered the secret zone of the Eastern Deity Island. I am only studying at Wangshan Watchtower. I have not become the Millet Emperor's disciple, Yi Futian explained with a smile. Did everyone believe that the Millet Emperor had taken him in as a disciple? Jiang Jiuming smiled without saying anything. From his perspective, there was not much difference. Are you Zongchan? Asked a lady standing beside Jiang Jiuming as she looked at Zongchan. She was Jiang Qixuan and was also a Ren Huang practitioner of the Jiang clan ancient royal family. She was dashing and carried a majestic air about her. Her gorgeous eyes were focused on Zhongchan. The outer world, including the seniors of the Jiang clan royal ancient family, had high praise for Zhongchan. Zhongchan nodded. I hear from my seniors that you have already attained 7 perfect levels of the Great Path? Jiang Qixuan asked without any hesitation. Zhongchan nodded. Quite a number of the virtuosos of the Jiang clan ancient royal family looked at him. 7 perfect levels of the Great Path. Just how strong was his combat ability? It was likely that he was strong enough to compete with typical level 9 Renwangs for the top. Another top-tier virtuoso was going to emerge from the Wangshan Watchtower. From a distance away, a virtuoso was looking at them. The virtuosos from the Lingxiao Palace were present, and Ling He was among them. Not long ago, he ordered his men to investigate Futian, and before long, he had obtained information on Futian. Coincidentally, the virtuosos from the Yinyun continent had also arrived. He heard that a couple of months ago, the great Yin ancient royal family led an army of virtuosos from the Yinyun continent to the Dongxiao continent to provoke the Wangshan Watchtower. There, they were met with resistance. Another influential character was heading towards Wangshan Watchtower at the same time. His name was Yi Lianyan, and he came from Eastern Deity Island. That one battle made the Millet Emperor personally invite him to join the Wangshan Watchtower. He was a middle-level Renhuang with a perfect great path. Not only was he highly talented, but he was well-versed in alchemy and cultivation. He was also the heir to the Eastern Deity Island, and now, he had gained the favor of the Millet Emperor. Naturally, someone like him would be very cocky. There was no doubt of his talents. It was no wonder that Ling He would lose to him at the cliff. He also heard that months ago, the Yin Dongyang of the great Yin ancient royal family once fought with Futian and lost. Ling He went over to the virtuosos of the divine palace of fluttering snow and bowed lightly. Ling He pays his respects to goddesses. The goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow wrapped their fists in greeting. Ling He was not any normal person. He was a disciple of the Lingxiao Palace, and they had a decent relationship with each other. Furthermore, it seemed like recently, Ling He was pursuing Qin Qing. Qin Qing. Ling He looked at Qin Qing. She was the goddess who was traveling with him that day at the cliff. Qin Qing was a disciple of the Lord of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. Regardless of appearance or cultivation, she was a cut above the rest. Qin Qing nodded lightly, but her eyes were looking somewhere else. Following her line of sight, Ling He noticed that she was looking in Futian's and Zhongchan's direction. Obviously, Futian left a rather deep impression on Qin Qing. Oh, so he is a practitioner of the Wangshan Watchtower, Qin Qing said. Are you looking at Zhongchan? Asked one of the women at the side. He has now become the most discussed person among all the factions. He had broken through to the high-level Renhuang level with a perfect great path. He is fated to become one of the top-tier characters in the Donghua domain in the future. Qin Qing looked at where Zhongchan stood at. Futian was standing next to him. Who was the white-haired practitioner next to Zhongchan? Qin Qing asked. Only then did many people notice Futian. This white-haired youth indeed had an extraordinary aura. He was also very dashing. In fact, among everyone around him, he had the most handsome features. However, the world of cultivation did not care about the looks of a man. Rather, they were more concerned with his cultivation level. Especially at the Renhuang level, they completely do not care about the features of a man. Thus, Zhongchan was the most eye-catching. In that case, why would Qin Qing notice Futian? Yi Lianyan. At that moment, a practitioner with a very sophisticated aura walked up to the crowd from behind them. While she was not as physically attractive as Qin Qing, her extraordinary aura might even be stronger than Qin Qing's. Many people looked at her with respect. Sister, do you know him? Qin Qing asked. He is a practitioner of the Eastern Deity Island. A while ago, the Donglai goddess brought him to the Wangshan Watchtower. At the entrance test to the Wangshan Watchtower, and utterly defeated all the virtuosos. The prince of the great Yin ancient royal family, Yin Dongyang, led his army of virtuosos from the Yinyun continent to the entrance test and absolutely crushed the practitioners of the Dongxiao continent. However, he was stopped by Yi Futian and subsequently defeated by him, the lady said. Yi Futian is at the 4th Runhuang level. He has a perfect grade divine wheel. He is well versed in alchemy, swordsmanship, rhythmic sorcery, and various other skills. It took him only one strike of his sword to defeat Yin Dongyang. Swordsmanship? A quizzical expression flashed through Qin Qing's eyes as she looked at Yi Futian. No wonder he could sense and comprehend the will of the axe at the cliff the other day. It seemed like he was an exceptionally outstanding practitioner. It looks like I lost to him for a good reason the other day. Ling He smiled. He seemed very casual, as though he was not bothered by that event. You all know him? Asked the lady. I met him when I was traveling in the Divine Ocean continent. He managed to decrypt the relics left behind as runes carved out by the thunder-punishing Skylord, said Qin Qing. The woman nodded her head lightly and looked at Yi Futian. Is this the heir chosen by the Eastern Deity Island? She thought. No matter who he was, it was unlikely that the great Yin ancient royal family was going to let him off. Yi Futian felt the stares and lifted his head to look towards the divine palace of fluttering snow. The Li Changxing beside him asked, Brother Yi, they are talking about you. When did you become acquaintances with the goddesses of the divine palace of fluttering snow? We have met once before, Yi Futian replied. We aren't really acquainted. Li Changxing nodded lightly. This rascal was quite eye-catching, it seemed. They were only separated for a short while, and he had already got to know the people from the divine palace of fluttering snow. Furthermore, they seemed to think pretty highly of him. I am Ling He from the Lingxiao Palace. I did not know who you were back at the Divine Ocean, but now let's be acquaintances. Ling He nodded lightly at Yi Futian. He seemed to be rather friendly. Yi Futian glanced at him. That day, Ling He was especially overbearing and arrogant, but he will not be hostile towards someone who showed no malice, and so he also lightly nodded in response. However, he did not say much more either and only responded in courtesy. He did not intend to be acquaintances with him. Seeing Yi Futian's attitude, Ling He's heart turned a little cold, but he did not show it. He thought that this prodigy who joined the Wangshan Watchtower was probably feeling pretty cocky at that moment. I am Qin Qing from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. Qin Qing also nodded at Yi Futian. I am Yi Lionian. Yi Futian nodded in response. He decided to show a little more friendliness to Qin Qing because Qin Qing did not act in such an unforgivably rude manner the other day. It was certainly not because she was beautiful. In a certain place in the crowd, someone was looking at these two parties conversing. They were the people from the Turtle Deity City Lord's office. They heard what the two groups were talking about. After all, they did not intentionally try to avoid interfering, so they roughly understood some things that were happening. This Ling He was so superficial. Yi Futian probably did not know what Ling He had done. Chapter 1998. Famous People. Yi Lionian, a low voice echoed. The person who spoke was Ling He. I've heard that Brother Yi once displayed unrivaled power at Wangshan Watchtower. With those skills, you defeated all the virtuosos from the Yinyun continent and even beat the great Yin prince with one strike of your sword. If I had known of Brother Ye's prowess, I would certainly have been far humbler back at the Divine Ocean. Someone secretly looked at Ling He, with some idea of what was going on. Yi Futian's eyes also narrowed slightly as he glanced at Ling He. He saw that Ling He's eyes carried an easy and natural smile, as though he highly admired Yi Futian. However, this made Yi Futian feel extremely uncomfortable. The virtuosos from the great Yin ancient royal family had also all arrived. There were so many of them just a distance away. For Ling He to say it in such a way, was he praising Yi Futian, or was he humiliating the great Yin ancient royal family? Of course, with the grudges between him and the great Yin ancient royal family, Yi Futian had already offended them, and so he didn't care if they were humiliated. He just disliked how Ling He behaved. If it was someone else, they might be sincerely praising him, but Ling He definitely was not. From his behavior at the cliff, Yi Futian could tell that he was highly arrogant and domineering. Even though he was humiliated, he left without saying anything. A person with such a personality would never sincerely praise Yi Futian, a person who had beat him not so long ago. Indeed, hearing what Ling He said, a faint aura of the great path reached over from afar. The virtuosos of the great Yin ancient royal family looked over, and someone had even started walking over. Yin Dongyang was standing right at the front, and beside him was a practitioner who was older than him. The practitioner had an extraordinary aura about him. He was luxuriously clothed in long brocade robes. His entire body emitted an air of nobility. It was as though he was a real dragon. Yin Hanqing, the crown prince of the great Yin ancient royal family. He is a level 9 Renhuang, Li Changsheng told Yi Futian telepathically. Yi Futian looked towards him. This Yin Hanqing gave off an extremely intimidating pressure. He had handsomely sharp and chiseled features. He looked to be about 35 or 36 years old. He was the strongest among his generation of great Yin ancient royal family princes. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Renhuang level. Yin Hanqing walked over, and instantly, many people stared at him. Quite a number of them had heard the news of the battle at Wangshan Watchtower. The great Yin ancient royal family led an entire army of virtuosos from the Yinyun continent to attack them, but they returned in defeat. In particular, Yin Dongyang had been defeated by a single sword strike. It was highly humiliating. Everyone knew that Ling He's words were undoubtedly a little sensitive and hit a sore spot. However, no one said it out loud. The great Yin ancient royal family had always been overbearing and tyrannical, so there was almost no chance that they would tolerate their loss of face. Everyone around kept silent. When Yin Hanqing stopped, he did not look at Yi Futian but rather turned to look at Zhongchan. To the crown prince of the great Yin ancient royal family, Yi Futian was but an insignificant junior, even if he was also a Renhuang. After all, Yin Hanqing had been cultivating for many years, and he had also been at the pinnacle of the Renhuang level for a long time. Naturally, he would not lower his status to deal with Yi Futian. I heard that Zhongchan had broken through to the high Renhuang level, so I sent Dongyang to send our regards, and at the same time experienced the strength of the practitioners of the Dongshao continent. I hear that you still have a perfect great path even after ascending to a high-level Renhuang. Congratulations, Yin Hanqing said with a rather hard tone as he looked at Zhongchan. He gave off a faint pressure that caused discomfort to everyone around him. In particular, those with a low cultivation level felt a very strong pressure. It was not the might of the great path. Rather, it was a formless aura that emanated from him. Thank you, Zhongchan replied with a smile, seeming quite casual about it. With his cultivation level and a perfect great path, even a level 9 Renhuang virtuoso would not be able to give him a strong pressure. A level 7 Renhuang with a perfect great path. If we are talking about combat abilities, that should be very comparable to a level 9 virtuoso. Yin Hanqing looked at Zhongchan. I am quite expectant of how strong your gate to world suppression will be after you have become a high-level Renhuang, and just how much you have inherited from the Millet Emperor. Zhongchan smiled. You'll definitely have a chance to see it. That person from the Badlands has yet to arrive. Having proven your path, I wonder if you can defeat him, Yin Hanqing continued. His tone made the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower very uncomfortable. It gave off the vague feeling that he was the senior speaking to a junior. Even though if one considered the amount of time they have been cultivating, Zhongchan indeed was Yin Hanqing's junior. With how much Zhongchan had achieved, he was no longer inferior to him. In fact, he had greater potential. Why don't you ask yourself your chances of victory if you fought with that person from the Badlands? Li Changsheng said from the side. Yin Hanqing glanced at him. Zhongchan smiled silently. He was thinking of the exact same thing. Yin Hanqing's attitude made him a little uncomfortable. Even though he was a level 9 Renhuang, he may not necessarily defeat that person from the Badlands. Who wants to know? Why not just try? You'll get your answer that way, said a strong, deep voice from afar. Many people looked in the direction into the distance and saw someone descend onto Turtle Peak. The aura from this column of people was terrifying. Most of them were dressed in black, and they gave off a formless, intangible pressure. Practitioners from the Badlands Divine Palace of the Badlands continent, Yi Futian thought to himself as he looked at the row of practitioners. They should have come from the Western Badlands continent, which was a rather remote place in the Donghua domain. The Badlands Divine Palace was the protector and absolute ruler of the region. After numerous generations and experiencing many cycles of prosperity and decline, it was still surviving. The virtuosos from the Badlands Divine Palace have also arrived. The surrounding virtuosos looked towards them. The Badlands continent was the most remote, and the Badlands Divine Palace did not have many ties with the other factions of the Donghua domain. Many people were still wondering if they would come at all. It seemed that no one wanted to miss Emperor Shi take on the tribulations. It was even more so the case for those standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Many people looked at the practitioner of the Badlands Divine Palace who spoke. He was dressed in a black robe, and a somber aura emanated from him. His pair of eyes induced fear in whoever looked at them. It was as though whatever he looked at would rot and wither in an instant. No one knew his true name. Everyone only knew that he was the Badlands Divine Palace's desolation of this generation, the heir to the Badlands Divine Palace. The Lord of the Badlands Divine Palace was given the title of the Desolate God. Even though they were not god-level virtuosos, the Badlands Divine Palace had a very long history. It was said that in ancient times, people with such levels of cultivation had existed before. Furthermore, they had very ancient relics that were passed through numerous generations. Thus, they named themselves the Desolate Gods. The heir to the Desolate God was known as the Desolation. This was very similar to the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. They also claimed to be founded by a god-level figure. Most of the top-tier factions in the Divine Prefecture had very ancient roots. Wangshan Watchtower, on the other hand, had a much shorter histories. It was founded by the Millet Emperor himself. Desolation glanced at the Yin Hanqing who was speaking just now. A terrifying aura swirled around inside his pair of demonic, pitch-black eyes. It was like he was provoking Yin Hanqing. "Do you want to give it a try?" Desolation asked Yin Hanqing. Hearing his words, many people let out a slightly eager expression. The most powerful people from various continents had arrived. Only that Titan, who was governing them all, was not present. However, they should have all arrived. It was just that they had yet to show themselves. Now, only that person from the domain chief's manor has not yet arrived, many people thought. Before Zongchan, there were 3 people whom everyone most expected to become one of the most powerful figures in the entire Donghua domain. Among these 3 people, one was from the domain chief's manor. Among the other 2, one was the Desolation from the Badlands Divine Palace. As for the other one, was the lady beside Qin Qing who previously told Qin Qing of Yi Futian's identity. She was Zhang Yueli, a disciple of the Lord of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, who was also known as the Sword Goddess. Zongchan was the 4th person to achieve such heights. A gathering like this would definitely rouse excitement. Many people were staring at Yin Hanqing. How would he reply to Desolation? Yin Hanqing turned around, and his sights settled on Desolation. Even though he had a perfect great path, Yin Hanqing was, ultimately, still the crown prince of the great Yin ancient royal family. He was an especially powerful character. Even though he was facing Desolation, his eyes still carried a noble look of arrogance. He replied nonchalantly, "You are still a junior. It would not be fair for me if we sparred. You might have a chance if you advanced to the 8th level." Before breaking through to the high-level Renhuang, his divine wheel was also of a perfect grade. He was off by only one small step, so certainly, he was not a typical level 9 Renhuang either. "I thought you would attack me head-on," Desolation replied, glancing casually at Yin Hanqing. After that, he did not even look at him. It seemed that in Desolation's eyes, this crown prince of the great Yin ancient royal family was not worth his attention. Those who caught his attention must necessarily be those who were similarly outstanding. In other words, those who had a perfect great path. Desolation took a look at Zongchan, and when their eyes met, everyone felt a tinge of rivalry. However, apart from the leaders of various large factions, Zhang Yueli should be the strongest in the entire Donghua domain among all the other virtuosos. She was already at the pinnacle of the level 8 Renhuang. If she broke through to the 9th level, the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow would become significantly more powerful. However, for people like them who have already arrived at such a high level of cultivation, breaking through to the next level was extremely difficult. The difference between any 2 levels was almost like a moat that could not be crossed. At that moment, the mighty pressure in the skies became even more intense. The clouds and winds shifted, and from the cultivation grounds of Emperor, she emerged a row of people. They looked at the virtuosos gathered in front of them and said, "The practitioners from top-tier factions of any continent are welcome inside. As for the rest, please remain in the outer circle." Everyone understood what he meant. It seemed that Emperor she could feel that his tribulation was arriving and invited the virtuosos in. However, he only extended an invitation to the practitioners of the various top-tier factions. Nonetheless, they all understood. Emperor she was kind enough to allow everyone to stay on Turtle Peak. Even if all of them wanted to enter, there was not enough space to contain all of them. "Thank you, Emperor she," many people responded. One after another, they walked towards the people who emerged. The conflict here was temporarily resolved. Chapter 1999. Flattery. At the top of the Turtle Peak was a villa shrouded in an ethereal deity aura. There were quite a number of structures built here. It was the residential area of Emperor Shi and his protégés. The area was huge, and when Futian and his friends entered, they saw that it was already filled with many people who were chatting about casually. Millet Emperor. Futian's sight settled on a particular individual. The Millet Emperor had already arrived along with a few other extraordinary characters. They were likely practitioners of the same level as the Millet Emperor. Everyone understood that these were the titans of the Donghua domain. They arrived inconspicuously. No one noticed their presence from the outside. Furthermore, no one dared to use their divine consciousness to peek into the cultivation grounds of Emperor Shi. This showed extreme disrespect to their seniors, so no one had the guts to do it. Futian looked at where they were standing and located the person standing in the group center. That person was dressed in very simple robes and looked to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he seemed to be alive with energy, and he certainly had an extraordinary air about him. He chatted with a smile on his face, and the feeling he gave off made people feel very comfortable. It was as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. Interestingly, one could not feel any aura from him. It was like he was just an ordinary human. However, if he was standing here, there was no way he was just any ordinary human. Emperor Shi. Futian thought to himself. He was someone who had a perfect great path and was about to experience the tribulations of gods. According to what Li Changsheng said earlier, there was no one in the Donghua domain who had overcome the 3 tribulations. No one had even overcome the first tribulation. This was uncertain only for one person, and that was the manor chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. Li Changsheng mentioned that no one knew what level the manor chief was at, and no one knew if he had overcome the great path tribulations of gods. However, none of the other virtuosos had ever overcome it before. Setting aside the matter of overcoming it, basically, no one was eligible to even experience the tribulations. After all, one would only have the chance if their great path was perfect, and in the Donghua domain, a vast majority of virtuosos were fake emperors. Thus, once Emperor Shi managed to overcome the tribulation successfully, he would most likely become the number 1 person in the Donghua domain. If the domain chief manor's chief concealed his power, then he would at least be the number 1 practitioner apart from the manor chief. With such a level of cultivation, he would be considered a top-tier character even in the entire divine prefecture. When everyone arrived, they all looked in the direction of Emperor Shi. In return, Emperor Shi also looked at the crowd before him. With just a glance, everyone mistakenly felt that he was looking at each of them. Emperor Shi had a kind smile on his face as he spoke to the crowd. "I haven't been to the outside world in such a long time, so I have not yet met the junior practitioners of the Donghua domain. Ever since the age of chaos back then, Donghuang the Great unified the entire divine prefecture, creating the age of peace that lasted for numerous years. Now, with every passing year, more outstanding juniors have emerged, and it has only been a little over 300 years since the unification of the divine prefecture. I believe that with time, there will be a greater number of especially powerful figures who, like me, will experience the tribulations. In the age of chaos, there were too many prodigies and top-tier factions that were destroyed. It was only in the recent 300 or so years that the world had become far more peaceful. When all the powerful and famous figures managed to survive till now, there would be more virtuosos in the world. These juniors are still a long way from Senior Emperor Shi. In this generation, There are only a few people who have managed to forge a perfect grade divine wheel when ascending to the high-level Renhuang. An elderly man smiled. It is the same for every generation. When the next generation attempts to break through to the high Renhuang level, more influential people will emerge. Emperor Shi smiled. Indeed, in the next generation, there are many with great potential distributed across various factions. They are all very exceptional. Didn't Zhong Chan from the Wangshan Watchtower succeed not too long ago? Someone smiled, causing many people to look toward the Millet Emperor. Zhong Chan is indeed not bad. The Millet Emperor smiled. Looking at Zhong Chan, he said, Zhong Chan, come over and meet Emperor Shi and your seniors. Yes, teacher. Zhong Chan nodded lightly and walked towards them. Stopping in front of them, he bowed and said, Junior Zhong Chan pays his respects to Emperor Shi and seniors. Emperor Shi nodded. You're still so young. Certainly, in the future, you will become more powerful. Who are the other powerful juniors in our Donghua domain now? There are Zhang Yueli from the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, Desolation from the Badlands continent, as well as the son of the Manor Chief. The three of them achieved a perfect grade divine wheel as high-level Renwangs before Zhong Chan, said the leader of the Nanhua clan of the Nanhua continent with a smile. He had an otherworldly air about him. He looked at the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow and the Badlands Divine Palace. Both Zhang Yueli and Desolation were there. Zhang Yueli pays her respects to Senior Emperor Shi. Zhang Yueli bowed lightly. On the other hand, Desolation bowed to Emperor Shi across the air without saying anything. The practitioners of the Badlands continent were all loners and arrogant. They were very used to being alone. Towards Emperor Shi, however, Desolation still maintained a level of respect. It was his respect towards a virtuoso. This was someone who was going to overcome the tribulations of gods. It was a goal that he was going to pursue in the future. Emperor Shi nodded at the two of them. He asked Zhang Yueli, did your master not come? Teacher says she will come, Zhang Yueli responded. As they were talking, a powerful aura permeated the region from afar. In the next instance, a beam of sword radiance descended in front of Zhang Yueli. A sharp-looking woman appeared. She had a rather cold air about her. Standing there, she was like a sword. It was like she was one with the heavenly path. She was the lord of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow and the sword goddess of the Donghua domain. This sword goddess was honorably known as the top swordsman in the entire Donghua domain. Since Emperor Shi was going to experience the tribulations, I must attend this event, the sword goddess said. I thought the same too. After all, you will also have such a day in the future. Emperor Shi smiled. The sword goddess was also a top Renhuang with a perfect great path and one of the most powerful people in the Donghua domain. Previously, this sword goddess was among the top 3 in the rank list of the most powerful figures in the Donghua domain. The sword goddess did not respond to this comment. Emperor Shi looked at the people behind her and said, it seems like powerful characters will emerge from the next generation of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. In the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow, apart from Zhang Yueli who had ascended to the high Renhuang level with a perfect great path, the other direct disciples of the Palace Lord, Chu Hanqi and Qin Qing, are both middle-level Renwangs with a perfect grade divine wheel. They will surely have a chance, too, in the future. The next generation of the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow is indeed exceptional, someone said with a smile. The person who spoke was the Lingshao Palace Lord. He was dressed very lavishly and had an extraordinary air about him. There are many exceptional people in the next generation of the Donghua domain, and even disregarding the domain chief's manor, various factions have influential characters of their own. Furthermore, the divine prefecture is so vast and boundless, we might not even know of many prodigies who exist, said Zhang Yueli, who was standing behind the sword goddess. She seemed to want the Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow to avoid catching everyone's attention. I've also heard that Ling He had met a rather powerful person on the Divine Ocean continent. He is the descendant of the supreme deity Donglai, right? The Lingshao Palace Lord said as he looked at the Millet Emperor. The Millet Emperor and the Donglai goddess furrowed their brows slightly. The supreme deity Donglai used to be one of the few standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world before he was murdered. His death was a very sensitive issue. After hearing his words, The eyes of the overlord of the great Yin ancient royal family turned sharp, and he glanced at where Yi Futian was standing. I was only lucky to be able to enter Eastern Deity Island and obtain the favor of the Donglai goddess who took care of me, Yi Futian smiled, noticing that everyone was looking at him. He glanced at the overlord of the Lingxiao Palace and saw that he was smiling back at him. However, the smile made him feel very uncomfortable. He did not want to be in the limelight. Today's main character was Emperor Shi. With his low cultivation level and lack of any strong backing, what was he supposed to do standing in the limelight in the presence of all the top-tier factions in the Donghua domain? You are too humble, the Lingxiao Palace overlord smiled. Considering your current cultivation level as a middle-level Renhuang, with what you have achieved previously, you can rank at least among the top 3 in the Donghua domain. As he finished speaking, the way that many people looked at Yi Futian instantly changed. Yi Futian furrowed his brow. Is he flattering me? He thought to himself. Furthermore, the other party was of an extraordinary status. He was the Lingxiao Palace overlord and one of the most influential practitioners in the world. Being given such high praise from this man, not only should Yi Futian not refute it, but he should thank him for it. This made Yi Futian extremely uncomfortable. With all the top-tier factions in the entire Donghua domain present, what was his motive in praising him so highly? Yi Futian bowed lightly and said, "Senior, you flatter me. My cultivation is still rather superficial. I certainly do not deserve such high praise. The last time when I met the prince of the Lingxiao Palace while comprehending the way at the Divine Ocean, I noticed that my own demeanor is far behind his." "What are you talking about, Brother Yi?" Ling He said. "It was you, Brother Yi, who managed to comprehend the secrets of the cliff at the Divine Ocean. I was only lucky. Before, we had some disagreements when comprehending the way. When Brother Ling bluntly said that we were wrong, we felt shamed by that extraordinary aura and strong confidence that you exuded. We recognized that we were inferior, and Brother Ling's aura certainly overpowered ours. Even our mindfulness of the path was a little damaged. It was only after giving our all in our struggle that we managed to decipher the secrets of the cliff by accident. I still have to thank Brother Ling for sparking our potential," Yi Futian replied with a slight smile. He treated Ling He with the same exaggerated praise. It was as though the person who lost then was him and not Ling He. Indeed, hearing Yi Futian's reply, Ling He's looks in his eyes became a little strange. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Yi Futian. Was he mocking him? At that time, Yi Futian did not in the least bit behave in a cowardly way. In fact, he was very overbearing in his response. "You too, there is no need to argue over this." At that moment, a silhouette walked out from behind Emperor Shi. He looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Was it you who managed to decipher the relics left behind on the cliff?" Yi Futian looked at him. The person was rather large, and his long hair was untied and flowed behind him, giving off a rather wild feeling. To Yi Futian, he gave off similar vibes as Emperor Shi. He was another prominent character. Furthermore, this person was standing behind Emperor Shi. So, Yi Futian could almost guess his identity. "I was just lucky," Yi Futian replied. Not bad," the man nodded. "Back when I was comprehending the way at the cliff, I carved those markings casually. I did not expect that anyone could really decipher and comprehend it. You have unlimited potential." With this sentence, he had hinted at his identity, the thunder-punishing Skylord. Yi Futian bowed lightly. "I gained quite a bit at the cliff. Thank you, Senior Thunder-punishing Skylord." "This was your opportunity, so there is no need to thank me," the thunder-punishing Skylord replied casually. He seemed to be rather impressed by Yi Futian. Chapter 2000, Facing Tribulations. The rising generation is to be reckoned with. Emperor Shi looked at Yi Futian. He then smiled and said, "Under the rule of the great emperor, more and more prominent figures will surely appear in the divine prefecture. As long as the age of turmoil did not return, the number of cultivators would increase. Many exceptional figures would certainly appear with each passing generation. Compared to back in the day, the current environment of cultivation was so much better. What Emperor Shi says is true. After the great emperor unified the world, he ordered the powerful cultivators to spread their teachings in the divine prefecture, causing martial arts to prosper. Now, We have many extraordinary figures in the Donghua domain. An emperor, she is also facing a tribulation. It is indeed worth rejoicing." A voice called out from afar. The crowd saw a group of figures walking over. Their leader was draped in a white fur coat. He appeared immaculate. His smiling gaze was full of vigor. Behind him, there were many cultivators. Each of them was a prominent figure. "The chief has arrived, Emperor," she said with a smile. "We were wondering whether you would grace us with your presence. We never imagined that we would see you so soon," Ling Shao Palace Lord stated with a smile. Many people extended their greetings. The Donghua domain chief's manor consisted of the people sent to the Donghua domain by the great emperor. Nominally, the chief was the ruler of the Donghua domain and maintained the order within the domain. However, in the cultivation world, domain chief's manor rarely intervened in matters of the outside world. They were even less likely to interfere with the affairs of the top forces. They merely ensured no major incidents occurred. The world was too big. They could not manage all of it even if they wanted to. The world of cultivation had its own rules. "Emperor, she is facing a divine tribulation. How could I possibly miss it?" the chief said with a smile. "I also get to meet all of you here. Almost all of the top figures in the Donghua domain have come. It is a rare occasion." The arrival of the domain chief drew attention away from Futian. He was also sizing up the domain chief and the cultivators around him. After the domain chief arrived, many top figures greeted him. The relationship between the giant figures of the Donghua domain was somewhat delicate. Although Donghuang the Great ruled the divine prefecture, he did not directly control the various forces. Back then in the original realm, from the relationship between Princess Donghuang and the other top forces, Futian caught some hint of this. However, how powerful was the domain chief of the Donghua domain? Was he the most powerful person in the domain? The Millet Emperor had previously planned to let Futian enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate. It would be much safer that way. Futian was also considering whether to head to the domain chief's manor. However, at a glance, he could not tell what sort of person the domain chief was. At that moment, Chief raised his head and looked up into the sky. The pressure of the great path grew stronger and stronger. The weather changed, and divine signs appeared. The sky above was enveloped in a suppressive aura. Dark clouds surged over from tens of thousands of miles around. "It seems that I came at the right moment. Has the hour of reckoning arrived?" Chief asked as he looked at Emperor Shi. Soon," Emperor Shi replied as he nodded. "Before the tribulation arrived, I only had a faint premonition of its arrival. Now, it has come." As he said this, he glanced around at the crowd and said, "Everyone, please vacate your seats and set up your defenses. Although this tribulation is aimed at me, I am worried that some of you might accidentally be hurt. I hope all of you will keep your guard up." "Many thanks for Emperor Shi's reminder," the crowd replied as they nodded their heads. Next, in their own groups, the various cultivators gradually left their seats. The top figures walked ahead of the rest of them. The aura of the great path surged from their bodies. They were prepared at every moment. "It is coming. All of you should stand back," Emperor Shi instructed the crowd behind him. The crowd immediately retreated. Emperor Shi raised his head and looked up at the sky. A terrifying aura coalesced. In the sky above, clouds of catastrophe surged rapidly, becoming more and more frightening. "It is still gaining momentum," Futian commented as he raised his head and looked at the sky. This divine tribulation of the great path seemed to have a life of its own. This aura made Futian feel as though he was suffocating. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. A divine catastrophe could not be compared to this power. The Millet Emperor stood before the crowd and said, "We'd better retreat further back and give Emperor Shi some space." As he said this, the group of figures continued retreating backward. They were already beyond Turtle Peak. They stood in midair as they looked over where Emperor Shi was at. A powerful aura came from the Millet Emperor's body. It appeared to be an absolute domain of the great path that shielded the crowd. On Turtle Deity Island, almost all the cultivators were now looking up at the sky. They saw the terrifying clouds of catastrophe circulating above and gathering at Turtle Peak. The entire world seemed to turn dim. This scene was absolutely astonishing. This Many people revealed astonished expressions when they felt this aura. Someone said in a low voice, "Will Emperor Shi be in danger?" The aura in the sky made them tremble. It was too frightening. If this power descended upon them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Emperor Shi's cultivation is high. Few people in the Donghua domain can compare to him. "He will be fine," someone else replied. The person seemed very confident, but the look in his eyes was serious. Clearly, he was still somewhat worried. Emperor Shi was the legendary figure of Turtle Deity Island. No one wanted anything to happen to him. If Emperor Shi successfully faced this tribulation, he would then undergo another metamorphosis. There was a chance that he would become the strongest figure in the Donghua domain. Even the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island wanted to witness such a miracle. Beyond Turtle Deity Island, in the Divine Ocean, the people who were not on the island were also looking up at the sky. This terrifying scene could be seen far and wide. At this moment, the Divine Ocean continent had been stirred up. The cultivators of this continent could see the strange changes in the sky. Of course, the aura they felt was weaker the further away they were from Turtle Deity Island. It was not as terrifying as it was on the island. All the clouds of catastrophe were surging towards it. On Turtle Deity Island, Thunder Punishing Skylord raised his head and looked into the sky. Dark purple light of catastrophe was gradually accumulating in the heavens above, shining down upon them. It contained destructive power that was frightening beyond comparison. Cracks of the Great Path seemed to appear in the space. The cracks were frighteningly deep. Even Thunder Punishing Skylord felt an intense sense of caution well up in him. This was a divine tribulation. The Great Path would not tolerate Emperor Shi. The laws of this world did not allow for Emperor Shi to exist. This was also Thunder Punishing Skylord's first time experiencing such power. As he watched the frightening destructive power that was constantly gathering, he gazed ahead and saw Emperor Shi standing alone in midair. His long robes fluttered around even though there was no wind. A divine aura of the Great Path emanated from his surroundings. Right now, Emperor Shi was battling the very heavens itself. The terrifying light of destruction descended from above, without a sound or presence. It blinded the eyes of those around. Many people could not resist closing their eyes. The blinding light tore apart the space. It directly descended and struck Emperor Shi. There was no terrifying rumble that people expected, only destructive power. Endless destructive light circled Emperor Shi's figure, seemingly tearing apart and destroying his body of way. At that moment, Emperor Shi's long hair danced around. There seemed to be destructive silver snakes wrapping around his figure. Terrifying cracks of the Great Path appeared in the space around him non-stop. Down below, Turtle Peak was instantly turned to dust without any warning. It disappeared just like that, as though it had never existed. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts tremble. The various top figures blocked off the excess energy. The divine tribulation was like heavenly punishment. In the sky, an even more terrifying aura gathered, growing more and more horrifying. Many people were looking up into the sky. There seemed to be the swords of catastrophe. They pierced down from the sky above and penetrated this part of the sky. There was nowhere to hide it all as they chased and stabbed at Emperor Shi's figure. Rumble. Emperor Shi's long hair danced wildly. His clothes were torn, and his figure appeared to be penetrated by the light of catastrophe. He actually threw up a mouthful of fresh red blood. However, he still had a resolved look in his eyes as he looked up. There was an unprecedented determination in his eyes. After cultivating for 1,000 years, he finally waited for this moment. How could he allow the tribulation to destroy him? Since he had chosen to walk this path, he was destined to transcend this world and rise above the world order. Buzz. Emperor Shi's figure shot up into the sky. As the crowd watched with astonished gazes, he charged up directly into the sky and entered into the storm of destruction. In an instant, he was swallowed up by the raging vortex. Chapter 2001. Tribulation. In the Divine Ocean continent, countless people were looking up towards the heavens. In the sky above the continent, it was as though a deity was standing up there. Emperor Shi had become a divine deity. The destructive storm covered the space. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, The powerful emperor, she was facing the onslaught of the law of the great path. Light of catastrophe of various colors was charging towards him, attacking his figure again and again. However, Emperor, she was surrounded by a terrifying light shroud of the great path. He withstood the blows from the light of catastrophe. Rumble. A dull sound could be heard. The ocean was being pushed back. Huge waves churned on the divine ocean. With Emperor Shi as the center, an absolute domain of the great path emerged. It was as though it was the domain of a deity that formed its own independent space. An extremely dazzling galaxy circled his figure endlessly. Emperor Shi stood at the center of the galaxy, appearing to be its master. Legends told that deity-level existences possessed their own divine domains of the great path. Such existences transcended this world and were not restricted by the laws of the great path. They existed high above the heavens and were one with the universe, immortal and indestructible. This was what all cultivators pursued. However, it was said that only those with flawless great paths were qualified to chase after this goal. The heavenly law had changed. It did not allow for the existence of transcendent-level figures. Hence, this tribulation of the law of the great path had descended. Emperor Shi needed to complete all 3 stages to transcend. However, it was rumored that each stage was a life-or-death experience. Even for existences at his level, they could still perish to the tribulation and be destroyed. Emperor Shi had cultivated on Turtle Deity Island in the Divine Ocean continent for many years to prepare for this. The light of law rampaged. It charged into the light of the galaxy and collided with the power of the great path of the galaxy. It annihilated the light of the galaxy. It was as though even the domain of the great path of the galaxy could not withstand the unending onslaught of the light of law. Emperor Shi's figure shone brilliantly, radiating divine light. Above his body of Wei, a gigantic shadow of a divine turtle appeared. It was a gigantic Xuanwu. It was like a boulder that enveloped Emperor Shi's figure. The galaxy and the Xuanwu protected his body. The people below felt their hearts tremble in astonishment. Emperor Shi was so powerful. Yet, such a figure had to go all out to face such a tribulation. Many Renhuangs trembled when they felt the might of the tribulation. Countless demonic beasts in the ocean did not dare to surface. They could only bow and submit to this power. This was a heavenly might that they could not resist. They were also only sensing the pressure of the might. This power was aimed solely at Emperor Shi and would not attack them. At most, they would only feel the aftershocks. Millet Emperor retracted his defenses, allowing Futian and the others to personally feel the power. This was Futian's first time witnessing someone facing a divine tribulation of the great path. He was also in awe at what was happening. This tribulation was the most powerful event that the world could accommodate. Would Emperor Shi be able to withstand it? What is that? Futian asked as he saw an even more frightening power accumulating above Emperor Shi. An endless storm of clouds of catastrophe gathered together. They were far from where Futian was, but they still made his heart falter. A law attack of the great path is gathering over there, Millet Emperor explained. I have heard that every time a cultivator faces a tribulation, the law attack which appears is different for each of them. There is even a difference in power. I wonder what type of power of law Emperor Shi will attract. The divine light of the law of the great path coalesced. The light that radiated from there caused the people around here to cower in fear. The light was also blinding, resulting in people not daring to watch. The power gradually took form. It left the crowd in awe. It was actually a sword. A sword of law. The Millet Emperor's expression became serious. Teacher, is that law attack very powerful? Zhong Chan asked the Millet Emperor. If he could reach Emperor Shi's plane, he might experience a similar scene in the future and face his own tribulation. The Millet Emperor explained, it is very powerful. A sword of law gathers the swordsmanship of the heavens and the earth. It is considered an existence with terrifying attack power. For Emperor Shi, this might prove to be dangerous. This caused the hearts of the surrounding people to quaver. Would it pose a danger for a figure as powerful as Emperor Shi? This sword of law must be the most critical blow of the tribulation. In the sky, the darkness dissipated. Endless streaks of light of catastrophe gathered around the sword. A beam of light descended from the sky, seemingly penetrating this part of the world. The heavens were pierced through. If this sword attack landed on the divine ocean continent, it would even stab right through it. All of the cultivators of the divine ocean continent had stern expressions as they stared at the sword of law in the heavens. Before this, many people were excited about the event. Yet, right now, everyone was gazing up in the sky with profound respect. This was a tribulation, the first of 3 stages. Legends claim that each stage was like passing through death's door. Passing each stage was like being reborn into a new life. There would be 3 stages of tribulations, each one stronger than the last. The third one was the most critical one of all. Legends said that very few people had managed to survive the last stage. Many transcendent figures had reached this stage only to perish to the tribulation. Hence, some cultivators were willing to put off facing this last stage and cultivate in seclusion, preparing for tens of thousands of years to face it. The divine prefecture was too vast. It was practically endless. Many people believed that such reclusive figures as these old monsters who had lived for countless eons existed. At that moment, many people were worried about Emperor Shi. Could he withstand this law attack? Rumble. Intense rumbling could be heard. Futian's group lowered their heads and peered down. Beneath Turtle Peak, the earth shook, and huge cracks appeared on the surface, forming frightening chasms. From underground, seemingly buried beneath the earth, a gigantic creature appeared. It had the shell of a turtle. This humongous creature slowly rose into the sky. The crowd felt their hearts tremble intensely. This gigantic creature was actually a giant beast. A Xuanwu. A great turtle. The crowd revealed astonished looks. Beneath Turtle Deity Island, there was actually a hidden Xuanwu that no one knew about. It seemed to be hibernating without a sound or presence and had become one with the earth. A deep sound could be heard as the Xuanwu let out a cry. The divine ocean roared, and huge waves churned on the surface. He raised his head, and then, with a flash of his figure, he charged into the sky. In an instant, he traversed the space. Such a gigantic creature was actually so fast. Before the witnesses could react at all, he had arrived beside Emperor Shi. "You are already so old. Why did you come out from your burrow?" Emperor Shi asked. "To help you," the Xuanwu replied. "That won't be necessary," Emperor Shi answered. The Xuanwu raised his head and looked at the Sword of Law. No one else understood Emperor Shi's abilities better than he did. Such a sword could destroy Emperor Shi's entire life's cultivation. "I have slumbered for 1,000 years just for this day," the Xuanwu said. "It is just as you said. There is no meaning in living forever." As he said this, his gigantic figure advanced and came up beside Emperor Shi. He actually merged with the gigantic shadow of the Xuanwu that was enveloping Emperor Shi's body. His eyes looked up at the divine sword, and a scorching glow burst out from them. The sword light splashed down. The crowd saw that in the heavens above, the Sword of Law was charging down. At that moment, the world was pierced right through. The Xuanwu lifted his head and bellowed. The heavens trembled, and earthquakes shook the continent. The divine ocean was sent into a frenzy, and huge waves swept over the various islands. The crowd felt their spiritual souls quavering. Their chi and blood churned within them. However, their gazes were still fixed on the sword in the sky. The sword stabbed down, and blinding divine light followed. It caused many people to involuntarily shut their eyes, not daring to look at it. Only Renhuangs could withstand the blinding rays of light. They squinted as they watched the sky above. They saw the galaxy shatter and the sword stab down. The gigantic figure of the Xuanwu, the black turtle, was ripped apart gradually. However, the humongous beast still had an unshakable and calm look in his eyes. The great path collapsed, and mountains and rivers shattered. However, he remained standing. The surface of the divine ocean continent was pierced through by the sword light. The body of the Xuanwu was not destroyed yet. The might of the great path was released to its utmost limit from Emperor Shi's body, merging with the Xuanwu. Emperor Shi's long hair danced frantically in the wind. His eyes revealed a pained expression. He had already prepared to face the tribulation and had allowed people from all around to witness it. Regardless of whether he survived or died, he had prepared himself to accept it. At the same time, this was also a warning to the world of what a divine tribulation was. "Old friend, I'll be heading off first," said the Xuanwu with a muddy voice. His voice sounded exceptionally heavy, like a mountain. It was as though a part of the sky was pressing down on Emperor Shi. Be it man or demonic beast, those who cultivated sought the highest way. No one truly wanted to die. Even if they lived for countless eons, they would still be reluctant to die. The words of the Xuanwu had merely been to comfort Emperor Shi. At that moment, Emperor Shi did not ask the Xuanwu why he had done so. Instead, he calmed down and said, "You go on ahead. I will come find you in the future. For the next stages, if you cannot manage, just don't face them," said the Xuanwu. His body shattered under the sword, constantly exploding. It appeared as though the heavens and earth were falling apart. Endless divine light radiated from Emperor Shi's figure. He became one with the galaxy and was bathed in the residue sword light. After cultivating for a lifetime, was it still that difficult to face the first of 3 divine tribulations? Blinding light radiated, and the sword of law became beams of light that dispersed without a trace. Many people still had their eyes shut. After a long while, the clouds of catastrophe in the heavens above seemed to dissipate gradually. Countless people raised their heads and looked up into the sky. The sword had already disappeared, and the tribulation was also over. Only one person remained standing silently in the sky. It seemed as though he had been standing there for a long time. This figure was Emperor Shi. "Congratulations, Emperor Shi," cried countless people from all over the divine ocean continent. Regardless of whether Emperor Shi could hear them, they were still happy for him. So, this was a divine tribulation. They had taken it too lightly before. Now that they had witnessed a true divine tribulation, it was as though they had died and been reborn and had actually experienced it themselves. Emperor Shi had gone through a life-or-death experience. "Congratulations, Emperor Shi," cried out countless people on Turtle Deity Island as they congratulated him on successfully facing the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The top figures looked at the silhouette in the sky. They did not say anything as they looked up in the sky quietly. To survive this tribulation, Emperor Shi had also paid an enormous price. The super-powerful Xuanwu had perished. They actually had not known that such a terrifying Xuanwu had been slumbering beneath Turtle Deity Island. Emperor Shi kept too low a profile. If it weren't for this tribulation, no one would have known. Unfortunately, such a gigantic Xuanwu had perished just like that. He had taken Emperor Shi's place so that he could survive this tribulation. Emperor Shi stood high in the sky, quietly. He just stood there. No one knew what he was thinking. However, they knew that for Emperor Shi, there was no joy in having passed the tribulation. For Emperor Shi, this was a tragedy. Chapter 2002, Demanding for People. After a long while, Emperor Shi's figure floated down to the ground and came to an empty spot. The once tall Turtle Peak had been reduced to a plain. It was not just Turtle Peak. Huge chasms had appeared on Turtle Deity Island. Even the divine ocean continent had been pierced through by the sword. The surface of the ocean was constantly roaring now as the ocean surged back into the land. There was a huge hole down below. It was the place where the gigantic Xuanwu had slumbered. Emperor Shi stared at that spot, not saying anything for a long time. This Xuanwu had been his demonic beast companion. He had followed Emperor Shi for many years, and they had grown up together. Many years ago, the Xuanwu began his slumber. Upon his awakening, he had perished to aid Emperor Shi in facing the divine tribulation. "Emperor Shi, do not grieve," said the chief of Domain Chief's manor. "Brother Xuanwu has a righteous spirit. Aiding you in facing this tribulation must have been his wish. Do not feel so sad." The various top cultivators looked towards Emperor Shi. Although they were giant figures, for many of them, this was also their first time witnessing a divine tribulation. There were 3 stages for a divine tribulation of the Great Path. Each was more difficult than the previous one. This had only been the first stage, and it was already so terrifying. They thought to themselves that if they were to face the tribulation themselves, they would not have done any better than Emperor Shi. they would have most likely perished during this stage. The sword of law was too frightening. Such a blow was enough to destroy them. Now, Emperor Shi's abilities could only be compared to the chief of the Donghua domain. The others did not have the confidence that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Shi. Teacher, please do not feel too sad. The thunder-punishing Skylord also spoke. Although he was a Skylord and a giant figure, he still called Emperor Shi his teacher and was very respectful. Back then, if it hadn't been for Emperor Shi's guidance, thunder-punishing Skylord might not have been able to reach his current level. Emperor Shi nodded his head slightly. He turned his gaze to the crowd who was comforting him and said, "Thank you, all of you. My intention for facing the tribulation this time had originally been to allow the world to witness what a divine tribulation truly was. I had made peace with whether I lived or died to it. It is just that I never imagined that I survived while the Xuanwu had taken my place in dying. Nevertheless, if I cannot make it through the second tribulation, I'll go give him some company." Before the Xuanwu had perished, he had asked Emperor Shi not to face the second tribulation. However, Emperor Shi had clearly not taken his advice to heart. Having cultivated until his current level, Emperor Shi had his own beliefs. Regardless of whether he lived or died, he would give things a try. It was still the same now. However, after having felt the might of the first stage, Emperor Shi himself did not have high hopes of surviving the second tribulation. The Sword of Law appeared during the first stage. What would appear during the second? No one knew, but it would certainly be even more terrifying. Right then, Emperor Shi lowered his head and looked down below. He extended his palm forward, and immediately, the power of the Great Path began to accumulate. The hole in the ground was filled up, and then a mountain rose from the ground. Its shape was the same as Turtle Peak before it. It was as though everything from before had been preserved just as it once was. After reforming Turtle Peak, Emperor Shi took a step forward and landed on it. The cultivators from the various top forces also headed over to where he was. They soon landed on Turtle Peak. Many people were somewhat curious as to how much Emperor Shi's abilities had improved after facing the tribulation. However, they would most likely not have the chance to know. Emperor Shi would not display it to them. Although the process was somewhat saddening, I still have to offer my congratulations. A person who has passed the first stage of a divine tribulation has appeared in our Donghua domain. Another legendary figure has emerged in the divine prefecture, the Donghua domain chief said as he looked at Emperor Shi. It would have been inappropriate for others to have said this, but this person was instructed by Donghuang the Great to supervise the Donghua domain. He was the domain chief. There was naturally no issue with him stating such things. Emperor Shi replied, "The divine prefecture is vast and has countless cultivators. There are too many experts, and there are still hidden existences. The Donghua domain is similarly full of cultivators. The crowd that came here today are all among the top figures. In the future, there will be a surge of prominent figures emerging. For me to be able to survive the tribulation this time was already pure luck. It is not worthy of praise." He seemed to brush it aside casually. Experiencing this tribulation was equivalent to having a life-or-death experience. His mindset was more at peace. "You are too modest," said the chief. "Emperor Shi, are you willing to enter the domain chief's manor to cultivate? Or maybe the imperial domain? I am sure that His Highness also needs figures like you." Emperor Shi shook his head and said, "I've grown accustomed to idling about. Also, I do not wish to leave. In the future, I will continue to stay here and cultivate. Matters in the divine prefecture's cultivation world still require the chiefs to bear the burden of the great emperor." The chief nodded his head. He was merely offering a suggestion. Such matters could not be forced. "If that is the case, I will not continue to disturb Emperor Shi's meditation," said the chief with a smile. He then glanced around at the crowd and said, "Everyone, if you have the opportunity, come visit the Donghua Heavens next year. My visit is somewhat abrupt this time. Next year, in the Donghua Heavens, I wish to meet with the prominent figures of the various continents. Since Chief has invited us, I will naturally not turn down the offer," the Ling Shao Palace Lord replied with a smile. This caused many people to give him a look. Ling Shao Palace was originally located in the Donghua Heavens. He would certainly have no problems with this since he did not need to travel. I will consider it, responded Sword Goddess of Divine Palace of Fluttering Snow. The others also give their own responses. We will also not disturb Emperor Shi's cultivation. Farewell, Sword Goddess declared. She was also someone with a flawless great path. Her cultivation was extremely potent, and she was known as one of the top existences in the Donghua domain. Having witnessed Emperor Shi face the tribulation, she was inspired and planned to continue cultivating in seclusion once she returned. If she were to invite a divine tribulation of the Great Path one day, would she be able to receive the Sword of Law? We will also bid farewell, members of the crowd said one after another. The tribulation passed, and there was no need for them to remain. Although they were acquainted with each other, that was all just formality. They were not on very friendly terms. All of them had only come for the divine tribulation. As it had passed, they should be returning home. Emperor Shi nodded his head. He did not ask them to stay. Or rather, he was not in the mood to ask them to stay. May all of you have a safe trip home, Emperor Shi said. All the cultivators slowly left Turtle Peak with their respective groups. Let's go, the Millet Emperor commanded Yi Futian and the rest. Everyone nodded in agreement and flew up to the sky. They followed the Millet Emperor and were ready to return to the Dongxiao continent. They left Turtle Peak and traversed in the sky. Hang on, Millet Emperor. A voice suddenly came from behind them while the Millet Emperor and his group were traversing among the clouds. The Millet Emperor stopped in his tracks. Everyone turned around and saw a group of cultivators approaching them. Very quickly, the approaching group caught up and stopped when the two groups were near. They stared at the Millet Emperor and the rest of his group. When the Millet Emperor saw the approaching group, he frowned. Yi Futian and the others also revealed cold looks. The person who had called out to them was the Prince of Great Yin ancient royal family. He stood at a distance from them with an imposing manner. He swept a glance over their group. Behind the prince, the cultivators of the Great Yin ancient royal family were also here. They were all looking at the Millet Emperor. A formless pressure enveloped this part of the sky. Previously, Yi Futian and the rest were already dissatisfied when Yin Dongyang from Great Yin ancient royal family led the cultivators of the Yin kingdom to the Wangshan watchtower. Moreover, the two groups had bad blood with each other. To begin with, Emperor Yin and the Millet Emperor were not on good terms with each other. Now, most likely, nothing good would come from the prince calling out to them. Far off in the distance in different directions, the people who were initially about to leave noticed the situation over here. They could not help but stop in their tracks. Their wills emanated from their bodies as they observed the situation over here. It seemed as though the storm had yet to pass. Is there anything you need? The Millet Emperor asked as he swept an indifferent gaze towards Emperor Yin. The old grudges between them ran deep, but they did not resort to blows. The Millet Emperor's tone was clearly cold. He, naturally, would not give the other party face. Yes, there is, Emperor Yin replied while nodding his head. He said, Eastern Deity Island has once again begun to be active outside after so many years. They have actually emerged from Eastern Deity Island. Hence, I wish to demand a few people from the Millet Emperor. Chapter 2003, Go Against? The Millet Emperor was quite calm. His expressions did not change much even after hearing his counterpart's words. Then, he asked, Who do you want? Emperor Yin answered, The people from Eastern Deity Island. How do you want them? Asked the Millet Emperor. Millet Emperor, you only need to ask them to follow me, answered Emperor Yin. They are right over there. You can go ahead and ask if they want to go with you, answered the Millet Emperor as he pointed towards Yi Futian's group. Emperor Yin glanced at Yi Futian's group and said, If they are not willing, then I can only ask them to go. Please, go ahead, the Millet Emperor said as he gestured with his hand, seemingly indifferent. The conversation between the two had no hostility. It was like a chat between two old friends. However, those looking at the two from afar could sense a confrontational aura around them. Did it mean that Emperor Yin could take them away just because the Millet Emperor said that he could go ahead? After hearing the Millet Emperor's reply, Emperor Yin became even more hesitant. He stood there quietly, looking at his counterpart. The two stood in the air and looked at each other. At that moment, The atmosphere around the entire area became unusually dense and heavy. It was as if a frightening aura had shrouded them. It was as if a battle could break out at any time. Yi Futian and Goddess Ponglai looked at the cultivators from the great Yin ancient royal family. They had indifferent and somewhat cold expressions along with sharp gazes. They did not show an ounce of fear. It was not so easy for the great Yin ancient royal family to use them. Since Senior Millet Emperor has replied, then I have no choice but to invite them to visit our great Yin. At that time, a voice emerged. Behind Emperor Yin came the crown prince, Yin Hanqing. He strode forward, carrying a tremendous aura. His divine might of the great path covered the sky while an intense pressure filled the sky. Faint cries and roarings of dragons could be heard in the distance. Careful, Li Changsheng reminded. He walked forward by himself. Then, at that moment, a thunder-rumbling dragon's roar completely split the skies. Roar, a giant divine dragon, seemed to appear in the sky. Its cries and roars crushed mountains as well as rivers while heaven and earth crumbled. A frightening great path soundwave shot out and transformed into a vast and scary storm of the great path that transformed the clouds and the sky. Yin Hanqing was a Renhuang at the cultivation level of the 9th plane. He was already a peak existence among Renhuangs. And as to how frightening was the song of the Yin dragon, one roar was enough to cause one's blood pressure to dip. Even Yi Futian could feel his internal organs tremble. His spiritual soul also shook intensely. It was excruciating. Behind him, droplets of blood dripped from the corner of Xia Qingyuan's lip. Her face turned pale. Bang! Yin Hanqing leaped into the air with one step, and a low and dull sound rang in the air. As if stepping on people's hearts, a violent and intense thumping tremor emerged. Everything seemed to have frozen. They looked at the figures striding towards them from the sky. At that moment, the crown prince of the great Yin royal family was like a god of war. He was domineering and unparalleled. Emperor Yin did not take action personally, so the Millet Emperor would not intervene. Instead, he watched quietly. Li Changsheng stepped forward and released a powerful aura of the 9th plane. His divine wheel of the great path also emerged. It was a huge ancient tree. Its branches and leaves fluttered as they covered the sky. In an instant, it had spread all over the sky, enveloping Yin Hanqing's body within. Many people looked toward the battlefield. Li Changsheng was an old man who had followed the Millet Emperor for many years. He was very strong. He did not usually display his true strength and kept a very low profile. However, he handled most Wangshan Watchtower affairs, and the Millet Emperor rarely made an appearance. So, in fact, Li Changsheng was the equivalent of Wangshan Watchtower's most senior disciple. So, it was natural that he would be the one to fight the crown prince of the great Yin, Yin Hanqing, at this time. While Zhong Chan was a high-level Renhuang with a perfect great path, he had only recently broken through, and his cultivation level was only at the 7th plane. There was no guarantee that his combat strength was sufficient for him to defeat Yin Hanqing. After all, Yin Hanqing was not a common high-level Renhuang. Before becoming a high-level Renhuang, his divine wheel of the great path was also perfect and flawless. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the battlefield in the sky. Yin Hanqing's attack was overwhelmingly strong. However, Li Changsheng's cultivation level was also very powerful. The divine tree seemed to have taken root in the sky. Roots spread out and sealed the area, trapping Yin Hanqing within it. Vong! Then, at that moment, the cultivators of the great Yin ancient royal family began to flash as they moved towards them. The Millet Emperor stood high up in the sky as his gaze was fixed upon Emperor Yin. It was as if this battle was not related to them in the slightest. Last time, the great Yin ancient royal family led the cultivators of the Yinyun continent to test the Wangshan Watchtower. This time, it was a real clash between the two sides. Dragon roars filled the air as the song of the Yin dragon continued to burst forth. The great Yin ancient royal family cultivators wanted to kill and defeat the practitioners of the Wangshan Watchtower. Goddess Penglai's body disappeared in a flash. Like a swallow, her body soared through the air, and in an instant, she landed in front of those cultivators. Immediately after she landed, divine fire of the great path burst from her body, and a large illusion of a divine phoenix appeared. It let out a sharp, piercing shriek. From the body of the divine phoenix, endless crimson flame radiated from the feathers on the divine phoenix's body. Like indestructible flaming red swords, the flaming feathers cut down the cultivators. Then, a blinding divine light appeared and pierced through the skies and headed straight towards Goddess Panglai. It was a dragon lance. It transformed into a beam of bright golden light that broke through space, leaving a golden arc between heaven and death. The dragon lance arrived instantly. Accompanied by a domineering dragon roar, the lance thrust forward towards its target as if wanting to crush the sky. Goddess Panglai's body disappeared in a flash and transformed into a bolt of flaming red lightning. The two clashed together instantly, and their exchanges were so fast that one could not follow them with their naked eyes. In another location, an elder clad in a magnificent golden robe walked toward Zhongchan. His aura was stunning. He was also a being of the ninth plane, someone from the great Yin ancient royal family, a direct descendant of Yin royalty. His aura was frightening. Multiple pure-blooded dragons appeared in the sky. Each one of these dragons roared. He stretched his hand out and made a grabbing motion despite the gap between him and Zhongchan. However, as he did so, an immensely strong power of the Great Path appeared. Zhongchan felt his body in the sky being bound. Rumble. In the next moment, the elder's body transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward at a ridiculous speed, as if a divine dragon was charging forward. The entire area seemed as if it was going to be crushed into pieces. Before the person arrived, the will of the punch had already arrived. A frightening explosion sound came from the sky, and the area Zhongchan was in looked like it was going to crumble. At that moment, Zhongchan released his perfect grade aura of the Great Path. Seals converged around both his hands. In an instant, countless steels that looked like doors appeared in the sky, surrounding the entire area before slowly closing in as an attempt to seal this Great Path space. Zhongchan raised his fist and charged forward. At that moment, a bright divine light of the Great Path burst forth from this body. Multiple doors of the Great Path appeared. Then, as if all 10,000 of these doors of the Great Path overlapped with each other, they merged into this punch. The two clashed together. Rocks were crushed, and the heavens were shocked. A violent bang rang in the air. Countless doors of the Great Path were punctured and crushed. Zhongchan's body appeared in the sky. More doors of the Great Path appeared around him. Every door contained an immense the Great Path's power of suppression that suppressed the space around him and transformed the area into a Great Path domain. The Great Path's power of suppression enveloped his opponent's body, the cultivator on the ninth plane. Even he was feeling immense pressure. Zhongchan also felt great pressure. After all, the one he was facing was a being on the ninth plane. Then, seals continued to converge around both his hands. In the sky, countless divine monuments of the Great Path appeared and surrounded them. Then, the space around them was sealed and transformed into a Great Path domain. Then, an ancient aura began to spread. At that moment, Zhongchan was like a divine being. He waved his hands, and instantly countless divine monuments of the Great Path flew down from the sky. Rumbling noises filled the air as the pure-blooded dragons clashed with the divine monuments. Then, they exploded. However, the divine monuments were so numerous that it seemed like they would never run out. Zhongchan's body emitted rays of light. As if summoning an ancient gate, the light became larger, and his power of suppression also became stronger. The divine dragons wailed. They were subdued. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous divine monuments of different sizes pummeled downward, with his opponent's body as the target. An illusion of a divine dragon appeared above the ninth plane Runhuang of the great Yin ancient royal family. The dragon let out a howl, and he stretched out his hands. The howl of the divine dragon shot out, but was completely suppressed. It could not get out of this space. Meanwhile, Zhongchan's attack seemed like it would never end. Many cultivators looked toward Zhongchan's battlefield. It was the gate to world suppression, the ultimate skill of the Millet Emperor's cultivation path. When the Millet Emperor released this skill, he could suppress an entire world and destroy all his enemies. Zhongchan's great path was perfect, so as expected, he was already capable of dealing with a being on the ninth plane. Outside the battlefield, the cultivators of all sides had initially planned to leave. However, they stayed behind because of this battle. They watched the battle at different locations. At one location were the cultivators of the Ling Shao Palace. The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace watched the battlefield and said, "The gate to world suppression of the Millet Emperor is, as expected, very powerful. Moreover, Zhongchan has already cultivated and learned its essence. To possess such combat strength while still on the seventh plane, he will certainly become a great person in the future." His voice traveled across the sky, and all the practitioners in that area could hear him. Beside him, a powerful Renhuang said, "Palace Lord, I have not fought against a person who possesses a perfect grade great path before. Now that a chance has presented itself, I would like to experience it." "Okay." The Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace nodded and said, "The Great Yin and the Wangshan Watchtower hold no great grudge against each other. You do not have to be too serious. A light and friendly spar will do. Many factions have gathered here today. Just treat it as a trial." Just as he finished speaking, the earlier Renhuang stepped forward and left. He was also on the ninth plane. He headed straight towards Zhongchan. Just as Zhongchan was suppressing the Renhuang of the Great Yin ancient royal family, his body appeared in the sky above Zhongchan. He released an immensely powerful aura of the Great Path and said, "It is a rare chance for me to come today, to ask for your guidance. Please do not be offended." After he spoke, he immediately started his attack. This scene had many people looking confused. What did the Ling Shao Palace want to achieve? Anyone who paid attention would be able to tell that this was due to a grudge between the Great Yin ancient royal family and Wangshan Watchtower. Was the Ling Shao Palace's intervention their way of going against the Wangshan Watchtower? The practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower frowned. Since the practitioner from the Ling Shao Palace really went for it, Zhongchan could only fight back. The Millet Emperor watched everything quietly in the sky. His expression remained the same as he inadvertently glanced toward the Palace Lord of the Ling Shao Palace. No one could tell what he was feeling. At that time, Ling He of the Ling Shao Palace also strode forward. He looked toward Futian and said, "I was really impressed by Brother Ye's display the other day at the cliff, which is why I would like to consult and learn from Brother Yi. I hope you won't hesitate to enlighten me." Many people looked toward Ling He. What was going on with the practitioners of Ling Shao Palace? Why were they so intent on fighting the people from Wangshan Watchtower? Moreover, they chose to do so at this time. Clearly, something was wrong. The eyes of the practitioners from Turtle Deity City, watching from afar, flashed as they saw this scene. They investigated and found out some things that Yi Futian was not aware of. However, it was not related to them. They initially had no plans to bring it up, as it would cause conflict. However, looking at the situation now, it was clear that Ling Shao Palace wanted to go against Wangshan Watchtower. As for Lin He was trying to force Yi Futian into a fight. If Yi Futian did not know his opponent's true attitude and thinking, they were afraid he would suffer a huge loss. At that time, a person looked to a location not far away from where Thunder Punishing Skylord stood and transmitted his voice, "Skylord?" Thunder Punishing Skylord looked at the person who transmitted his voice. It was the City Lord of Turtle Deity City. Since they were both students of Emperor Shi, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, their relationship was decent. Skylord left behind a relic at the cliff in the past. "I heard that a battle took place there recently. This practitioner of the Wangshan Watchtower defeated Ling He and obtained the relic that you left behind," said the City Lord of Turtle Deity City. Thunder Punishing Skylord answered, "I am aware of this." At that time, this practitioner of Wangshan Watchtower brought two other people onto the Turtle Deity Island. After they separated, the two were killed by people from Ling Shao Palace. If my guess is correct, Ling He was the one who gave the order. The murderer has been following Ling He ever since he committed the act. The City Lord continued to transmit his voice. Thunder Punishing Skylord's eyes squinted slightly as a sparkle of electricity crackled in his eyes. He looked toward Ling He. The young Palace Lord of Ling Shao Palace continued to utter the words, "Brother Yi," continuously and seemed very friendly. Earlier, he was also very generous when complimenting Yi Futian. It looked like he was a gracious loser who had genuinely accepted his defeat. Even though most could still feel a sense of oddity, none paid too much attention to it. However, to commit an act like this behind another's back, it was somewhat disgusting. At the very least, he could not accept such despicable behavior. He understood the meaning of Turtle Deity City Lord's meaning. Yi Futian obtained his relic and could be considered related to him. The incident also started because of the relic. The City Lord was hesitant on whether he should reveal this fact, so as a solution, he passed the message to him instead. "He does not know of this?" asked Thunder, punishing Skylord by transmitting his voice. "He should not be aware of it," answered the City Lord. At that time, Ling He stepped through the air and landed in the space in front of Yi Futian. Then, Yi Futian glanced at him and replied, "Not interested." He did not really like Ling He. The fact that the Ling Xiao Palace had chosen to make a move at this time disgusted him even more. Naturally, he was not interested in sparring with Ling He. If he had to fight, should he fight seriously? Even though he did not want to go all out, Wangshan Watchtower was already facing pressure from the Great Yin ancient royal family, and now, the Ling Xiao Palace had also decided to make a move. However, he also did not want Wangshan Watchtower to face the threats of two powerful forces at the same time. Then, Yi Futian heard a voice transmitted to him, "Yi Lianyan." He looked surprised as his gaze shifted toward the person who spoke to him. "I have something I need to tell you." The people from Turtle Deity Island discovered that the two practitioners who followed you into Turtle Deity Island were killed after you guys separated. They found that it was Ling He who gave the order. However, they did not dare reveal this piece of intel lightly. "Someone notified me of this just now, and I decided to let you know as well. You should just be prepared," the voice transmitted into Yi Futian's ears. He already knew whose voice it was. It was Thunder punishing Skylord. The Skylord personally transmitted his voice to inform him. Naturally, Yi Futian did not doubt the authenticity of the message. The incident had definitely happened. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, the two practicing spiritual partners, were killed by someone under the orders of Ling He. While the two of them were not very strong, they had still reached the Sage Plains cultivation level. They were very young, and they still had the best years of their lives ahead of them. After they learned that Emperor Shi would go through a divine tribulation, they tried to get to Turtle Deity Island. They met Yi Futian at the cliff and asked him to bring the two of them to Turtle Deity Island. However, they never would have imagined that they would be killed in such an aggrieved manner. At that moment, an intense rage emerged in Yi Futian's heart. The fire burning in his heart was so strong that his entire body trembled slightly. However, he still managed to keep it under control. It had been a while since he last felt so enraged. Even the ruthless incidents he encountered when he first came to the Divine Prefecture did not enrage him as much as the current moment. Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were not really close to him. They were only acquaintances he met on the road. He brought the two along and arrived together with them on Turtle Deity Island. No relationship had even been established, which was why, after they arrived at Turtle Deity Island, they separated and went their own way. He did not try to make them stay. After all, they were from different worlds. However, due to a trivial incident at the cliff, Ling He had chosen to secretly send someone to kill the two juniors instead of targeting him directly. In front of Ling He, practitioners at the plane levels of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing were only like ants. They could be crushed easily and possessed no power to resist. He could imagine the despair of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, two energetic youngsters who had arrived enthusiastically to observe Emperor Shi's divine tribulation. However, just as they arrived, they were obliterated mercilessly. While their plane levels were low, getting to the Sage Plane would have also been tough. Like himself back then, every step he took was filled with difficulties, but he kept going. However, death was just absurd. Moreover, this murderer of Lin Yuan and Lu Qing was still acting gracefully in front of everyone, calling Yi Futian Brother Yi and showering him with generous compliments. Yi Futian raised his head to look at that face. He felt intense hate, to the point where he was nauseated. Ling He looked at Yi Futian from a certain distance. He still looked graceful, with an air of exuberance around him. He held an amazing status. He was the young palace lord of Ling Xiao Palace and possessed great strength and exceptional potential. One could even say that not many in the Donghua domain could compare to him. So, It was natural that he was in high spirits. In his eyes, two sage plane-level practitioners were probably not even worth his attention. A gentle smile was inside Ling He's eyes. However, he saw Yi Futian raise his head and glare at him. A cold and piercing gaze shot at him for a brief moment. That glare made him uncomfortable. It was cold and emotionless. He could even detect a hint of killing intent. Ling He's heart was also icy. It was just as well. After all, he also had the same idea. He never imagined that Yi Lionian would think the same thing. Brother Yi received enlightenment of the path at the cliff. Your talents are remarkable. Don't be stingy in guiding others, Ling He continued. Clearly, he would not let Yi Futian reject his request. Ling Shao Palace had already initiated the attack. Even if their counterparts did not want to, they would be forced to fight. Yi Futian looked at him. He had changed his mind. However, he did not reveal the truth he had learned. Ling Shao Palace was one of the strongest factions. The reason why the people from Turtle Deity Island hid the information was most likely due to this as well. If he were to reveal it after the thunder-punishing Skylord notified him about it, it would be like selling them out. It was immoral. From what Ling He did to Lin Yuan and Lu Qing, who knew what else would he do in the future? This was a person who ignored other people's lives. He did not care at all. Yi Futian looked at Ling He and said, "It looks like you will fight, regardless of whether I agree to it or not." Ling He smiled and looked at Yi Futian. He moved his foot forward. The aura of the Great Path began to exude from his body, and might filled the sky. He did not reply. Obviously, he was responding with his actions. Earlier, when the Ling Shao Palace cultivator tried to initiate a fight with Zhong Chan, did he not also just started fighting? He did not even consider the fact that Zhong Chan was still in the midst of battle. I lost to Brother Yi when it came to enlightenment at the cliff. That is why I want to receive your guidance in the form of a battle, Ling He said casually. He looked down at Yi Futian with an arrogant expression on his face. While Yi Futian was quite famous, having defeated Yin Dongyang before, Ling He was not a common character. Yi Futian was still not on his radar. When he lost in receiving enlightenment of the path, he contributed his loss to luck. On the surface, he complimented and praised Yi Futian, but in truth, he was still incredibly proud. Otherwise, he would not have so easily gave the order to kill Lin Yuan and Lu Qing. He did not care. Do you want me to take this? From behind Yi Futian, Beigong Ao walked forward and transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. The opponent's plane level was higher than Yi Futian's. His aura of the Great Path was also powerful. He was worried that Yi Futian would be at a disadvantage. Ling He was also someone whose Great Path was at the perfect grade. He was a titan-like force, the great heir to Ling Shao Palace, and not some common folk. Yi Futian stretched out his hand and gestured for Beigong Ao to step down. Seeing his gesture, Beigong Ao understood and retreated behind. Meanwhile, Yi Futian walked forward and looked up at Ling He, who was standing in midair. My plane level is higher than Brother Yi. Brother Yi, please go ahead and initiate the first strike, said Ling He, continuing to act gracefully and politely. He had come to force Yi Futian into fighting him. However, he still maintained a battle etiquette to allow Yi Futian to strike first. However, with the plane level advantage, what was the meaning of being able to strike first? A person's plane level was always the main factor deciding the outcome of a battle. Ling He might seem like he was gracious, but the truth was that he was shameless. It was never a fair battle in the first place. Okay then. Nonetheless, Yi Futian accepted the answer directly. He looked at Ling He and said, "Since there's a difference in our plane level, I will do my best and go all out." Relax, I naturally understand. Please go ahead, Brother Yi. Ling He laughed in his mind. Yi Futian's answer was exactly what he wanted. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.